Excellent. Jay, we got the tech.
Yeah.
I don't think I know minutes. Thank you, Maureen and Patrick. And so again, welcome to call the meeting to order, and got an agenda before us. If you haven't had a chance to get into the breakfast, feel free to get up and down and get some coffee or soda or water, and as well as the kolaches. Always good to have those. We do have a quorum, and has the recording started?
Recorded has started. We are having difficulty hearing you, Director Curry. If you could speak up.
Okay.
If we could check if the puck is that close to you, the Google Meet audio setting is off. It's probably on the laptop.
Yep. So,
And I just threw all of this on Maureen.
Go next to the microphone
I take
again. And then instead of microphone array, select another one, which is that,
This one?
the second one down,
This one?
that one.
Is that better, Paul?
Please repeat that. I received an echo for a second. It was really weird. Jason, if you could test one more time.
Okay, yeah, I think we've got things changed over to the puck for our sound and our mic. How is that?
Intelligibility is returned. Thank you. I think we're good to go. I'll adjust on my side.
Eligibility has returned. That's always good news. All right, so. Now we really will get started. And so first thing we will call for, anybody would like to bring forth a motion to approve the minutes from our March 31st, 2025 pre-scoring meeting.
I so move.
Okay, motion by Aaron O'Brien. Thank you. I was scared. So second that. Okay, second by Scott Strong. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, excellent. And now the next one is our RTP scoring approval. We have this single sheet. It's kind of on top here. These are the RTP projects that were approved and are prepared for this group to, if they weren't approved, they were recommended for this group to approve. Patrick, any context and additional comments on this?
Yeah, we have Evan here. Evan is our programs here. So yesterday, we were the ultimate approving body. So I mean, Evan, if you want to just give with like 30% shield on the board here.
Yeah, well, hi, everybody. My name is Evan Beich. I'm the administrator of the Recreational Trails Program. We had our scoring meeting yesterday for our non-motorized grants. And so we had 42 non-motorized applications, and then we had 5 motorized applications. And so for a total, as far as total awarded projects, was $2,531,620. And so as you can see on your printout provided, I'm catching myself up here as well. It was a very competitive year. We had $5 million available in total for the Recreational Trails Program. And so allocating that amongst the 42 motorized applications was a task, and we were able to accomplish that. But in order to accomplish that, some of our projects were awarded at a reduced amount, and you'll notice that on some of these UAWARD combo requests on that sheet. And so just something to be aware of as you're awarding some of these UAWARD projects is that some of these Recreational Trails Program projects were asking for a larger dollar amount, and so we've highlighted that on this sheet so you see what that actual award number was. But yeah, really, that's so we're seeking your approval on these projects. They're really we're pretty happy with how diverse the RTP projects are this year. I think there's a really good group in here. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I got to sit in on a little bit of the deliberation that was taking place with that committee, and very, very detailed questions and a lot of really good analysis. So thanks, Evan, for leading that process, and Patrick as well. So be open to a motion to approve those.
Jason, just a quick point of clarification before we make a motion.
You bet.
Is there a list of what didn't get approved? I was kind of curious.
I can certainly share that with you by the end of the hour here.
That's fine.
Yeah, just,
I just more curiosity. I'm not holding. I'm just curious. So I'll make that motion to approve these projects.
Okay. Motion is to approve the RTP projects as recommended by the committee. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Scott Strong. Thank you. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. And any opposed? Okay, rule that passes unanimously. RTP recommended projects are approved by this body. And so there are a few updates, and we'll start, I think, with our new faces in the room. We do have a new member of our committee, Jordan Washburn from RE Bikes, is filling the role of our outdoor industry partners, and we'll give you an opportunity, Jordan, to introduce yourself to the rest of the group, and we'll move on.
Yeah, my name is Jordan. I've been working in the outdoor biking industry since I was young, a young teen building bikes, and so over 20 years now. And also just love all things outdoor recreation. I'm a falconer, and horses, mountain biking, backpacking, all that kind of stuff. So honored to be here and contribute where I can.
We're very excited to have you, and you'll fit right in. Looking forward to your input and your expertise in all things outdoor
I
industry.
just want to know if you ever meshes like this falconry and the cycling at the same time. That'd be awesome.
Bring a video, because that would be a little crazy. I've seen videos of people that do it in a car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really cool. All right. Well, thanks, Jordan, and we appreciate you being willing to serve on the committee. We also have a new face on our staff, Noemi Molina, and she's the newest main contact administrator for the UORD grant overall. It seems like we have a lot of people that want to try this out. And so Noemi's the latest one. Noemi, do you want to introduce yourself just really briefly?
Yeah, hello, my name is Noemi. So I'm actually from far west Utah. I'm just up north. And yeah, I enjoy camping, biking. And so, yeah, I come from the nonprofit world, so I'm super excited to be here.
You have to say your favorite outdoor activity, though.
My favorite, I would say camping.
Camping. Everybody loves that. And many of you probably remember Shane Stroud, our Attorney General that represented the division. He's not here, but we have Nicole.
Yeah.
Nicole, introduce yourself real quick as well.
My name is Nicole Hanna. I'm Assistant Attorney General and my division director, and we co-represent the Department of the Division of Outdoor Recreation. And thank you very much for having me. I very much appreciate it. And favorite outdoor activity, probably horseback riding. Although the falconry thing is really cool. We have a couple falcons in South Carolina.
Nicole has been excellent. Shane
that's very
got a promotion, and then we have Nicole, and she's been very good.
Well, back at you guys. It's lovely to work for you guys. It's very cool.
A few other, let's see, I think that takes, that's everybody in the room that's new. Just a few updates. Last week we had our statewide trail conference. We had, I think, almost 300 people, somewhere between 286 and 300, and a lot of good turnout, a lot of good support, a lot of good networking happened on. Really cool event, and it's grown to be something that's nationally recognized, and a lot of different states are trying to replicate in their states. We have the Intermountain West Trail Conference that we do every other year as well. It's just a really, really fun and productive group that gets together. And then also last week we had our scoring for the off-highway vehicle recreation grant. We also have couple of new grants that we're standing up or continuing to stand up in the legislative session that just ended in March. We got some fixes in place for our boating grant that Jorge is in charge of, and that should get underway here in another year. We'll be able to have it fully structured and get applications and award very specific boating related grants. And then another grant that we are in the process of scoping and standing up in the next few months is the Outdoor Recreation Mitigation Grant. You heard in the news about the TRT bill during the legislative session. That was Representative Bollender's effort to solve a few problems and increase funding for a few different things. There were 8 substitutes, right, Des, on that? That was a lot of work. Des was heavily involved in helping craft that in a way that would hopefully work for everyone. And what it resulted in, though, was for us anyway, a lot of different things, but for us in particular in this grant, an increase in the statewide transient room tax And that increase, especially, well, specifically to counties of the third, fourth, and fifth and sixth class, there is a new grant program that is designed to fund related to search and rescue, EMS, transportation, roads, and also solid waste management. Some of the things that we've heard throughout the years that rural communities really struggle to fund based on the outdoor recreation destinations that they are. So we asked the Division of Outdoor Recreation to administer that grant. What we ended up with was the 0.75% of increase. We, as a division, are going to receive about a third of that. Should be between $7 and $8 million, at least based on what we have currently. We'll be able to administer a grant for those purposes. So kind of exciting. Hopefully a partial solution to some of the struggles that have gone on with those rural costs. Anything else on that, Des? Probably a lot, but nothing to discuss.
Not the street that we need to get that.
Yep. We also had a meeting of our Outdoor Venture Commission yesterday, and just kind of a preliminary meeting for that group. Our big meetings for the OAC are in October and November, where they are approving funding from the regional recreation councils that have been put together. Yeah, October and November. We do have a new chair for that commission, Representative Jason Kyle, who was elected yesterday by the group. So we're excited to have him. There was a bill that would have removed legislative representatives from that Outdoor Adventure Commission, but not only did we get our individuals removed from that bill, the bill didn't pass. So we're grateful to still have them, and they're going to be key in approving what the Outdoor Recreation Initiative comes up with in terms of allocating the funding from our sales tax carve out. So with that, I think that's it for any updates that I have. Patrick, Tara, anything I missed? Okay. All righty. Well then, next on the agenda, we'll just we'll get deeper into what we have planned for the day, some of the procedural things, and I'll hand it over to Noemi to go through all that.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to explain how what you guys have in front of you and the packets. There are some new spreadsheets that was put together this time around. But one of the first things you'll notice, like on some of the scores, it has like a green highlight. So that green highlight just means it has 2 scores. So it's missing the score. So we'll just go through that when we get to the project. But that's what that green highlight is. And there's only like maybe 2, but there's a blue highlight, which is someone just forgot to put high, medium, or low. So those are kind of the color codes for all those sheets there. And then some of the new ones, so you also see this 2-page, this sheet is just like all the applicants that applied twice, like some multiple funding sources. And some of those funding sources are actually for the same site. So that is listed there. So yeah, so that's what that sheet is. Multiple applicants going for multiple funding sources. And then we did get a request this year. There's, as you guys probably saw for CPR, there's a lot of pickleball projects going on. So I did put a sheet, kind of just all those, it's front and back, a lot of these are front and back to make sure.
Should pickleball be its own grant program?
Felt like it.
So there's that new one as well. I think that might, yeah, RTP was also printed out. That might be all the new sheets that we'll get, but everything else is kind of stamped for next year's. But I didn't have any extras. If you see that you're missing anything, let me know and I can get that for you.
And I'll just add, yeah, thanks everyone. Looks like, we're nice. Some squeeze in here. Hopefully this is a much better location than last year. I mean, the view is incredible once that kind of clears up. So, and as many of you know, like this, I sure did. This was a Uintah project. I climbed the wall that you walked by when you walked through. That was a Uintah project. So it's beautiful to be here. I brought the second screen here. I think the probably will be pretty small for a lot of you. I'm happy to announce, but this is everything that we have in the budget for these next 2 days. So we have 43.43 million that we are going to be awarding. So You don't see kind of down here where the mouse is. Again, I will just kind of like state these aloud, since you probably make it pretty hard to see. But these are kind of just the different buckets of what we're looking for and how much we have requested. And then, as usual, we have it by category. So we'll have Noemi in charge of kind of the master screen to show site plans, budgets, anything you want to see, just speak aloud. We'll try to kind of anticipate all of that, like functional months for it. I'll kind of keep going. I'll like this as soon as we get started, and then we'll go from there. I think we do have a second table. Maybe we'll bring it in. Assuming that.
Can I just add a little moment of celebration? This is the first year that all 29 counties apply.
Yeah. And then I think with the power, it looks like everyone's got to figure out. I live with a block away, so I'm just going home. For something, and they've been really helpful getting us cords and things. So I think with that, y'all know what you're doing. Looking forward to really 18 million over the next 2 days. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to our chair.
All right. Thank you, Patrick and Noemi. And yeah, really happy to see 29 counties represented. Now, like Patrick said, we kind of have this down for the most part. We've been doing this for a while, and feel like some really good thinkers in the room. As far as today, though, we've got from now until lunch. We got lunch at 11:30, and we'll do a little public comment period after that. And then starting at 2 o'clock, we'll have our regional asset tier presentations, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. So we have from now until then basically to conduct the business of the main UORG grant. And so, Patrick, do you want to maybe, does everybody have a copy of this?
Oh, yeah. So I guess as usual, we have 210 applications this year, which is all we ever had. So as the help expedite, we have our function block sheets. So just a number of legal examples, right? We're looking at this one is like green and yellow, a lot of different opportunities, top third, average and above, just different combinations, each graph kind of broke out. So
that's the one with the green lines and the yellow lines. These are just some breakdowns and groupings that Patrick put together as far as percentage funded, percent rural. So you can refer to that. But with that, we'll jump right in. We can start anywhere we want to start.
I said let's go to the mini grants.
All right, let's start with mini grants. Let's do it. Got a little long sheet.
Just getting warmed up here, Jason. Tell me if I'm not turned up. I moved that those top three that all recommend higher recommendation. Get a quick 30-second report on each one of them, and then move forward.
Okay. So I think that's good. We'll go ahead that way. The first three on the mini grant, starting with let's see, Cache County Hospital, Greenville Elementary Canal Trail, and it's me. That's Jake.
Yeah, Cache County's looking to do a little connector trail as part of the BST. It's a pretty small ask, 55,000 with a 1-to-1 match. Very straightforward.
Is that on the mini grants? Or
Yep. So yeah, just look at the title at the top of all of the numerous spreadsheets you've got with mini grants at the top.
How you got the rest of the paper? I just can't do it.
What?
I'm old. It gives me anxiety watching this.
We have by county and evaluators. Do they all have mini grant up at the top?
That's the one that's, it's on the bottom.
I had to like highlight the ones that I
Okay.
had. you know,
It's like the whole
like,
purplish lavender.
Okay, got it.
The one heater, 'cause there's
what do I?
Got it, thank you. This, so anyone that's got the bluish, purplish lines is mini grants? Yeah, it looks like it. Thank you for color coding.
Yes. Yeah, so Nicole, Nicole has recommended that as we do, what is termed as substantive voting, or substantive actions, that we do a roll call vote on them. So we'll do a roll call vote quite a bit today. And yeah, just, there are 2 sheets for mini grant. Both of them have this kind of lavenderish color to them. One of them is organized by score, one of them is organized by county. So, with that, Lance,
So I guess the one I'm looking at is organized by score.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that kind of threw me off on Jacob's report because the top 3 I'm looking at. would be-
I was looking in alphabetical order.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
So my motion is the top 3 scores, you all have a high recommendation, which would be Utah State Parks, Easy Dog, Hobble Creek, and Park City Historical Society. Move them forward with just a quick report.
Okay,
Second bet.
all right. Well, I don't know that we necessarily need to do a motion. I think we can just take recommendations and have a discussion in that way, a little bit less formal. Not taking any action, but,
So that's my ask is to get a quick report on those 3 and then move forward.
so, we can proceed that way. Russ?
Yes,
You're
I'm
up
up
first.
first.
Do you have, anything on this Easy Dock swim platform?
I just like the fact that we have something from, you know, our state parks and this is an area where that part of the world recreates, you know, so I gave it full high score. So, I mean, there's really not much to say. There's snorkeling there and swim dock, but it's just one of the easiest ones. I wanted to say, yeah, it's not a lot of money.
Yeah, I also evaluated this one and, yeah, there's also, I don't know, a bit of a public safety element to this one as well. It makes
Oh, that's
sense.
right.
Safer for people to swim in that area.
This is the one that they had the area.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and then, Hobble Creek Ice Association.
I got that one. So they are asking for 30 grand and it's to connect Hobble Creek to Springville, the trail system there, a lot of the high schools use. And by doing so, they say there's triple the amount of mileage, trails available to use out there.
High return on the investment. And then, Park City Historical Society, Friends of Ski Mountain Mining.
That's me.
Tracy.
They're requesting a little over 29,000 to develop a tourism program to bring focus on Park City's mining history. 7.5 mile self-guided loop that starts from the Park City Museum, and then an option to utilize chairlift at the download of the vehicle hiking route, like a really good plan of signage and audio tour options to be able to focus on.
Okay. High scores and all high in terms of the recommended funding. So. Oh, thank you, Tara. Appreciate that. So, Lance, if you want to put that in the form of a motion of next actions on those 3 projects.
Yeah, let's move those forward to the next round for consideration.
Okay. Motion is to move the Utah State Parks, Hobble Creek Bicycle, and Park City Historical Society projects onto our list of those to approve. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second by Aaron O'Brien. And so we'll do a roll call vote.
Okay. Jason Kirk,
Aye.
Scott Strong.
Aye.
Evan Glenn.
No voting.
Okay, that's right. And you guys see, okay, Cameron Dill.
Aye.
Lincoln Schurz.
Aye.
Jordan Washburn.
Aye.
Tom Adams. Aye. Des Barker.
Yep.
Lance Cyrus. Jeffrey Rosenwood. Tracy Meyer. Aaron O'Brien. Jake Desloria.
Gloria, yeah, aye.
Mike McCandless isn't here. Is Tammy Pearson online? Okay. Russell said.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, rule that passes unanimously. We'll add those three onto our list, those to approve. Sticking with mini grants, are there any others that anybody wants to bring up or any block that we want to move forward with?
I move we consider that anything that has a too high recommendations above 20.
Okay, so anything scoring above 20 that has too high? Okay, so that would be 1, 2, 3 of them. The Cache County one, Utah Open Lands one, and Utah State Parks Green River Disc Golf.
And I would like to ask that we include the Far West City application in that because I defaulted to medium for most of them. So.
Okay, so that is a substitute motion.
Yes.
That we have those that have a too high above the score of 20 plus the Far West City.
And I'll second that.
Okay. So let's, all in favor of hearing from each of those, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll go ahead then. With that, Erin, you want to start us off with Far West City?
Sure. This is a project that's been in the works. They faced issues because they put it out to bid and then the company that they awarded the bid to got bought out and prices dramatically changed. So they're kind of halfway through a lot of this. It's shovel ready. And basically they're making a pond, ADA accessible so that people, with, using assisted, mobility devices can actually take advantage of it. They've also got quite a bit of donated components. So companies that are willing to step up and help out with this project. So the only drawback that I see with it at all is that they had their letters of support were just a couple of community members instead of any kind of like organizations that were using it. But it does sound like this is a site that's already fairly heavily used. So it's just expanding access.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Or any of the other evaluators want to add? All right, then we'll go to the Cache Valley Hospital, Greenville Elementary Canal Trail. Jake?
Nope, up again. Cache County's requesting 25K to it's part of kind of they've been working on the Bonneville Shoreline Trail kind of system within that area. This is just a 2,000-foot connector on 10 feet. Seemed like a pretty straightforward ask. My only kind of hiccups about it was just kind of whether it was shovel ready, whether all the planning was kind of in place. 'Cause, yeah, I know they've had some issues with contractors and other things. So.
Okay, anything else on that one? Any questions, clarification?
There was one low recommendation. I don't know if anybody wants to.
That's what I was just gonna add, the same thing, Des.
See if there was something.
Say that low and we, you know what? Maybe it was me and I don't remember.
Obviously, nobody has any strong feelings.
There you go, yeah.
I mean, the score is what it is.
Yeah.
Is what it is. If nobody has any, I don't want to call out people that scored something low, unless they really have some strong feelings on it.
You can judge.
It's not fun, it's just a little.
Right. Yep. All right, well, the next one then, Bonanza Flat Conservation Area, Utah Open Lands. Cameron?
Yeah, I was the lead on this one, and it was for two reasons. One, I wrote down, one I didn't. The reason I didn't write down was recognizing how many applications we have and how little money there is comparably, I only funded high at about 30% of what I did. So people are not, so kind of same thing. But I was trying to find, even with these small ones, reasons to distinguish between the high, mediums, and lows. That said, it's $8,000 and it's signage. That's all it is. Just signage for a highly trafficked area, an area that's had a lot of public and community investment. So I asked myself, with all the money that's come into Bonanza Flats, do they need state money too? And then do we want to set the precedent of just funding standalone signage projects because there's signage needs all over the state? That said, it's only $8,000, and those are my two big policy questions. The project itself is solid and worthy of consideration.
But I was one of the other evaluators, and I think I tipped towards the high because we've put money into Bonanza Flats. And knowing the problems that they've got up there with high visitation, people going off trail and degrading, there's a bunch of water quality issues that have risen up there by people going in areas that they didn't know what they were doing. That's why the signage seemed to make some sense to me.
Is that just below garden?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm good funding it. I was in the meeting because I wanted to raise those 2 points.
And if it wasn't the project that we've already put into, I'd say maybe the signage thing is a concern, but where we put money in it, and it probably should have been on the original ask.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's kind of, there's two sides to that coin. I think it's good for us to analyze all of these through the lens of, protecting the investment we've already made, and enhancing it, but also encouraging people to be thoughtful in their initial project asks. But all right, anything else on that one? I also scored it to, I think it's agree with everything that has been said. All right, next one is the Green River Disc Golf Course. And you remember about that one, Lincoln?
I'm trying to pull it up here. I thought it was a decent project. I'm just kind of like Cameron. There were a lot of these projects that I had a hard time deciding to have them in the budget. So I was a little bit more discreet on the ones that I gave my rankings to. But in terms of a rural project, it's kind of unique to the area. I always want to look at economic impact. I don't know how much economic impact most of these are going to have in all candor. But generally speaking, I thought it was a decent project if we had a fun spec.
Yeah, I would agree.
I don't want to speak too much out of context, but I will say the economic impact of the golf tournaments the disc golf tournaments that they have at Green River State Park are impactful for the community. It's amazing how many people they bring in for a golf tournament. And they talked about in one weekend, the economic value to the hotels and the restaurants in the area was like $10,000. Maybe that doesn't seem like a lot in some areas, but for Green River, that's very impactful.
And it's generally what age group? It's usually younger.
I'm not sure what the
Generation.
demographics are. I think it's actually pretty broad, but
So 1, 2, 3. So that's an additional 4 that we've discussed. Any other questions on any of those?
I just had a question. I'm sorry. We said that we were gonna move the 20 and above, but we didn't do the Bristol.
That was my question. Dennis, did you mean that 20 above included the Brian Head Town versus home farm?
I think I did say 20 and above.
Yeah, we didn't.
Probably.
Put that in the group, so we probably ought to.
Which
motion we moved that one with this group.
The score is 20. It's Evan Glenn, Brian Head, and
Brian Head Town.
because it scored
20.
20.
Yeah. I should have asked that one.
Yep, nope, that was made clear in the motion. I just didn't make it clear when I listed them off, so. Yeah, Brian Head Town, Bristlecone Pond dock expansion. And Evan.
Essentially, it is what it is. They're looking to expand their dock 3 times of what its current is and adjust the ramp to the dock the ramp would have to be shortened to expand the dock, and I didn't quite understand how that could potentially impact accessibility. Shorter ramp was probably a steeper ramp. And I do not recall that they mentioned how that would be addressed with the accessibility factor. Because of that, and based on the same reasons, I put most of mine high and low this year. I tried to stay out of the middle ground. I rank this as a low project.
Okay. All right, so I believe that's all of them in that grouping.
No, because it didn't have two in the grant.
Didn't have two.
That was, there was a complex.
I can't make a motion, but I'm wondering if we can include that one.
So, yeah, that was part of my question. Something for those of you that scored medium, because I mean, I did that on a number where like, it's not a clearly high for me, it's sort of a bubble. So if any of those that are in that breakdown that they got two mediums that feel like we need to be discussing them. Yeah. I think
It seems like that's gonna be a theme.
Yeah.
Well, and I feel like that's a little bit qualitative, high, medium, and low, so I think going by the scores is probably a better indicator of the quality of the project, so I like to include the rest of those in the discussion, and then possibly move forward to say.
All right, so then we'll hear three more of them, starting with 27th Street Trailhead User Accessories. So this is Trails Foundation of Northern Utah, existing trail, and things like the repair stations and benches, things like that for cyclists to use that trailhead, and it's enhancing the trailhead. I don't remember if I scored it high or medium, but wasn't any reason to not fund it. I think it was a well put together application, and certainly would make things better there. If anybody else has anything on that one, there's a map showing with the layout. The parking with this too, I can't remember.
I was one of the evaluators on it too. I'm trying to seems like there was parking that they were doing. There was some additional parking that they were doing on their own. The application.
Dog, water stations, benches, tables, and bike repairs. Okay. Then let's see. Next one would be Eccles Wildlife Center Rail Trail. Let's see.
Yeah, this is at Division of Wildlife Resources, like nature center, focused on birds. It is improving the site for people with low or no vision. So a rope fence that can lead people out, rail signs, and then some audio like listening to bird calls and things like that. And to me, that's we focus a lot more on like physical mobility in terms of accessibility, because we're really focusing on that you know, blind or low vision, and I thought that was a really great thing to focus on.
To my knowledge, it's the first one. It would be the first one.
Yeah, if you look around the country at big wildlife centered destinations like this, there's quite a bit in terms of auditory enhancements for people with vision impairment. So that's really good. Utah's Buffalo Soldier Heritage Trail Project, Tom.
Yeah, I can't recall that time, so I'm through my some of the notes, but this is a trail project in Shane. It have good state and federal support. The applicant is SHPO, so the State Historical Preservation Office, which was interesting to me to see that, but they have been great partners in other projects and supporting roles on the other projects. It seems like the main focus was to celebrate the history of the Black American soldier who served throughout Utah, and it's a phased project, which wasn't very clear. And I don't know anybody else that was on this and maybe can speak to it, but I can't seem to remember the number of miles it tells and stuff like that. But again, a small grant in Duchesne County that probably hasn't done very many grants. The grants for this entire
So I evaluated this one as well. I kind of had the same thoughts, and at times it was like, they're obviously trying to fit a little bit of a square peg around hole because it is a historic preservation, but there's some trails that go to monuments and things like that. So it's kind of bending it just a little bit to make this work. But it seemed like there was some outdoor recreation elements, and because it was a small ask, I said medium, but I scored it where it was because I thought, well, for the size of the ask, I don't feel bad coming in.
Personally, I've been just fascinated with some of the new information coming out on Buffalo Soldiers, the history here in the state of Utah, and just history as it relates to outdoor recreation. History makes outdoor recreation more meaningful. And I think there's an easy connection to make there, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah. That is another 8 projects that we've heard from in that block. Any other questions, comments, or clarifications on any of those?
I was clarification, everything I think you did right now is 23.33 all the way down to the second one. Is that right?
Right. Yeah. So all the 20 and above.
Anything 20 and above. Yep. So that
I'm a loudmouth. Let's advance those 8 to the next round for consideration, and then maybe leave the other ones on the bottom alone and move on to a different section.
Second. Okay. Motion is we move forward with those 8.
Always have to have a good second when you're loud mouth.
Any discussion to that motion? If not, we'll go for a roll call vote.
Okay, Jason.
Aye.
Scott.
Aye.
Evan. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, Cameron. Lincoln. Jordan.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Des. Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Jake.
Aye.
And Russell.
Aye.
Okay.
All right, we'll get that motion passes unanimously, and we'll, so that's 11 projects, anything scoring 20 or higher on mini grants. We'll move forward on our list of those to approved. Okay, entertain any further motions either on mini grant. I think maybe, actually, no, you said let's move on and you done with
That's
mini
what the
grants?
motion is.
We got to cut something, and I think we're just going to for more money to figure
Not that
out.
we
how
can't
to
come
spend
back to it, but
Real quick, look, can I just, this is the second time Camp K has put in the same proposal. Can we give them some more feedback maybe?
I think we have been doing that quite a bit. Can you offer a little insight?
I didn't have that one this year, but.
I did, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe they didn't do.
It's specifically inspiring and awesome. Usually, we've done business with them. We're pretty much like, please talk to us before you submit, please talk to us before you submit. And we never talk to them. We actually, these kind of blanket rejected a number that's worth, not even worth details. So we got very desperately trying.
Yes, we have put in efforts there. I scored this one last year and this year. Did not honestly see a lot of change in the quality of the application. All right, so we are setting aside for the moment, not excluding any of those remaining on the mini grant. But we'll set those aside and move on to something else.
We go on to community parks and recreation.
Okay, jump right into CPR, pickleball time. All right, we can do that.
So, there's a lot of me. I think everybody is, please, I don't know if everybody was, but I was almost how many parks applications.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
And it feels to me like we've got it set. To be honest with you, I think we got to set a dollar amount that we're reserving for this, or we've got to cut it off and then be able to come back and see how things score after we do after we hear the big regional asset users and some other good one.
Well, if I can, you all approved $2 million over options, and when you use $2 million for it. And then please ask, I would love to prioritize today, let's talk about some questions that are getting, this program that the first iteration, but I definitely would love to hear some feedback.
I want to piggyback on what both of them are just saying before we get into the specific projects, is we have the opportunity right now to set some precedent. And I think before we jump into the project and set dollar amount, let's just to quickly discuss as a group what we want to accomplish out of these things. A couple of quick thoughts just to get started there is, as I was reviewing these, was trying to distinguish between these are my terms, these aren't technical terms, but the difference between like a community asset that is focused on, say, a neighborhood versus something that's more of a regional draw. And then by extension, Lincoln referenced the economic impact earlier. That was one of the core principles of this fund when it was first created, Tom, back in the day. And so I was also looking at these CPRs of, will the creation of this park or the partnership with this park be some sort of regional draw that facilitates economic development in some form or fashion, which could just be the change of the land use planning in the area. And I think a perfect example of this is where we're sitting right now. You look at this area 10 years ago versus this area today, and the partnership with the state has really helped to be a catalyst for lots of housing and transportation connectivity and economic development, and it's a regional draw. Now it's different than the CPRs, but I think that's part of the question on the precedent. And then my other precedent question for us is, I read a lot of applications that were shade structures or irrigation upgrades, or my favorite things like bathrooms and parking lots. And so how much do we want to set a precedent that we're going to be funding the nuts and bolts of these parks, or is that something we say that's not the state's role, that's the local government's role, and I say that as representative of local government units. That's your responsibility, but we will help you be able to build a park that you otherwise couldn't build by yourself. And I'll end that with this one example. We meet with our members throughout the year. And a couple of years ago, we were meeting with what we refer to as our rapid growth communities, and they were relaying to us how difficult it was for them. Just so you know what I'm talking about the Harrimans and the Saratogas and those types of communities, how difficult it was for them as cities to pay the land prices that were necessary to plan for open space and parks in their high growth areas. So you think about the city leaders of yesteryear that set aside the land for Liberty Park and Pioneer Park and Sugar House Park when the prison relocated. That is harder and harder to do now because of how expensive land is and how expensive it is to put together those regional parks. And if you just look at a map of the Wasatch Front, you'll see the bigger parks are more concentrated in the older areas. It's harder to do those bigger parks in the newer areas because of cost. To me, that's a precedent issue where we can say, how can the state partner with local governments to create these large-scale regional parks that they otherwise couldn't do on their own? So those are some policy ideas to get us started before we start looking through projects.
Echo. I think there was a distinction from here that I was trying to make, which was, is this regional or is this the neighborhood park that you're in, you should be paying for because there's been development in the area? And there were several projects that it's like, okay, this is your little neighborhood park. I get you need a park, but that's why you have impact fees. Use your impact fees to pay for your parks. Whereas if it's actually a regional park, I think that's a little bit different distinction. And then I know this is probably new for some on the committee, but counties and cities have different tools. Counties don't have impact fees, so they can't charge a park impact fee. Cities do, so they have the ability to have other funding mechanisms to pay for those parks, and there's communities. I'm not trying to create too big of a distinction there, but recognizing communities have different tools, and we should make sure they're availing themselves of those tools. We'll be asking for money here as well.
And do counties have access to like RAP taxes and things like that?
They do have access to RAP taxes, but it's pretty strictly limited as to what they can use those taxes for.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can give you like the type of context of this program as well, for sharing that. So when I wrote this application, and a lot of it I was basing off of the work that I had been primarily for our statewide comprehensive recreation plan, which really focused on parks and a lot of those kind of ideals. So many of you may notice some of the respondents and the applications kind of repeated the same thing over and over again, because it's kind of tough to talk about the community input you did when you were scoring that, And so again, full disclosure, I kind of wrote the application almost for that ideal project, for that regional asset that they are talking about community connection, talking about like sustainable landscaping and a lot of these things. And so I think that's gonna be something that we'll definitely look at next year, so how am I gonna fill this application for this, what we are looking for. And then the other difficulty that I might anticipate is, we have a few applications for regardless of this one, we're doing, they're applying at the same site. They're plus our rides matching and CDR site matching, so they're not leveraging the same sources, they're not matching the funds, but it's the same site. And it became a little difficult, because we'll fund a paved trail through a park. But now with CPR, how did I interpret that? And I don't know if I gave it quite enough thought. We're really anticipate what we're seeing here, but I think in the future, we really do want to restrict applications to one site and one application, and really define if there's a paved trail through a park, like should we put that through CPR or is that something that we could often through so a lot of considerations, but I'm really excited to get your input on it.
And I kind of feel like some of the past decisions made about outdoor classrooms might be appropriate here. We would see a lot of applications, so it's like, okay, this is really just for like this organization, as opposed to, oh, you have a lot of different partners. Even if it's just right there, that are going to be utilizing this, even if the proposal and the maintenance is being handled by a specific entity. And I feel like I also look for that here now.
The good news is though, we have 2 million that is set aside, we have 13 million requests. So I think hopefully out of that, we can really identify $2 million of great funds for great projects that do kind of meet what our ideal objectives.
Well, I think this is a good conversation to have, is what is a great project? Some of this came out of a conversation that Cameron and I had with GOEO and communities being quote unquote underparked. I personally, I emphasize, higher scores for projects that had high community engagement. We know that there's, it's something that the residents have expressed a need for or support. Something that is a new addition or a major revitalization of something that's basically non-functional anymore. And then of course the economic development piece of it. So I'd be really interested to hear more, Cameron and Lincoln, really on the local community perspective. What do you hear? What do you view as what is the greatest return on the investment, and what should we be counting as a good project?
I also look at the legislature who ultimately ends up kind of funding these things. Some of the ones that I looked at were, I guess you call them restoration projects, where it's like we needed a new slide in the park. Like, really? That's what the state's paying for, is a new slide in the park? I just don't see that as really the state's role. If you're going to build a park, you have to have a maintenance budget associated with that. And I know it's kind of a hard line to delineate, because with restoration project, we have a whole category of restoration projects versus paying for park equipment that's 20 years old in this park. Like, guys, that's your job.
Along those same lines, Lincoln, I kind of felt like when I scored my projects this way, that if they neglected it for the last 30 years and they got to rebuild it, what are they going to do with our money now? I new slide, I new swing set, and they're going to neglect it.
That's my point as well. I just don't know if that's our role to be restoring old park equipment.
I found myself struggling with the same thing. Is it restoration, or is it the 110-degree sun that wears out equipment faster in Utah, right? I've looked at some of these grants, like, are they failing at maintenance and are they going to fail again? Or does it really just need to replace and they need to update to new standards and other things? And that's where I really struggled. I flashed back to some college classes about building parks and impact areas. And I was like, I don't know anything about this. Like, I felt like I was so underqualified scoring a park system or a pickleball court. I was like, I don't know what makes it good. I don't know what they cost. And one county says it's 250,000, another county says it's 100,000. I got to admit, I felt pretty unqualified scoring those. So
I would say for a lot of those grants too, I struggled with, but one of the things that I came to a conclusion of when I saw the project. So I'm seeing pictures of the projects and I'm seeing these rural areas who oftentimes don't have the funding to, like you're talking about, even maintain a park. But then I also thought about the governor's Built Here initiative, where he wants to have, the idea or concept is to have parks within a 10-minute walking distance. of any community member. And I feel very blessed for where I live and that I have that opportunity. And then I look at these rural areas who, again, likely don't have access to the funding that some of the larger cities and counties have. And so I use that as a big factor as to why I voted higher on them. You know, I'll be honest with you, Lincoln, some of the restroom renovations or the ballpark stuff, my first inclination is that is something the local community should take care of themselves. But then I thought, this is another avenue that we can help them. And everyone I said, you know, if they've got community involvement and community support, which is either their own funding or in-kind funding, I guess I was more empathetic to those requests. So just maybe a little bit of a different perspective.
Much like the potential of recreation grant, you know, we have a wonderful network here. So if this is something where you like 37 evaluations this year, you know, we have an awesome committee with the participation. You know, so we do have the opportunity if we want to put this with a different committee for you all to have that on. So it's a big consideration.
I would look at the match as well. Like that was a big factor for me. It's like, okay, you're asking 200 grand, but you're matching it 5 to 1. I'm gonna look at that a little differently.
Yeah.
You're asking for something substantially less than that. So there, I mean, yeah. A lot of factors.
Can I also add that other states do fund parks in their own funding? I can think of Arkansas for one, Colorado, State, many others, because I do feel like this is kind of a child's first opportunity to have access to green space, leading. It's kind of like that entry level to outdoor recreation for a lot of nobody's had. So out there.
So my quick summary of this discussion, which has been awesome, is my organization is a big supporter of including CPR in this fund. This is our first go around with it, so we're saying, and even Scott, the point you were just making for a small town park in rural Utah, that small town park is still a regional draw for the communities around it, and if they can't do it on their own, that's a different conversation about a state partnership than one that's on the Wasatch Front. So maybe the simple way just to frame this from a principal perspective, we dive into evaluation, just is it a park plus? So are we providing the plus, and that plus could be the economic development piece, the plus could be that the match is terrific, the plus could be they can't do it on their own, it's a regional draw, but that could be the framework that we look at these, so we set the precedent so that when Patrick and team go out next year, and when we report back to the legislature, we have a good story to tell of here's how the state is partnering with these local governments to enhance these facilities, which in turn is going to have this additional outcome, whether that's more housing, whether that's economic development, whatever it is, it's a parks plus perspective. And whether we fund 10 projects or 1 project or anything in between, that gives you something to work with for next year.
Yeah, really, that would also.
Yeah.
I have just one more. Oh, sorry.
Quick, Jeff.
Oh, just, I think Tracy and I probably represent the ADA part of this a lot, since that's what we do. And I think I see some of the ADA projects and it's like, well, of course, you know, you want to do it. But I'm surprised by how many of them are so narrowly focused. You know, you'll have something that's a swing, you know, and it's accessible. But most of the people I work with can't even access a swing. And so there's a lot more to what makes an ADA park an ADA park. And so
we're filled with woodsheds, which
you couldn't actually get that to the swing. Yeah.
So there's a tendency when I look at it, of course I want to rate it high, but I think there's a lot we could do education wise too to help people understand what a full ADA kind of engagement would look like for these parks and projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, just looking back with the comment that Aaron made and some of the discussion about where some of the funding sources are. A lot of the urban counties fund a lot of their parks and rec budgets out of the restaurant tax. And in rural counties, you don't have that many restaurants. So that's where I also there's opportunities where, and it's not all the sources for it, but residents spend the majority of restaurant tax, and where you've got high concentration of residents, you're going to see a lot more flexibility. That all goes to the county level, it doesn't go to the cities while they've got impact funds. So that's where I sort of was, there's other opportunities to be helping out with parks and young incorporated portions of counties, except for in rural, there just aren't that many restaurants to generate the kind of revenue that they need.
Well, and going back to Tom's comment too, I too looked at this through, much of a city parks lens as I could, but I will admit as well, a little bit unqualified myself. And so to kind of Patrick's remark earlier, this may be something that for next year, because I think what we have now, we've done really well with what we have. It's very complex, far more complex than I would have initially guessed. But it may be worth, I would like to hear your feedback on for next year. Do we want to have a subcommittee that does similar work to what we have from some of our other subcommittees to make things narrowed down and a little bit more narrow expertise in terms of active, city park. We could, I think that adaptability would be a good element to have, but to build something like that, I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
I like that idea.
I think Jason, only I would say on a selfish front, we lose control of some of those dollars, right? If we give
somebody else.
Well, yes, no, they are only recommending to us.
So
It comes to, it's a,
okay.
Yeah, so we would, it's similar to what we just did with ROI. We could even just rubber stamp it, or we could ask this other body to recommend to us the highest priorities, and then we could take an analysis and they kind of knock the bottom off.
That's a great idea.
I love that idea. I think something like that would be worth looking at anyway. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on it. There are 28 pickleball. So I think, again, Patrick, you did a great job of building what we currently have based on what we knew and what we had to work with. We'll learn a ton. Just getting the applications themselves has taught us a whole lot. So we'll have a whole lot of additional insights and a process that will probably make it a little easier next year. But hey, here we are today. Where could we start? What I guess we could take this one by one. If there is a project that really fits, I know Cam might be interested in, and Lincoln too, especially from you guys' perspective, or any that really stood out to you in the grouping that you had for that meet what we feel our intent should be. What's going on? Or anybody else for that matter.
Like maybe start at the top, go down through and advocate until we run out of $2 million. And
That's
stop.
a good idea.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just, there's no, we've allocated that kind of money. Obviously, the ask is a lot more, and I don't know. That's my thought. Okay. So why don't we start at number one then with Sharon Town?
That's me. So one of the things that I was looking at when we were having this discussion is some of these smaller towns just don't have the funding. And this one, the school took the old school playground and donated it to the city because the city doesn't have a park. So this was a no-brainer to me. Small town, Pusharen's tiny, but they're reusing, to some of the people's points before, they're reusing some equipment that they took care of. So I loved it.
That's a good all around.
I think that's another criteria. How well have they maintained what they do? Okay. Anything else on that one?
Is somebody keeping track of the totals, Patrick or Dwayne?
Somebody is way above our pay grade.
You'll ring a bell when it gets to $2 million.
Bring it back. But maybe when we hit, I don't know, when we get close.
Tell us we're getting close.
No, I think maybe once we get down to maybe 2/3 of the way down this front page, we'll evaluate and see where we're at.
It's helpful, block funding, you can have programs, you can actually see what the students should be coming. What's the top, how much is that going to be? And then just
That's right, you did that work for us, huh? Very good.
Easily accessible, the one with the green, I don't know where it is, but yeah. We all need a table this time.
Hold on here, I've got mine up.
So why don't we can we do that though? Can we just, where is, if we were to just say right now, for example, but if the request amount, we met $2 million, where would we be? How far down would that go?
And how many rural counties get hit? Who haven't been plentiful for?
Yeah.
That's what we have all the counties represented, frankly, is the exception.
Looks like if you're down to about line 39 or 40 on the sheet.
0.8, but. There's some.
And the Gunnison Community Sports, that puts it just over 2 mil.
That's it?
Yeah. From 39 or 40, we put up, that's pretty close.
What? Oh, 39 or 40 down. And
So what is that score level?
Maybe I'm doing math.
30.
I run out of money on Sigurd Town.
on Sigurd.
Well, maybe it's Minden. It's the next line. Minden City.
Okay,
So
so.
that requested amount column.
That's, yeah, we don't get very far.
I think.
If you just see the top ones, you don't debate them or anything like that.
Yeah, that's,
You run out of money on Minden City lines.
okay, yeah, that's not a time. So, okay, that's good to know. Do we want to keep going then and just continue down the list? Scott? Springdale?
You want me to cover that one really quick?
Yeah, tell us what you remember about George A. Barker River Park.
So this is a little city park that I don't know if anybody has been to Zion recently, but it's off on the right side as you go up there. And really it's used as an overflow to help entertain people when they're at the hotels and the restaurants. So they get a lot of traffic in the area. It's one of those things where I thought it was a very nice amenity, not only for the visitors in the area, but also for the community, especially in the off season. So it was one that I rated highly.
Okay. Anything else on that one?
Oh, and just one other important note, I think the total project was 1.5 million and their ask is 200,000.
I evaluated this one as well, Scott, and you know, I like the fact that they're even though they're eligible to ask for more money, they live it themselves. They're getting some money from the county, from the community, and this is one of those where, you know, if you look at hotel tax funds, a major portion of these grants, and I think Springdale, you know, the kind of TRT they generate, I think they deserve this asset.
Can I just ask a question? So just looking at the chart, this is town of Springdale, right? There's two high scores, but there's not a third score. So is it only being judged on the two scores? And
This might have been one of the ones that I messed up on. I will admit that there was a few scores that I did not record, and this might have been one of them. So, but I scored it, you know, about as high as I could because I thought it was a great project. So I think that's me. Yeah, it is me.
as long as you're confirming it's a high score, right?
It's yeah.
I think looking.
It was one of my better.
I think looking at that, that funding priority score is going to only be limited usefulness for us today, especially, I mean, we had a couple of people that either didn't do it or mistakenly left it off. Plus, it's also, as we've discussed before, very subjective. So if you have actual concerns of why you voted it low, you can remember those, bring those up. Other than that, I think that funding priority, those columns there have some use for us, but not a ton. So
my point is that it impacts the score, not necessarily the red, yellow, green, but if only two people rated 40 and Lance came through and said, really, it was a 10, right? So I think
Maybe he scored it. He just didn't put that bullet point.
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't even. Oh, gotcha.
That's because you're always seeing.
It's very embarrassing that I didn't put some of them in the system, but it is exactly where I scored it. So
I think to Jason's point, as long as people are speaking up, I think that makes sense.
yeah. So we'll take our time as we don't want to move too fast through them, but Springdale overall sounds like it hits the mark as far as what we discussed.
Especially in like economic impact, because I mean, everything is economic impact in Springdale, let's be honest.
Yeah, the demand is high.
Mhm.
Borderville, Lincoln?
Yeah, so again, these are where it's difficult. Kind of my evaluator comments was, I thought it was a decent match, rural project, it was multi-sport, so it was kind of allowed for different opportunities. So if there is a contemplated plan, in terms of the project weakness, I did say, I couldn't really clearly understand if this was just phase one of the project and there are going to be multi-phases to the project. This is the outline they provided, a pretty robust outline, but then it seemed like they were focusing on one element of it, at least at the time being. And so my only caution was maybe a little bit better understanding of what their expectations for your participation in future phases, so that we can kind of know what we're buying going into this. There's an anticipation that you're going to be coming back for the future project. I did rank it as high. Again, I think to the point that Scott brought up earlier, rural project, they had great partnerships, you know, pretty substantial match for the town of Borderville. So from that standpoint, it looks pretty appealing to me, but yeah, and it's all predicated on how much money we have to spend. Is this the high priority?
I also reviewed this and similarly, yeah, and it is a phased project. What I was really responding to was that multiple community partners had fundraising for it, and I see that this has a lot of community support. Small rural town without other opportunities, so.
Yeah, I think there's a line clearly in here somewhere that is heavily engaged community partners, lots of partnerships, and then someone that's trying to do this on their own, leveraging grant money like the best they know how.
I was the third scorer, and this was the highest one I scored in this category. The other thing I'll add to these two is they also talked about investing in this will allow them to attract tournaments that they couldn't do otherwise, and the tournaments can bring an opportunity. So, you know, it fit the Parks Plus.
Right. Tournaments of numerous different types. I mean, I think a lot of these pickleball ones talked about we could have tournaments, but it's just pickleball. So this has multiple different sports / activities, high match value, high engagement on the community level. It's all about.
And also this is going to hit in that East Zion area that's getting further developed now by Zion and Zion Forever, and in partnership with one of the partners on this project. And so I think that in terms of future impact, we're talking about, you know, tourists and a broader impact than just the local community. You know, maybe not today, but 10 years from now, definitely.
Yeah. All right. Morgan City's Riverside Ball Field restoration. Lincoln again. And if there's anybody else that scored this one too that remembers anything right off the bat, feel free to speak up on it.
I put this as a medium impact. To me, kind of the zone where I guess there would be some visual impact to the ball fields. It seemed pretty localized in terms of the total impact of the application that they said they anticipate about 200 people in just the area of Little League teams. Limited economic impact. I didn't see a lot of tournament activity associated with that administration. Again, this was a little bit, I had such a hard time with these because I was trying to understand how we can help some of these small communities that just don't have the resources for this. And so they're trying to have some measure of how this is going to change the landscape of recreation. This one was kind of a, if we have money, great. If not, probably immediate impact for me.
Morgan, I know they're a unique county with their lower public lands, some great state parks there. Make a huge draw. Have the Forest Service draw ELM lands. Tooele County Parks and Rec, Energy Solutions Aquatic Center rebuild. Betsy?
Yeah. So if you're all familiar with Tooele, I know you are.
Yeah.
It's a TV complex that's sort of out a little bit of ways from the community, but they've really been trying to renovate that center and make it more of a regional draw. So this is revamping the pool there, and it's a $15 million project. So they're asking for 200. So huge match, but also do they need the 200,000? I don't know. you know, they really made the case for, you know, this will ease congestion at the Tooele pool. A lot of kids will be able to come out here and use this. And I do want to situate this in terms of the regional asset tier. I also reviewed their request, and we'll get a presentation on that, but they are asking for a regional asset tier for a perimeter trail. This to me is more of a regional asset. This is a big draw. The perimeter trail is kind of a nice bonus for people who are already there for other reasons. So it just important to maybe think of those two kind of together. This to me, it's the regional draw. And you know more.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to this. So this is definitely a regional asset. That facility was already there. Unfortunately, it wasn't built correctly the first time. So now we're they're right in the middle of it. And so they're going to get this thing. In fact, it's supposed to open next year. And, but I thought we gave money for the trail last year, as I remember. I do keep tabs of the stuff that's in my backyard, so.
Here when they present, a little bit different.
Okay, all right. But yeah, I will say this is definitely a regional, and it needs to be done. And they're not asking for a ton. They're putting a bunch of money into it.
Yeah, they're just asking for 200,000 at the $15 million total project. High match.
Yeah.
All right, Lake Down, Henry Early Park Playground. Another one that Lincoln reviewed. I also reviewed this one.
Lincoln's got a lot of those top ones. He's pretty generous.
This is the Lake Town one.
Yeah.
This is where I also have a hard time with scoring criteria, because when it says, what are your points on the supporting materials? It's kind of like, well, yeah, you check the box, I'll give you my points, but it doesn't necessarily mean I love the project. I said small community serving a large visitor population, community need is large with limited tax base and resources to support locally. While it is limited impact, it seems like a highly localized project. It is a large visitor population that they do serve, so I thought that there was some guidance with that. In the decision rationale, I put it as medium. I said, is this our role? Community is the poster child of a visitor economy, limited tax base to support the assets needed for the area. But does this really meet kind of the role of the committee in terms of what we should or shouldn't be funding?
Yeah, I also scored this one, and I guess one of my questions was, and more than just this one, but is this something that is serving primarily the community, or is it also an economic impact thing for tourists? I just don't know. I visit Bear Lake a lot. I don't know if I would have ever taken my kids to a city park.
That was my point. It's like, I go up there several times a year, and I've never been to a city park, but I'm sure there are some people that may take their kids over the playground.
Well, and I was a third evaluator, and that was my exact rationale, because every time we go to Bear Lake, my kids end up playing at the Garden City playground, because they're better in the Lake Town playgrounds. And Garden City just built a second playground, a new playground at the older park that accesses the beach. And that both parks are always full with kids. So if I was just looking at the project, basically I agree with everything Lincoln was saying. Is this the state's role? And then I took a step back and said, but for this area with the tens of thousands of people, does it actually help? So similar to Lincoln, like I scored it high, but with these same policy questions. But I do take my kids to the parks that go. Well, my kids are younger than your kids.
My kids would be the ones that are drinking beer in the car.
Location as well on this. I mean, this is not going to be in town.
Too soon. Yeah, me too.
All right. Stansbury Service Agency Woodland Park Eligibility Playground.
So this one's similar. This one's a smaller community park. They're building all ADA compliant. I struggled kind of grading this one as well, just because they say that they're repurposing materials that they have. So 87 grand is what they're asking for. And I thought, well, that's not too much compared to other park asks, but if they have all the equipment, I don't know enough about, assembly and stuff, like why it costs that much if they've got the stuff to do it. But they are within a square mile of 3 schools, and they say about 2,500 children use that park per year. And so that's kind of the gist.
I can speak to this. When I used to live in this community and walk by that park, and I was really ticked off that they took all of the playground equipment from it, because it is centrally located. And to your point, a lot of kids living in that area, but they should have just kept it. Different people come through and have different mindsets.
Yeah, I did this one too, and I thought that they had some really detailed accessibility needs, which was helpful. With the exception in the budget, it says wood chips under the swings, and just I would like to see with the focus on ADA, some letters of support from families or individuals with disabilities. But other than that, I didn't rank it high. I thought that they had some good design elements compared to some of the other listed ADA playgrounds.
They do talk about a concrete path for ADA access.
Yeah,
but
the wood chips was only in the budget that I saw around this means, but a lot of the design elements were one of the better design elements. At least from the playground.
Okay. Town of Goshen playground project, Scott.
Yes. So to begin with, I think it's important to note that the request is for just over $22,000, and the total project is about $48,000. This is to essentially renovate a city park, and it's in the town or city of Goshen. Not a big population. It's not something super exciting, but I think it will be a nice asset for the community. The other thing that I did like it, because I rated it high, was that their city works department is going to be highly involved with it. And it's something that they have a phased approach to complete by the end of the year. So they had a very good timeline and structure as to what they were going to do and how they were going to do it. And most of it revolved around fixing up a restroom, which if you're going to have recreation, you need to have restroom.
That's true, Cameron?
It's true, which should the state fund it, or is that part of the local responsibility? Thank you for sending me up.
Good answer. All right, anything else on that one?
I also evaluated it, and like Scott said, nothing sexy about it. It's a small town, playground. I'll echo what Scott said, but I think looking at it through my outdoor recreation lens of the last few years, I'm like, well, what is this? But I mean, they met the requirements for this, this new program. It is a rural town, and appreciate those parks.
Then we'll go to the next one, Cedar City Rotary Club and Park Project. Scott, you also have that one?
Yep, let me pull it up really quickly. And as I'm doing that, what I remember from this one is it's a bike track or a pump track, I believe is what it's called. Why can't I see? Just had it, sorry. It's sponsored by the Rotary Club. I've got it. Which I thought was a nice partnership for them to enter into. The total project cost is just over $800,000. They're requesting $200,000. So again, they have a good commitment of funding from other sources. And Cedar City is growing, and it is a community where they do have restaurants and other recreation arts and parks tax, so they could get funding from elsewhere. But this is phase one of the All Abilities Water Play area in Canyon West.
Yeah, there was a pump track one in Cedar City. This is the other one.
Yep, sorry. So this is water park. They want to do an all abilities, and this is where I probably would, oh, perfect. Jeff, it talks about how I'm not sure how this is gonna work, but it's open year round. So I thought that was good.
Water park in Cedar City.
Decent match, $200,000.
Out of the 800, yeah, so I thought, again, it's a rural community, and I
Cedar
want
City
to
is this?
support rural communities.
What part of Cedar City, you know?
It's, what does it say? West, it just says, Union Park West.
I rated it high, the project details and readiness I thought looked good. Some of the inclusive components just made suggestions. In one of the lines, they were talking about like, oh, and we'll have like something that kids with disabilities can like touch, but they can't actually get onto the playground, which because there's some really great designs so that all kids can play together. So in the larger structure, there's a smaller slide, but there's no access for kids to get onto the structures. So it just encouraged a little adjustment to those design elements.
Seems to be the theme with a lot of these accessibility centric projects. The heart is in the right place, maybe the expertise is a little lacking.
Yeah, they can get like, sometimes you get the flooring proper, but again, if you think you're taking your kids, or like with people that Jeff serves, like a parent that has a disability to be able to get there to push their kiddo or whatever, but to go take that your kid that uses a wheelchair or crutches and say, you can watch all the other kids on the playground, like there's flooring access to get you there, we're beyond that in playgrounds, there are other designs.
And is there, what, do you remember anything about the budget, or maybe we can bring up the budget and see what the ask is for? So if we're bringing it up on the screen. Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah, more of it. Right down a little bit more there, scroll down and. Okay, so the 200,000 right there, what is that line? So it looks like that's the actual place that they're asking for funding, okay. And we're doing the place set. Anything else on that one? All right, Levan, Russ.
That's me. I'm looking at my notes here and I just, because it's in Juab County, I just gave it high scores and I wrote in here, every small town needs a good ballpark. Is this the first one from Juab County? Or did I miss that somewhere? Okay, and again, I'll have to default, but it does say it's ADA compliant ballpark. So, but that's basically all I said, is it's good project in Juab County. Is it? That's what I thought. Where'd you at, Andy?
Just kind of looking at a map of Levan, see kind of. Yeah, not a lot there in terms of green space and park. So they need it. They need it a lot. All right. Anything else on that one?
No.
Okay. Newton Farms Park in the West Valley. Lincoln.
The outlier here. I think I scored it pretty low. So maybe that's why I'm being called to talk about it.
Tell us why you think it's fun.
It is the quintessential neighborhood pocket park. Even in the description, they said, in meeting with the community, it's a close-knit community where the neighbors will love to come and essentially chat and socialize. And it's kind of like,
a lot of those.
really? Like, that's what we're doing with the money. It's a big ask. It's $200,000 ask. I didn't see really any economic impact. If they even acknowledge in there, we're using the impact fees to pay for a portion of the park. And so even in their own mind, they kind of describe this as something that should pay for by impact fees. This was again, this goes to my kind of underlying thing. I didn't see a huge recreational benefit. They did use some keywords at the outset, which I think are compelling, and if there was a reason to fund it. They talked a lot about the UDA accessibility, and they certainly talked about how it serves in underserved communities. Those were additive for me, but again, for the amount that they're asked for, that is that extends past the curriculum bus.
Then, anything else on that one?
I'd like to hear from people that didn't recommend it. Because, you know, we're gonna run out of money in 2 or 3 other applications, so we're gonna need to move this one below the line.
Good
I
point.
think I looked at this one too, and maybe I'm the optimistic person, and Lincoln will be the pessimistic person. I thought again, it's bringing communities together, and while it's not a rural area, it's probably an area that could help or use a little extra. So that's the perspective.
I don't know if the staff's got this either. We've given West Valley a fair amount of money to do some increasing projects as well. And so that was another thing, just having a little bit of tenure on the committee. I think we've given them a couple $1 million over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, but I think maybe the middle ground too is on the match side of things. When you look at some of these other projects, it's a good match.
It is a great match. This is one of the ones I looked at the match.
20% basically we're being asked to bring, and that is as good as the best. I mean, the Tooele County one is the outlier there, but also worth bringing into the conversation. But if there's nothing else on that one, then
I'm curious, Jason, where are we with the funding? Are we keeping track of that on?
Yeah, we're probably pretty close right now. Let's see where we are. If we were to approve all of the ones that we have heard from, what would that take us to?
So that was Kusharm Town through, where did we leave off?
Through West Valley City. Second one that scored 36.
And correct me, we can fund at lower levels, correct? Like if we want to do more projects at lower levels. We
sure can. Yep.
Because there was some below the line that we had suggested that I actually thought were superior projects. I'm not trying to re-score folks, but I think there is some value in maybe looking at.
I think that's absolutely true. I think what we'll do, maybe we can look at, so where we're at now on total, what would that be, do we know? 1.47. So then if we, if we continue to do what we intended to do, there's only 2 more to look at. Basically, we'll look at the Ephraim one, Sigurd one, and maybe even the Mend one. And then we can open it to motions, just go one by one of those that are within that group, that are a lot that we know fit the bill, and we want to recommend. Certainly not all of those. I think there's some concerns with some of them that have been brought up, and then go from there. We do have about another 45 minutes or so before lunch gets here. So plenty of time to, I think, work through at least that piece of it. Ephraim pickleball courts.
This is the first pickleball one we're doing.
Before I explain this one, Jason, I agree with what you were just saying about, let's finish this quick evaluation and then let's, that's why I reserved the right to make a motion to do what you just said.
Okay.
So with this one, great application. To fund or not to fund pickleball courts. This is first of many. So in my scoring of the different pickleball courts, I didn't score any of them as high, and basically was just asking that first policy question. And the second policy question is, not all pickleball court applications are created equal. So in the case of Ephraim, this would be the first one in the county. And so it checked the regional box for me. And pickleball is, there is an economic development component to some pickleball facilities. This one could check that box, and they said that would be a target, is they would like to make it a hub. That's different than some of the other pickleball ones that I scored. So it has a higher score, but I was not going to put a high on it until we
decided the policy direction we wanted to go.
Yeah, I agree. That's a pretty good assessment of the pickleball applications overall. Yeah, not all are created equal. Some of them are high value in terms of the economic development piece and the community piece. Others are just nice to live with. Anything else on that one? If not, then we can go to the one in Sigurd.
Sigurd is $182,000 project, or ask out of 232 along Highway 24, described as the gateway to Fish Lake and Capitol Reef. They want to improve the park with a accessible exercise path. I was drawn to this because the only place to exercise is along the road, apparently. So biking, any kind of walking, hiking is all on the road. So this would be the first opportunity to get off the road and do that. So I like the project. They also are doing a build out on their extending their pavilion to serve the community, and that's it.
Interesting.
Sorry, we can.
Aaron, share that. With
Sorry,
everybody.
so for all of the pickleball, proposals that are saying that they can host, tournaments, if you go to the, PPA Tour website,
Professional pickleball.
they require a minimum of 16 courts. Now, I don't know if there are smaller tournaments, but we should probably be aware of what is necessary for them to host things and if they have enough. Or if they're just saying, hey, we'll have more than 2, so it could turn into something. And I can Google that a little bit more over lunch if we want to do that.
You need 16 at a site to host a professional.
Apparently.
A professional.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, there are other.
There are recreational ones.
Yeah.
Apron one was just tonight seeing how many courts are on that.
There are probably some in Salt Lake Valley.
Yeah.
There's one in Utah County that does.
One that I evaluated.
So the other one, I also scored this. Now their budget sheet, the math was not adding up. It's not currently qualified for your match. I couldn't figure out why that was. Do we know why on their budget sheet ended up that way?
I mean, we offered a suggested match, so ideally they should, if they came in under the match, we definitely try to that every budget. They should have some needs language as part of that response, and then as part of the evaluations, so we're kind of making the judgment if you accept their needs test. And I don't know about that specifically, but that's ideally how we're updated.
So it's likely just a match versus need issue. Yeah, Sigurd, I think they could articulate need quite well. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, the need is there in a community like that. So yeah, a bit more context on the pickleball, the needs for a tournament. I think that's a professional tournament. You could hold a tournament with 4 courts, just depending on the size and scale. So we don't want to apply that to everything, but it's good. It's a good piece to just keep in mind.
Finding more information, people are talking about hosting them with just 4 courts even, and when they're small. So.
I suppose it could be a local.
Right. But that changes the economic impact. I mean, as we talk about tournaments as being the economic impact, we're thinking we're bringing in people there. And so the more they're bringing in people, the more courts they need probably. So it's worth it.
And honestly, I don't have any idea what the future of pickleball is. Right now, it's hot. There's a lot of interest in building infrastructure to support this sport/game. Will it grow? Will it diminish? I have no idea. I don't know if we have any way of knowing that. I think it's just something to keep in mind. And some of these I looked at through that analysis of, do they have a plan to pivot if for some reason the interest in pickleball diminishes over time? What else is there? Transition into something else, or is there more than just pickleball? Or once everybody starts playing, whatever the next thing is, tetherball, yeah.
Coming back.
We're inventing new games all the time. That will be up in Preston, Idaho. The reference.
Well played, sir.
Thank you. All right. So then let's actually, Tammy's not here.
I looked at this one. Yeah, I was just looking at my notes. there's 2 pending match funds, so that's the only thing that I put down as weak. But when it comes to these matching funds, I'm not sure, I wrote in my notes, if the match funds were there, I'd rank it as a higher priority. It's a pickleball court, has 65 stall parking lot, which was interesting, but it's only a 4, let's see, 5? Is that what, 5 pickleball courts. I was reading it in my notes here. I mean, I didn't rank it high, but I thought it was a good project.
What is the budget asked for?
Let me get to that. I was just looking at my. And then I put in there cultural clearance too, but
The request is 200 and the project is 700.
All right, scroll
Is that what it
down.
is? Seems like one of them was, see how they say pending, federal recreation funds and private grant. So those are 2, and that's a fairly big amount of money.
Oh, yeah.
You go up to the,
AARP.
So I guess we do have Evan here. So some of these are, planning to use the land water conservation fund as a match. It's a great matching source for our infrastructure. Evan, do you want to just give an update on kind of where we are with LWCF? Kind of like how much we see the likelihood of some of these communities getting this funding?
Yeah, so the Land and Water Conservation Fund is provided by the National Park Service, as I'm sure many of you are aware, and it kind of funds a bunch of very similar sphere of projects that are receiving the CPR. Unfortunately, we've yet to receive our 2025 apportionment for the program. We do not know when that will be received, so you're seeing a lot of these applications have included LWCF funding within their budget. I would just take that a slight grain of salt. But we do hope to have an update with the LWCF sometime early summer. So that's what happened.
That's a significant transfer.
so it looks like the other one's 2026 funding too. So that was my only negative comments on that.
So we're about there where we've heard a presentation up to about roughly $2 million worth. So at this point, we may have a motion to approve any of these or any combination of them. No?
I'll make a motion that we advance the first 3 projects. So that would be Charm, Springdale, Orderville, and the Tooele County project. So I'd make a motion to advance those 4 for future consideration, and then as part of that motion.
That'd be 5, right?
No, I'm not.
He doesn't include.
He's not including he's not
Oh,
including
okay, I
Orderville.
apologize.
Bouncing over it.
Charm, Springdale, Orderville, Tooele, advance those, and then open it up if anybody wants to make a motion for what we've already considered to advance, then we just do those individually, and then open it up for below the 35.33 for anybody to advocate for consideration of those projects.
So you're really just saying, let's do the 4 and then let's take that vote and then do.
Yeah, before, and then.
Okay.
I'll second 4.
All right. So the motion is that we consider, or that we approve those 4: Town, Springdale, Orderville, and Tooele County Parks and Rec. And seconded by, who was that? Lance. And so we can do a roll call vote. Yeah, go ahead.
If we were to come down to the city of Logan, the 33.33. How much would that be?
There's 2 city of Logans, I think both happen to score.
Sorry, I was just looking at.
The whole, where's that?
Let's take both city of Logan.
Oh, at the bottom.
How much would that be? And then I'll kind of explain what I'm thinking. My idea is, I'm trying to figure out where there may be kind of a logical break. It's pretty clear there's a logical break in terms of a lot of low running priorities once you get to like 30.
Does this relate to the motion on the table?
It does. So here's the question I was going to ask you: is if we
You don't have to raise for that, but that's just their double, in that lower double.
Mhm.
4.167 million.
My question is, can we take kind of a block that we all say these at least have some legitimate value and there wasn't a bunch of no's or low funding priorities? Once you get it out of the thirties, it seems like there's a fair amount of low priority funding requests. How much would that be? And then go through a process of kind of maybe skinnying some of these up versus trying to pick them out one by one, kind of going down the line. That was at least my thought, is a different way to approach it, where we say, here's a logical break point. Let's now go through and skinny up some of the requests to the logical break point versus having to point projects out kind of one up, because.
Clarify skinny up.
Well, that,
What it means.
instead of funding you at 200,000, we fund you at 100,000.
Lower the, okay.
Mm.
That's kind of thought, okay.
Cameron, did you do a motion to advance that? Not
Yeah,
to
advan-
approve, just to
yeah,
advance?
yeah, today's just advancing, tomorrow's approving. So I'm comfortable with what Lincoln's saying. I think we're basically trying to say the same thing, like we've reviewed a dozen or so projects. Not all of them should advance based on the discussion thus far.
Right.
Beyond that, there are a bunch of projects that are worthy of consideration. So let's just say, that's the point, and then let's consider them quickly and see if they deserve full funding or partial funding. So I'd say those four I mentioned by name, and then everything from that down to, which number is it, 33 points?
I just say 33, but I mean, essentially you start getting a bunch of low funding priorities. It kind of seems, that's probably the more logical.
So were you stopping that at Emery City in your suggestion? You said Logan.
I said Logan, I'm amenable to whatever. Like, what I'm trying to do is just figure out if there's logical priorities in the assessments.
So then, any other questions or clarification or discussion on the motion that we have before us?
Do we need to amend the motion then, or did you already?
He amended it, and I'm comfortable.
I did a question to the motion. We don't need to amend it.
Yes,
I think it's
he's defining my motion, and I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I think we're clear. We're going to advance those four projects and then evaluate the entire list, at least the front page and one, and possibly recommend lower funding amounts and either on a project by project or block basis. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, ready for me to? call?
Yes, let's have a roll call.
Okay, Jason,
Aye.
Scott,
Aye.
Evan, sorry, Cameron.
Aye.
Lincoln.
Aye.
Jordan.
Aye.
Tom. Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy. Eric.
Aye.
Jake.
Aye.
And Russell.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll advance those four for our list of those approved and go from there. We have the ones we've already heard from. We also have the rest of the list down to that kind of 33.33 if you're from Logan, and you open any further motions.
So we're like $618,000.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
With the four.
Yeah.
All grants, just CPR, yes, it's.
So, Mr. Chair, part of my motion was now anything on that page, people can make an individual motion to advance. And we've already discussed it. That's simple. That's what we haven't discussed. Let's talk about it.
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's one we've already heard a presentation on. You can make a motion and we can vote on it very quickly. You want to move any of the others forward that we haven't had a presentation on, then we'll proceed that way with the presentation, then a vote.
I'd like to discuss the town of Hatch, ball court. 25 scores 34. So I graded this. My score didn't count because it's one of my malfunctions. It was a brain malfunction. So anyway, kind of Hatch, very small town on 89. Really not a lot of public, surrounded by public amenities, beautiful area, but as far as public amenities like this, they don't have a lot. I think a pickleball court would be great.
Okay. Aaron?
Yeah, the only real problem I have with it is that it wasn't clear that the community is interested in it from what they provided. They just didn't really document that well. I mean, I agree, they have nothing, it would be a great area to send some funding. But yeah, there really wasn't much on community interest. And I'm saying, you know, I feel like sometimes we assume everybody's interested in pickleball.
Right. So Hatch, I mean, I got a lot of friends in Hatch, that's just right next door. And nothing happens in Hatch without them being interested in it. They might not approve that. They might not approve that in their application, but the fact that there was an application means that there's interest. I mean, it's a good point. They didn't prove that, but.
Yeah, it just would have been nice if they had any, you know, anything in there, but yeah, knowing the community helps a little bit. And then let me just look at my comments. This is not one of the ones that I flagged for being like insanely expensive relative to the other ones I saw. And I felt like they did do a really good job with their budget. So I'll give you that. Sometimes people got really vague on their budgets, and this is not one of those projects.
Well, and it's an area where there's a lot of traffic and a lot of, there's a lot of people that recreate down in that area.
And, you know, in Hatch, they go to the same high school as Pembroke. They go to Pembroke High School, grocery shopping and stuff like that. Pembroke has pickleball courts. I'm sure they're like, hey, we don't want to drive that 10 miles to Pembroke to play pickleball.
Could I ask for folks to talk about the Thunder Junction All Abilities Park Phase 2, the folks who did that, just because that's a park that I know well. So folks who reviewed that wouldn't mind speaking to that one. I know we give St. George a lot of money, but this is kind of a unique park, so that's what I'd like to hear from folks.
Mr. Chair, I was assigned to present on this one. Full disclosure, my kids love this park. Anytime we're in St. George, they play at the park. And when I'm talking to parents as I'm just hanging out at the park, most of the parents I talk to are not from St. George.
Yeah.
So it's not that people recreate in St. George because of Thunder Junction. They certainly go to Thunder Junction while they're there.
Right.
So the current park is phenomenal. What Phase 2 would do, for those who are familiar with it, is basically goes across the parking lot in an area that's currently undeveloped and would create an Ice Age focused playground. I actually showed the pictures to my kids. They're very excited. So all that being said, I scored it high, but I also was maybe vote. And I was the maybe vote because I was asking the question, is this going to happen anyway? And with our limited dollars, do we spend the state money somewhere else? That said, it checks all the other boxes. It's a plus. There's when people are in St. George, like people extend their stay so that the kids can play there. It's a regional draw. There's the all abilities piece is legitimately all abilities.
Yeah, it allows the kids to play together and all be on the equipment. That's one of the things that everybody notes about that place.
That's what they're going to do on the ice stage is replicate that. And as a league, my organization has actually showcased this park as a best practice for companies that are trying to do all abilities parks. So I think it would be great if when they have their, who funded this space in the new park, if Outdoor Rec is part of it. It was just a question of.
Write that one as well.
Yeah, no, I get that. It is just one of those that, what's remarkable about it is that not only does it do best practices for ADA, but kids who have no mobility issues also adore it. And interestingly enough, so I'm an Elk in St. George, and we have a big thing with our veterans home, and the veterans like to go to it and ride the train. It's like this really bizarre location that just everybody wants to be there. So that's always why I'm like, wait, how can we help them? But
this one we can stay up to 100,000 and still support them.
Probably.
Okay, so there was another one. I did 2 ball field ones. So I did the Morgan City ball field, which was 38.67. But then I also did the Smithfield ball fields. Someone was low on that one. I'd love to hear from them because I was the inverse. I actually scored this one well because I saw us having a regional impact in drawing tournaments where I actually the Morgan one as a maybe because I didn't see that thing for the potential. So whoever was the low on that, I would love to.
Smithfield, the Forester Acres Community Fields Project.
That was me, ironically.
4 points.
It's pretty funny. So I had this one and I had the Paradise Field, which scored lower. The Paradise Field is below our threshold barely. It's 32.5. And so I was actually comparing the two in my head because they're both ball fields in Cache Valley. And in the case of the Smithfield one, the focus was on irrigation and infrastructure. And so I put it in the bucket of this is a local government responsibility around the state responsibility, but I also see your point about what the facility could do. I liked the Paradise project better because the Paradise project, they had a lot of community support, smaller communities can't necessarily do it on their own right now, but it was going to significantly enhance the park right now. Their ball field is like most sandlot. This would turn it into a real ballpark. So in my mind, I was comparing those two. I picked one over the other. But I see your point.
So I also did Smithfield as well, and I was like a medium. I guess it seems like Smithfield, they were really focusing on the irrigation portion of it, redoing sprinklers and things like that. And it was just kind of like, yeah, I don't know, that stuff can get kind of expensive.
And I saw it as almost a conservation project. So like, okay, you're doing ball fields, there's a conservation element, maybe that can add
Sure.
to this. Yeah. So I look at it.
I definitely wouldn't fight against it. I just wasn't sexy to me. It's not about pipes in the ground.
That was what I was honestly thinking. If we were looking at ways to tweak money around, I would probably look at maybe taking some from, and it's because I just did it. The Morgan City, they're asking for 143. This one's asking for 2. Is the way that you can lower the amount, kind of make those co-equals, and then advance. I think they're both meritorious, but just make a lower amount.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak on the Minersville town?
Go ahead, Russ.
Okay, this is another one of those very small communities. Their ask is high. It's 100,000. The whole project's 125, but really, this swimming pool, it said they've had 38 years in this swimming pool and they want to add 40 more to it. So they've taken really good care of the one little thing that they have in Minersville, and they just put in there that that's a good return on their investment because they're planning on another 40 years and they've already shown that they can take care of it. The engineering was poor. The site map, I really didn't, I thought they could do a better job, but it's a central feature in a small community.
Well, if Tammy was here, I'm sure she would speak up in favor of this one as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I value it now. I think I'm probably the medium then. I don't look at my notes. Right, small town. I do think that they need to have a plan for upping their fees and how they're going to take care of it. So this is redoing, right? They've they haven't had revenue to really keep up and make it ADA accessible. And I think they're trying to catch up on a lot of deferred maintenance and kind of the resurfacing or the replastering with their pool project. And it feels to me like in these where they are charging revenues that I don't want to have them back in 20 years and say we need the state to do this. Yeah, we can. They've got to have a plan for upping their fees. Right, sure.
Yeah. 100,000 out of 125,000.
Yeah, that was the down that I had.
Mr. Chair, I have it too. When you're ready, I have another one I'd like to bring up.
Okay, yeah, Tom.
And I'll go ahead and admit I probably didn't eat my Wheaties before I scored all of these. You'll see my name only appears on the second page, so I'm starting to feel like maybe I didn't score them high enough. But when I hear everybody talk about, and especially Lincoln's last point about driving revenue through tournaments and stuff like that at the park, I think the Syracuse Regional Park Phase 1 is a project that I would really look into investing into because it not only adds 5 pickleball courts, it has 5 soccer fields, it has a full quad for baseball, and in fact a 5th baseball field that shares a soccer field. Having reviewed these over the years, it was a really well done application. They do speak a lot to ADA accessibility to the whole facility. What that means in detail, I'll leave that to Tracy for sure. But that's one I think that brings revenue to the city of Syracuse, also as a local benefit. And having 3 kids in soccer, there are not enough soccer fields, just like there's not enough mountain bike trails. Like it's pretty crazy these days.
It's crazy match, but you know, it might feels a little bit like some of these ones that are coming from well-funded things that, you know, pitching in and helping, but maybe slimming it down. Is that what we're saying?
Actually,
Yeah, the match is great.
But, yeah, fairly low score overall.
and I gave that a medium. I would have usually put that in the high. And I don't live in Syracuse, just for the record.
Yeah, isn't all that. All right.
Problem is, there's so many of these smaller towns, and there's a lot of really good projects for these smaller towns, but that's why we need to have some sort of direction where we're gonna go. I look at Gunnison City and Centerfield City, they're all good projects, they're small. Smaller towns, but they didn't rank great.
Well, I know we're not putting a lot of stock into the funding priority, but you know, to see the city of Logan with Tracy's name attached, it does have 3 highs, right? We haven't reviewed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you added that if you incorporated that in as a bit of a multiplier, then I think the score would be higher than, say, the Ivans one, or even possibly.
Yeah, it's true.
I think to talk about 2 that I was assigned. The town of Bluff, just for in a small location. Maybe 1 high and 2 maybes on that one. They had started to design some inclusive aspects to this project. Some of it. They are looking to put in a new playground and recreation area. That's an inclusive space. Updated modern equipment, pretty good schedule of what they plan to put in, including materials, a lot of contribution from the community. So, you know, good support on that end of things. They are asking for 165 of 226,000. The comments that I made, I would have liked to have seen some more details of the design to ensure accessibility. They talked a lot about it, but the design couldn't give me a lot of good information there. So I was a medium on it, but the concept and overall layout is good. So just a thought for a small town.
And Tracy, thank you for bringing that one up, because that's one that I would I really appreciate it as, I mean, San Juan County in a really remote area, they have a lot of like community gathering spots, and there's a lot of other things in that spot where they're going to do like cooking together and programming. And so I felt like it was, if you look at the whole plan for the site, it was really robust. And I appreciated that.
Maybe a little more guidance. We could meet all the check marks. And then can I speak of the Uintah Special Service District, the Ashley community, all abilities heard.
Okay.
They are requesting, I believe it was 200,000 of 400. Yes. And ultimately they're looking to build a inclusive expansion to their large community park that has play structure, sensory friendly elements. So they definitely did some really great research on that end of things. I don't think I was familiar with this location, but just evaluating from an ADA perspective, really strong planning. They've collected information from big designers and users with disabilities for access, which I really loved. Still, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more specific element design that I wasn't able to see within what they had provided. And it seems like a strong need and has a good design planning.
Stanley, I always like to bring this up. San Juan County, population of San Juan County, anybody know? Who's not looking at 15,000? Yeah, just under 15,000. Pretty wild.
And one of the largest counties in Lower 48.
Geographically large, yeah.
And one of the forests.
Good context.
Mr. Chair, since I referenced the Paradise Project a second ago, there's the Smithville one, I'd like to just officially bring that one up for consideration. It is 32.5, so it's slightly out of before, but I do think it's like a small dollar amount and worthwhile. There was a tremendous amount of community support for this. This is basically currently a grass field that they're using for baseball. So when I say to Sam, that's probably even too generous. Because they want to convert it into a blue baseball kind of. So Jason, you used a term earlier this morning about an area being underparked. Well, to me, this actually fits that quite nicely, that this is an area that is underfielded and doesn't have an official field, but it gets used quite a bit. But it's a small community in the southern end of Cache Valley. So a small dollar amount, state investment could enhance the facility and it has a ton of broader community support, and it's an area that's going to keep growing, and this would be a good partnership in my mind. So I bring that one up for consideration as well.
Whereabouts in Paradise is that?
Paradise?
Where in the town?
In town? I believe it's right by the City Hall, it's at Kitty Corner across the street.
Okay, I'm just looking on the map. Yeah. Looks like you can tell it's used for baseball, but that's
right.
I think you said that very well, and I think that is something we should be looking for. It's where like Tara referenced as well, and build in Utah, built here. Yeah.
Let me ask. I don't know if staff will know this, but some of these that are asking for the 200,000 that we've been discussing, pickleball courts, baseball fields, they go to the 200,000. If we gave them the 100,000, do you think that would, or they need the 200?
Yeah, it's probably not easy to answer.
Right. I mean, some of them feel like they're going to happen anyway, but yet they're a good quality project.
We'd probably have to look at the budget sheet to even still then guess at a question like that. So we could certainly do on some of these if we want to.
I think, in the future, at your discretion, I know previously question with the navigation for couple years before like secondary funding, we could start requesting additional funding options.
For example, if you look at the budget sheet and they're asking for 100,000 to go towards some turf and then another 100,000 to go to a restroom, that one would be very easy for us to say, well, we can break that in half and give you the 100,000 for that element. But without digging into the details of the budget sheet, we'd be able to answer it really.
And that was frequently my concern with some of the things that I reviewed, is that they just didn't give enough detail in their budgets for me to even understand how it would work if we partially funded them. Like, would this kill the entire project because they need all of it for it to move forward, or are there individual components where it's like, oh, yeah, they can get the recreation facility, maybe it just won't be as pretty, or, maybe they won't have this thing. And a lot of folks really failed on those kinds of details to make it easy to know if partial funding would make a difference for them.
We did have a question on the application. I just incorporated it into our report that a lot of them did answer. We did say lower level of grant funding, yes, no. And
Yeah.
so a lot of them did respond. So we can always,
Yeah.
based on the project, look at that and see what their response was.
Yeah.
I think there's like the RTP, they were looking at some of the trail maintenance projects. They're 48 months. There's only just funded for a year. So that's half. So it's a little easier to kind of put out to your staff versus like what elements of this building.
Yeah.
Can you do it without the asphalt?
Right.
But again, please let us know if this is what you want us to pull out of these applications. We will absolutely make the structure so we can get a few different options. I mean, we're 3.5 million requests. We've never really had this type of request amounts.
One that I'll bring up real quick is the Manaway, Maple Springs Park. bandstand and playground completion. They do have a fairly detailed budget worksheet. Included in there, things like a bandstand cabana, which does not have as much merit as some of the other things in there. The playground elements, some signage, some adaptive gravity swings, 2-person gravity swings that are adaptive. So that's an example of one that, if we really wanted to get into the weeds, we could reduce, offer a reduced amount, and that's only a $55,000 one. But I think the work that has gone into this one is it's a lot of work. They've thought it through very well. They got really good community involvement. It seems to be there's really good support, great letters of support. So might be one that anybody else scored it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I did, and I honestly, I just scored a lot of these very low. But that one didn't stick out as being just a real ground up community supported project at a very low cost. So I think, yeah, that and along with the project as well, I think it's right through the whole. I would also support it.
And I also scored that one. I scored it high due to the small ask, but I did kind of wonder about like the reach. It felt like a great project, but it's very much for the community of Manaway, and it doesn't feel like it has a lot of reach beyond Manaway. And I feel bad because that's the closest town I live to that has a sledding hill and those things, and I don't go up there. So, I go up there to ride their bike trails.
Yeah.
And they mentioned that there are a bunch of trails coming from other towns that converge at this park in their application. But let's see. Plenty of mountain bike trails all around the town that extend in and connect to other trails in Box Elder, Cache, and Weber, and many of these trails converge with Maple Springs Park.
No.
No?
I think maybe they're saying we're a pin in the middle of that map.
Oh, okay.
There's
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
I think they held NICA tournaments there. So something for the kids that are not necessarily riders. So I guess it's what I'm saying is it's a value add to the big picture recreation there. It's not a destination element, but it does add to the big picture. So.
Mr. Chair, is there, keeping in mind underparked areas? Can we hear about the Fairview City one as well? I don't know who reviewed that one. We know somebody that lived in Fairview.
What's the score on it, Tom?
What's the score? What's the score on that one? There is it 31.
It is 31. Yeah, Jake was on that.
Also
It's a refurbishment of a ball. Yeah.
Mediums.
Yeah, and that is one of several that Sanpete County has in here.
Similar to what Cameron was saying, turning a sandlot into a real ballpark.
So it's not really refurbishment, it's actually creating the resource that is kind of being informally used.
Yeah, and for me,
Social
I had a
trails
lot
like
of
social
ballparks
fields.
when I was comparing apples to oranges, but that one was the better because of the cost value added and the fact that, yeah, it was just degraded equipment, but
Probably because the guy next door with the tractor is gonna grade the field.
I mean, I did review some, and they did talk specifically about wanting to bring tournaments into Fairview. But that was part of our goal. I think I scored this medium, and it may be that either I didn't have my Wheaties or I had read the big ask that Sanpete County's got on the Snowland application of Fairview Canyon, but I was like, oh, that one to me is gonna. It's a big priority for them, and it was a little bit of a whole bunch of money going with and beat, but this one I like the fact that they were.
And maybe that's the answer. Sanpete's getting money elsewhere potentially, so.
One's the city, right? One's in town, and one's for recreation up on the mountain. We can talk about that.
But out of all the ballpark asks that I had, this one was like fencing, restroom, and
not just a giant turf project. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna, I'm just curious, Chairman, if we're gonna stick to the $2 million number, you know, or are we gonna?
Tough.
Well, we have recommended $617,000 worth, so we still have.
So I'm gonna try a motion just to take a few things. I may miss something. I'm just gonna look at that first page. The things that sort of stood out to me that made some sense to move on. To recommend would be the Lake Town Community Park. And the visitation that I think we heard from Lincoln. The Eastern City pickleball court because of being regional. The Mendon City Legacy Park. I had a question there whether or not they would take 100, but we can move that on and figure out if we could skinny that up a little bit. The Minersville swimming pool project, Beaver County, small rural town. I'm gonna leave the Smithville one off for now. But out of deference to our Garfield County boy here, 59,000 for the Hatch pickleball court. St. George Thunder All Abilities Park. That one it feels like they'd be happy to take 100,000 if we can kind of look at it in the budget, so we could cut that down. And that would be my motion, is that we advance those and then tally and see where we're at on the money.
I'll second that motion.
All right.
I'm good.
My question is
Away in there.
on that, so you made reference to altering the amounts.
Right,
but-
I'm sure.
on a couple of them, but is that part of your motion?
I just said I was doing stuff on the front page. So I can,
let's do the front page
and I may have missed that. You mean you asked me out Manaway if you?
I just wondered, but Chairman had a question.
So my question is, you mentioned reducing the budget on a couple of them. Is that part of your motion?
Well, I think we advanced those over
And then
and
talk
tomorrow
about
we can investigate between today and tomorrow if they could take a lower amount before we approve this.
All right, the motion is for the Lake Town, Ephraim, Mendon, Minersville, Hatch, St. George, correct?
Yeah.
We advance those onto the list to consider at the requested amounts, subject to further analysis. Second by Cameron. Okay, call for a vote.
Okay. Jason.
Aye. Aye.
Cameron. Lincoln.
He had to take off. It's UAC
Okay.
down there. So
Jordan.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Dennis.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy. Aye. Aaron. Aye. Jake.
Aye.
And Russell, sorry. Russell.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay. Rule that passes about 8 unanimously. We'll move those onto the list to consider. What does that put us amount wise? 1.45. I'm just gonna look at the counties that covers, see where we're at in terms of rural, small community.
Did we skip over Morgan?
Yeah, we still have.
That has not been.
And so why did we skip it? I'm just curious. Was it because of the medium on that one, or?
In my initial motion, I was just starting with the four that didn't have any real pushback.
Yeah, I got you.
Lincoln had raised the policy questions. So that's why I did not include it in my motion.
Gotcha.
And I was just throwing out the ones that kind of caught my eye on
You're
that
right.
page to kind of get that off the table, and then, but it wasn't to say nothing else on that first page should be considered.
Anything else eye-catching?
I wouldn't mind pushing Sigurd forward and getting people off the street that are exercising to their new exercise path.
Okay. Motion is that we move Sigurd Town exercise path and event pavilion expansion onto the list of those to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, go ahead.
Second by Russ. We can do a roll call vote.
Okay, Jason.
Aye.
Scott.
Aye.
Cameron. Lincoln. Jordan.
Aye.
Tom. Aye. Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy. Aye. Aaron.
I think I should abstain since I wasn't here for the details and we still have quorum.
Okay. All right, Jake.
Aye.
Russ.
Aye.
Okay, we have the votes. You know what that is.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
One passes unanimously with one abstaining.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion to advance for future consideration to the, and I'm open to amending this motion, we want to add others to it, but the Paradise Town and the Bluff Town projects that are on the second page, 32.5 and 32. I'm open to amended motion if you wanted to add others that we've talked about.
I'll second that.
All right, so let's see, which ones again?
Paradise.
Paradise and Bluff.
Paradise and Bluff, okay, on the second.
Bluff is Paradise.
There's one, community center.
Okay, and the Paradise Town one. All right, so the motion is that we move the Paradise Town one scoring 32.5 and the Town of Bluff one scoring 32 on both of those. We want to recommend. Is there a second?
Second.
Nope. Second by Jeff Rosenbluth.
All right, roll call vote. Jason.
Aye.
Scott.
Aye.
Cameron.
Aye.
Jordan.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Jake.
Aye.
Russ.
Aye.
All right, passed unanimously, and we will add those two onto the list. Do we have any indication on, or it is 11:30, that's the scheduled time for lunch, are they on time? It is here.
Patrick, what's the dollar amount we're at?
Where are we at? 1.8?
6.2, 70.5 on rural counties, it's like. Is Washington. The rest of the slides.
Is there one from San Pete County on there? I can't
Yeah,
read.
there's several.
Oh, okay, that we advanced.
Well, we did advance the Ephraim one.
Okay.
Champaign County, yep. That is the only one.
Then two X,
I'm gonna make another motion, put us over 2 million, whether or not we want to advance more than 2 million for tomorrow or not, but maybe it's because I like Scott's presentation on the Cedar City Rotary Club, 200,000 to advance that.
Cedar City Rotary Club.
I may amend it.
That is in order.
Can we add, in the name of Under Park, can we just add Monticello and Escalante to be reviewed tomorrow?
Okay.
Escalante.
Escalante.
Yep.
Monticello.
Escalante.
You should put me on it.
I work for a French company.
You gotta pitch it up, that's gonna be.
Escalante.
Okay, so, that substitute
Did we have a
motion,
second?
well, let me clarify that what the substitute motion is. A, Canyon Park project from Cedar City Rotary Club and the, Escalante or Escalante or Escalante.
Depends on which side of the county you live on. Escalante or Escalante.
And City of Monticello.
It's true, it is.
City of what?
Monticello.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those three.
Yeah, we got Bluff in there before.
I'll second that amendment if I need to.
Okay, so that is the motion. second by Lance Syrett. And so any discussion on that? Okay.
Roll call, Jason.
Aye.
Scott.
Aye.
Cameron. Lincoln. Oh, sorry, Jordan.
Aye.
Tom. Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Yes.
Jeffrey. Tracy. Eric. Jake.
Aye.
Russell.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. It takes us to almost 2.4 million. And based on the discussion we've had about being up, love that term. Thank you, Lincoln. I think we're at a good place. Lunch is here and we can break. Do you need a motion to break for lunch?
I so moved.
Non-debatable. We are breaking for lunch. People are hungry. Okay, Paul and tech side, we're going to be adjourned for lunch until 12:30.
Please repeat, was that 12:30?
Yep, 12:30.
Sounds good. We're off the record.
They're just starting as well.
My mom did.
I can't take care of myself.
Wow, 68.
Yeah.
On that part. And so I'm like,
Oh, yeah, no.
Listen to this. Multivitamins, magnesium, and cool one. Good.
What's the property tax? Because I was just.
Well, I'm just hoping, eventually. My hearing aids.
All right, well, it's 12:32, so we are going to go ahead and get started. Are we unmuted?
We are unmuted, our cameras are over.
All right, so we'll reconvene officially and call the meeting back to order.
I had to go downstairs.
By the way, where that was from, I want to know.
That's good stuff right there.
Dia de los Muertos they make a good burrito. Thank you. Okay, and one other item that I wanted to just touch on as far as an update goes, because she was not here when we first started, but we got a new face in the room that I wanted to just briefly talk about and then allow her to just introduce herself real quick. We've got lots of grants going out every year, lots of sites, and lots of elements that we want applicants and grantees to be compliant with. And that comes, in terms of attribution and signage and the individual aspects of the project itself. And, the maintenance aspect, there are several things that we are just basically trusting all of these grantees to do on their own with really no compliance checks and no oversight. Not to mention, even bigger than that, the Land and Water Conservation Fund compliance that we're supposed to be doing and have been doing for many years in the past, and we're probably behind in that. So we have another staff member that we added, Akiza. She's our compliance specialist. She'll be here to follow up on and make sure that we are doing some due diligence in terms of our follow-up and holding people's feet to the fire, what they're supposed to be doing. So do you want to give a little quick introduction, Akiza?
I guess I'll just I'm Akiza Rage and the brand compliance analyst, and I just started my job last week. So hoping for a really good experience, job experience here, and also making sure that everything that you guys do is going to be taken care of. So I guess did I answer your question or like typing on YouTube?
Yeah, maybe just your background and where you came from prior to working here.
Yeah. So I'm from Afghanistan. I came to the United States almost 2 years ago, and I started working in Uintah with the GOYO, the Governor's Office of Technology. I was working in different projects such as START, State Initiative, and also I started working for the immigration team. I was really interested in this division because I come from a country with a lot of outdoor, beautiful nature, and I just thought that maybe having my personal experience with the mountains in Afghanistan and the way we use them, I can be a good use for this division. So that's how I'm here, and I'm really excited about this. Yeah.
And you've got a master's degree?
I had a master's degree in economics, and I did my master's and bachelor in media. So that gives me a lot of tools to kind of do my job better here.
Yeah. Thanks, Akiza. We are operating on a trust but verify. Up to this point, we've been on a trust, and now we're going to do some verify. All right. Well, we left off kind of feeling, I think we felt fairly good on where we ended up with in the CPR, a little bit over 2 million, 2.4 million. And so we can do anything from this point. We can stick with CPR and try to whittle that down and do some of the spinning up of the asked and the funding that we require.
Just for some fresh air, I'd like to move on to RRI.
All right. The motion from Lance is that we'll move on to RRI.
A second.
Second by Aaron, all in favor?
Chair, we, just want to, we had a couple comments.
Oh, that's true. Sorry.
So, let me-
Yeah, I better stick to the agenda. Public comments.
And then the motion.
So are there any members of the public who are online who want to give any comment at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing anything, no hands raised, no voices made themselves known. So, but if there is, over the next few minutes, speak up, raise your hand, and we'll monitor and address those as they might come up. Thank you for the reminder, Patrick. Keep us on track. And so with that, there was a motion on the table to move on to the RRI grant applications. Is there a second to that motion? Erin said she seconded it, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're in RRI. And we do have some handouts on this. Let's see, one of them is by evaluator score, and I'm not sure if we have one that is by county. Doesn't look like it, but go off of the one that is the average evaluator score and jump in. What's our total that we have in RRI requested amount? 4.7. It looks like on the spreadsheet.
It's also like, making sure you load it out.
Little echo.
Hopefully that's fixed. Okay.
So this is what our full request for RI look like.
Almost 4.8. Average score 32.7. That's pretty much page one and one on the back. The Garfield County Grandview Trail Restoration, which scored 33.33. And above, yeah, well, actually, yeah, right on. So with that, we can take these however we want. There's a block that we want to discuss. If there's any in particular that you want to hear from. Jump in.
Chair, I'd make a motion to, since there's a fairly big divide from the 41.21 up, that we approve those three. I'd make a motion, since there's a fairly big
You're looking at regional last.
Oh.
So.
I was wondering, that number didn't
I make a motion to make me go home.
I'm gonna make a motion that we go from 38.67 on up and move them on for further consideration in the future, because there is a break there and all four of those have got only high ratings.
Okay.
What was the number?
38.67, and that would give us four that we automatically move.
The top four.
Top four.
Now we're on. It looks.
Oh, sorry, there's a 38 that's right below that.
That we were lacking.
So I would say,
Yeah, we'll modify it to include
Evaluate.
the 38 that does not have any medium rankings
okay, anything scoring 38 or higher
without any medium.
that does not have a medium in funding priority score. So that would include 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from Goblin Valley State Park, number 1, all the way down to Solar Climbers Alliance, 5. Is there a second to that motion? I'll second. That's strong. And let's see, let's do a roll call vote on it. We're moving these to as recommended for final approval. Go ahead.
Okay. Jason,
Aye.
Scott,
Aye.
Cameron.
Not here.
Oh, he's gone.
You stepped out.
Jordan,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Jake.
Aye.
Russell.
Aye.
Okay. Rule of that passes unanimously. So we have those 5 that we are putting onto the list of those to recommend for final chunk. And that takes us, how much is that? 354,000. It's down to state. So from this point, we can do another chunk just like that, or we can do another chunk where we hear a short presentation from each of them up to a point and evaluate from there. However you want to proceed. Open to a motion. Or additional questions and discussion.
I'm going to suggest that we do brief presentations on anything with a score of 36 or higher that we haven't already pushed forward, because there's quite a bit of discrepancy in the rankings there.
Okay.
What was the scores that you mentioned again?
I just said 36 and higher if they haven't already been moved forward. Or a brief discussion.
Starting with the lowest or the highest?
Taylor's choice. Start at the top down, sure.
Okay, the motion is that we'll take the next 9, basically anything scoring 36 or higher, between 36 and 38. And your brief presentation on each of those. And go from there. Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah, just a thought for y'all to consider. The one below that is has 3 highs. And so.
Is that a substitute motion?
Not for me.
Is that a suggestion for a substitute motion?
I would make the substitute motion.
Okay, substitute motion by Tom that we go one more down, in light of the fact that it does have 3 high scores, the Solid Climbers Alliance, climbing trail maintenance and education. So everything that scores 34.67 and doesn't have any medians.
No.
37.
34.67 if it doesn't have any medians, because we have the other one, and then 36 and higher.
So that's
that gives us 10.
10 of them. Okay. All right. So there's the motion before us. Is there a second to that motion? Substitute motion by Tom?
I'll second it.
Second by Aaron. Thank you. And not a substitute motion. We can just do a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So then we can.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
How much money do we have to grant in this section?
I don't think we have a specific amount for this section, do we?
I mean, traditionally it's 1.5 million.
Okay.
But every year we've had this program, we've exceeded it. And I think that just kind of takes authorization from you, Jason, and then we'll clear it with Joel, with the executive director.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so 1.5 million is what we have, and but that's something we could easily get beyond if we need to.
Yeah, there's a very easy process for getting approval to go by that.
And maybe it would be helpful too to see where if we go down to that application 4360 Solid Climbers Alliance, what is the total of all of those?
Which is pretty close to that 34.67 mark.
Just mean like you run out of money if we were looking at 1.5 down around Stansbury Service Agency.
Mm-hmm.
That would put us at 1.63.
Okay. So close, a little bit over. So that's good to know. So before we jump into them, any other clarifying questions or background that we need before we hear about Limber Flag and Grizzly Ridge Yurts Rehabilitation Project?
From Lincoln, who's not here right
From Lincoln. Lincoln said he was going to be on the phone, but I don't know if he's joined us.
Jordan is the one evaluator we have in the room who evaluated that one. It was Tammy and Lincoln were the other two.
Did we get confirmation, by the way, that our sound is good? Did we hear from Paul? Paul, are you there?
I am there. I am picking up conversations in the room. Sorry, I had to step away on another matter. If you're able to hear me, this is a good sound check. Jason, I'm able to hear you with great intelligibility. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good.
Have to go over that? Yeah, and I've got your comment. I don't know if you can read those, but I have your comments here if that's helpful.
Oh, cool.
High level, I'm trying to remember how many yurts it was, but I think it was 2 or 3. Let me pull up my notes here real quick. Do we have any of the? So this is the Limberflag and Grizzly Ridge yurt restoration. They are pretty heavily used, it sounds like, and they're wanting to refurbish roofing, flooring, make it ADA compliant, so they're easier to get use out of for everybody. And they're asking for $33,000 out of a $216,000 project. Okay. Looks like 2 of them or 3 of them. From what I recall, I think it was 3. I'm trying to.
They referenced 2 somewhere in their pros, so but that
Okay.
might be.
And those are the 2 that need the work. Okay, budgets for 2. Budgets for 2. Okay, so it is 2 of them. Very good match. 33,000 is what they're requesting, and the total project cost of 216,000. Okay. Any other questions or comments on this one? I personally feel like your projects are amazing. There's not enough in the state of Utah. A little bit of an economic development piece, but something we want to have, I think, in our collection, in our portfolio of opportunities. Okay, with that, then we'll move on to Canyons Foundation, Secret Lake, Silver Lake, and Adams Canyon Trail Restoration Projects. It's a big one.
That's me.
Okay, go ahead, Trish.
All right, so they are seeking $250,000 to support reconstructing and restoring degraded trail portions of trails in Davis, Salt Lake, Tulare County, including Adams Canyon, Secret Lake, Silver Lake, Lake Mary. There's a huge amount. There's over 20 different partnering organizations and events that are listed on this. They did also apply for an RTP match. I'm not sure if they got that yesterday. Yeah.
I don't feel like I remember that conversation as first.
They've detailed out what needs to be done at each of those trails to support a high volume area that hosts a ton of events, and ultimately to support all of the users that are there. They are planning to increase accessibility as well. There weren't a ton of current photos regarding like the needed repairs, but lots of detail around that. So the ring to tag.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, did we skip the Draper one? We did. Is there a reason for that, or was that just?
The one that Tammy's.
There is a reason for that, because I didn't see it.
I thought maybe you blackballed that one or something. And I know Tammy's not here, but I'm sure somebody else is.
Yeah, okay, so moving on then from the Cottonwoods Canyons Foundation, any further on that one? I will go back to the one that somebody left off.
I'll just comment on Cottonwood Canyons. I mean, it was really well put together with lots of details.
Very detailed.
And amazing work with partners. It felt like it was a much bigger it just felt like it was going to impact a lot of trail access that gets high volume. So
Have we funded Cottonwoods Canyons Foundation in the past?
Yeah.
And they've been successful.
Yeah.
Just for full transparency, I sit on the board for Cottonwood Canyons Foundation. I've sat on it for, I don't know, a decade. I would almost group them, Salt Lake Climbers Alliance, a few other groups. They always come through with really great applications. And the CCF is basically the nonprofit arm for the Wasatch, basically for Big, Little, Millcreek, and now they're doing stuff in Adams Canyon.
Yeah.
So what they do is really well, and I think this is something for the grant committee to know about, because there's been some conflict a little bit in reporting in different grant programs that some applicants might say, hey, we did 15 miles of trail work. Well, they didn't really do 15 miles of trail work, but they did a mile and that enhanced the 15 miles. And so I won't say there's a truth in reporting issue here, but there's a little bit of clarity on what the true work was on the ground. And CCF is probably errors on the other side of, hey, we only did a mile, right? They might have influenced 15 miles, but they only report a mile. So I'm proud to sit on their group. I'm not paid. I don't need to sustain or anything, but
their name's Adams, and now they're just.
and I own that canyon.
I hike Adams Canyon all the time, and DCF. I mean, you may have seen the news where there was at least one person interested in creating a state park that included the Cottonwood Canyons, and one of the talking points around that was if it was a national park, it would be the most busy national park in the entire country, right? So, I mean, the Cottonwood Canyons, including Millcreek and Adams Canyon, I think bang for our buck in terms of people affected is off the charts. Yeah.
I answered that RCP question. Maybe I applied for 200,000 for RCP, but they were worth 100,000. So that was an example of where they were skinny those a little bit, and so they essentially came in with 1 year of funding as opposed to the 2 years.
Good. Thank you for that extra. All right, so now we can go to Draper City Parks and Recreation Department. Bonneville Shoreline Trail Bridge Replacement at Spring Hollow. And Tammy is listed to present on this one, but anybody else? And we can bring up some of the details on it. It is a bridge replacement, obviously.
Jordan and Scott.
To feel like that when I.
Yeah, if you want to present yourself, then we can.
When you don't say my name, I'm good.
If we want to bring up the budget too, we can maybe just glance at that. Can you give me the name again?
It's the Draper City Parks and Recreation Department, Bonneville Shoreline.
Spring Hollow.
Spring Hollow, yeah. It would show up as Draper City Parks on yours. There, got it.
So it's a 1-to-1, asking for 50,000. Let's go down one. Let's scroll down just a bit more on the budget sheet. Is there anything, any more details? No. Okay.
That's true.
Okay, I have a high priority on this. It's a 12-foot bridge along the BST over Spring Hollow Creek. And it's been compromised due to stormwater. They want to, rather than replace the same bridge in the same location, they want to move it 40 feet down. I think they found a better place where it won't be impacted as much by the runoff. Let's see. And there's some like 500 feet of trail work that they also need to do on this bridge. So that's my basic summary that I have of it. I'm kind of curious when I go backwards to see the project summary if they have an impact statement as far as how many people use the area. I didn't people know
Thousands.
Yeah, that means BSD. So
It's kind of ties into the Corner Canyon Trail System, and so this time of year it's bonkers. As soon as the high school team starts up, it'll be,
So it says for the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, this area sees 300,000 visitors per year, so pretty impactful. I rated it again, this one high.
okay. Any others on that one?
I rated it high as well. I think it's kind of a no-brainer on how much usage.
Everybody loves the BST. It fits.
I've never heard it called that before. Makes sense, but I just call them the Bonneville Shoreline Trail.
Why use more syllable when less syllable? Okay.
I believe clarity.
All right, thank you.
I'm just not as cool as you.
No, Scott, you're way cooler. If you want to fight about it later, we can both do it. All right. LaSalle Mountain Trail Restoration Project, Grand County Economic Development. This is, I think this one, a lot of the damage that they are looking to fix on this one, or probably most, or if not all, is due to the Pack Creek fire. Big fire right there in Moab, near Moab, and there's the Clark Lake, Bourne Mesa trails, the Dakota climbing access trails, and then there's another one too, the Trans LaSalle Trail, plus kind of not a whole lot of, but some of the whole enchilada trail probably be part of this as well. So pretty significant network, a lot of reach, tons of use. Everybody knows that Moab is already super busy, and so anything we can do to restore trails there is going to help alleviate the congestion and spread recreation in a way that we kind of try to. Any others on that one?
I reviewed it, and being a Grand County resident and a cooperator of every federal agency, it's probably the only work that'll get done this year on the forest at a very high use area. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow question to Jake, but then just pose a question to the group, because it's one of the policy questions that I referenced throughout my applications, and it's how much do we want to spend state resources on projects that are on federal land? We have this conversation every year. Unfortunately, our state is underfunded when it comes to needs on federal land for recreation access. So there are several that have come up thus far that are on federal land, and they're high demand, and our residents use those facilities. But has there been enhanced cooperation between your office and different agencies in federal government about the fact that the state is putting state resources into infrastructure on federal land for recreation, or where are we at on that piece? Because I have a little concern just long term if the federal government just keeps relying on us to upgrade their grounds and clean up their trails and do the things that they should be doing.
Yep, and it is something that we have brought up before. We discussed it in this group. Something that legislators bring up. It's a valid discussion, and here's my view on it. Land jurisdiction is one thing, and since we have 70% of our lands in Utah and the vast majority of our public lands in Utah are federal lands, to me, this is less about land jurisdiction and more about people. Where are people recreating? And if we didn't do things like this and we allowed those areas to fall into greater need as far as maintenance backlog and restoration work, where else are people going to go? Where else are our residents going to go? There's no other options. The other piece of this is on the conversation that is getting more and more gravity behind it of co-management of federal lands. I think this weighs in our favor to do things like this, to invest more in our federal lands, regardless of what that means. When you say our federal lands, are we talking about, does that belong to us as U.S. citizens, or does it belong to the state of Utah? Those are political fights above our head, obviously, but I think this lends some to that conversation and will ultimately bring better outcomes for the people that we're supposed to be serving.
No, I agree with all that. And maybe one takeaway from this year is, could we do a report that shows that at least with this grant, here are all the projects on federal land over the last few years where the taxpayers of Utah are stepping up to fund projects that the federal government ought to be doing in order to enhance the amenity and ensure the quality of life, both of Utahns and of the visitors that are coming. And maybe that helps both on the co-management conversation, but then even just coming back to legislators of, this is how we're trying to be good partners in this space. But I don't want it to be used as a reason for the federal government to say, oh, we're just not going to invest there because we know you're going to take care of it. Well, if we're going to take care of it anyway, then that's a bigger policy conversation.
Right. Yeah, I think we have learned, especially lately, that there's a little chance of us creating greater reliance on state from federal. We're already, I think, in a mode of change and reduction. So it's a valid conversation to have. I'm glad you brought it up. And as far as a report, I do think there's really significant value in a report like that, especially when talking to legislators, talking to other people who could potentially support what we're doing, to help answer that kind of obvious question. Because it is one that comes up pretty regularly. So,
Mr. Chair, that used to be a metric we used to show how many dollars went to federal land projects versus local. So I'm sure
And we run those reports over the years. Yeah, but in light of what Jason alluded to with the severe cutbacks that the current administration has done. And, you know, I had an off the record conversation with somebody in regional leadership. Their answer will be campground closures, trails closed, et cetera, that are not able to be maintained.
And I'll just point out that this is the county trail crew doing the work just because the need is so high. But
That's
points, yeah.
right, is you've got local governments or state folks or nonprofits or others that are stepping up to fill the void. So how do we tell that story, but not in a way that almost works against us by saying, we know you're cutting, so we're stepping up. Like this is, every time there's a shutdown, this is the conversation around national parks, and then the federal government just becomes reliant on us stepping up.
Yeah, I guess to me, it boils down to the question of in their analysis, whether it's a shutdown or a reduction in force or reduction in funding, is part of the analysis going to be, hey, let's cut 10% here, but let's cut 40% in Utah because the state always bailed us out. Is that an actual analysis that will take place? I don't know. A lot of this is based on land management and land jurisdiction. To me, well, maybe this is a good time to bring up another piece of context. The Outdoor Adventure Commission and the Outdoor Recreation Initiative, part of that fund goes towards projects that are for land acquisition. May have seen earlier in the week, there was a Cache Valley Daily report that highlighted the Sherwood Hills project that the state funded. And so I guess what I'm getting down to is that the ratio of federal lands being in state or local control versus federal control is also dynamic and moving. And I think that's one of our metrics of success. If we can bring our ratio down, I think there are a lot of people, especially in the political realm, that think that 70% federal land is too much in Utah. And there are obviously many efforts underway to move that around, and not something that we're involved in, but could potentially be part of that overall, I guess, piece of the puzzle. Yeah, good conversation. Very complex. But, the next one, McLeod Creek Multi-Use Pathway Replacement Project in Park City. This is some signage and resurfacing. It's 1 mile. Bring up the map. And let's see. Yeah, 2 bridges and about a mile's worth of double track paved and some wayfinding signage. Right there in one of the neighborhoods of Park City. I scored this one fairly high because it's it's high connectivity and overall probably not significant in terms of any economic development, but a worthy restoration project.
Trying to get from Park City out to Kimball Junction, unless you're on the road, this is really the path you've got to take.
Right. Yep, a lot of traffic.
A lot of use.
Anything else on that one? Okay, Ashley National Forest developed recreation access and repair. USC University, Aaron.
Okay, so this is basically Utah State through their Utah Conservation Corps program, asking for funding for a crew to address cross-site campsite issues in Ashley National Forest. So they are basically doing a lot of small things that are labor intensive to make campgrounds ADA accessible by dealing with lips into concrete pads for vault toilets, raising up the surfaces for campfire rings and things like that. It is federal land. I think I probably am the medium on this. I thought that's why I was assigned it to talk about it, but I still rated it pretty highly. In large part because of this, the funding is going towards basically building our pipeline of outdoor recreation professionals in addition to improving local facilities. So I feel like for me, that pushed it up a bit. And even though the Utah Conservation Corps, I mean, I don't think there's anything that forces them to only hire Utahns. By bringing them out here, these are still people who are more likely to be part of our workforce pipeline because they're making those connections and they'll probably be our colleagues.
Okay. Anything else on that one?
It's also not a lot of money.
Since it's my program, and I'm abstaining from everything, I'll just speak to, well, yeah, one of my staff wrote this. This isn't direct response because the Forest Service lacked the capacity to write a grant for any of this work. It's a pilot project through their Region 4 ADA compliance office. I will just a point of note is that the Forest Service supervisor that was helping pilot this was just retired in the first phase of RIFs, and the Ashley is lacking the capacity to make good on a 12-year accessibility study that we've been helping the region with. So we're trying to hit low hanging fruit of what it would, and then also figure out what it would cost if they did want to outsource it, given the current priorities of.
Thanks for that extra info, Jake. Okay, Davis County Regional Trail Surface Restoration Project, Davis County Government.
That's me. So for all you Davis County folks, so there's 3 trails up there. You've got the Golden Spoke Regional Trail System, Ogden Canyon, Public Canyon. Anyway, Legacy Parkway, West Davis, Jordan River Trails. So there's 28 miles of trails between those trails, that system. And this is to resurface the entirety of the 28 miles. So put a seal coat, asphalt seal coat on top of all 28 miles. So trying to preserve a well-used asset, a good asset. So it's just some maintenance, but seems like for they ask, I don't know what they asked for, 200,000 or
50,000,
50,000 to get that much seal coat. That seems like a good number. Seems like, yeah, well,
Anything else on that one?
no.
Okay, Grand Staircase, Escalante National Monument Kiosk Restoration.
Back to me.
Back to Aaron.
So, I mean, all of you know, these, Grand Staircase Escalante is one of our more remote areas. They are requesting, so this is the Friends Group, requesting funding to replace some existing kiosks and to add, so replacing 17 and install 11, where there is no information per se. So they don't give a lot of details about the safety, but I mean, the signs basically are providing all the information that you need to know about trailheads and things like that. If you've been out there, you've seen them. And some of them are getting really hard to read. If you've been out there, they're getting kind of sunbaked. So I don't know. I think that we got a low on this probably because it's signs. But the signs.
That was me.
Yeah. So the signs are actually in these kinds of places sort of a safety issue where people will not even, stop and talk to rangers or anything and just go straight there. It's their one source of information if they don't do their homework beforehand. So I can see how it would be a valid safety issue. But again, they're signs. So
25, 30 of them. Is that what this?
it's 28 signs, 17 replacements and 11 new lights.
This one also did apply for funding. It received partial funding. So their initial request was for 190,000.
That's what I had put in my notes, is I wanted to make sure what the match was, because that, the way to do it, they needed the RTP money.
And the one thing is that with things like this, at least it's easy to see how it's modularized. They just don't do as many signs. They don't do as many kiosks. So partial funding would still, it wouldn't kill the project.
Okay.
As a local resident, I can tell you that is needed. They've done a terrible job. The thing's been there for 30 years and there's assets, places people go that there's still no signage. So I'm looking at Zebra Slot Canyon. They have a lot of close calls there because there's no sign that says this is Zebra Slot Canyon. It blows my mind that they don't put a sign there.
I just was looking at my notes in there and I don't know what kind of visitors go down there. I'm on the other side of the mountain, but they're counting page views on their application as visitors. That's just something that I had written out and I'm like, okay.
But I've seen the methodology for counting visitors and it's, you know, stand on a box, hold your hand up like that.
Well, that's just something that jumped out in my notes. So that's
I
one
mean,
of the reasons why I rated it so low. I was like, yeah.
You know, a lot of my family's volunteer EMT, search and rescue and stuff like that. And it's a lot of the rescues and things down here are just stupidity. Again, it's Zebra Slot Canyon. There's no sign there. A lot of people think it's spooky and peekaboo. Spooky and peekaboo is like an hour or a mile and a half. And these are 7 miles round trip. So people don't pack enough water and shoes and things like that. So
You get Zebra before.
yeah, you do.
Yeah, so it's easier to get to, but it's also longer. So
Yep.
that's that.
Yep.
Yeah. But those are like the top 3 slot canyons.
Yeah.
In that area.
Yeah.
Heavy.
Yeah, less washboards.
Gotta drive the right vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. I do know that.
But yeah, the signage is needed. I didn't evaluate this, but I fully support it.
I've seen Cadillacs down there, a hole in the rock.
Oh, yeah, seriously.
I think they're rentals.
Right?
I'm sure they'll be applying for the outdoor recreation mitigation fund to grade that road more often, but.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on that one? Okay, Mill Pond Bridge Rebuild, Stansbury Service Agency, and Lincoln had to take off. Lincoln, did you get to join us again, or are you still?
I evaluated this one so I can present to you.
Cameron?
I was a no vote on this one. What this would do is replace a small bridge. That can, yeah, you can see it up there on the screen. I had a lot of questions for it that are the bigger picture policy questions. I recognize this is RRI as opposed to the other things we talked about this morning. But I was asking myself, is this regional versus just a community asset? Is it really connecting destinations? There wasn't much data about how often it's used. The bridge was originally built, I think, in 1971. And then the last work was in 2002. So are they going to maintain it if we fund the rebuild of it? That was unclear. So to me, there were enough questions about this one, and for the high dollar amount, I ranked it low, but as you can see, the other 2 evaluators did not.
I can speak to this because again, I lived in this community and I use that bridge every day. It's kind of a weird scenario where it's the only connection to one side of Stansbury Park. The lake is on this side. That looks like to me the application is poor. I mean, this picture, they could have done a better job. It is used a tremendous amount of time, and what happened is the county put it in and the county didn't maintain it. So they gave it to Stansbury Park to maintain it. And about 10 years ago, the county said they would repair the bridge, and then they backed out of that. So I'm sure that's what's going on. But as far as use, very high use area. And I'm not going to say one way or the other, but just because I used to live there, but it's going to be gone away. What?
It's either the second or the third time.
They've asked for it? Okay.
Yeah, I remember because I evaluated at least one.
It's the first time I've seen it, so.
If it's the third time or not. And I think it just ends up falling.
Just below.
I'm not sure anybody really had any negativity towards it. It just ended up falling where we were out of money and didn't rise to.
Black community just is growing and growing, so there's more people and there's more use on it. Eventually, if it doesn't get repaired, it's gonna.
Yeah.
Actually, it's gonna go away.
I mean, they probably could use some additional feedback on this. I mean, there is that trail on the other side of the river on the south side, but north, it doesn't look like there's really any recreational infrastructure that the bridge is tying to. It's just connecting the community.
Yep, that's really all it does. But it saves off about 2 miles, so people walk across it to get to the lake. But that's the input I
So
can.
it's basically, it's a.
Yeah, the lake is highly used on the south side, and so people come from.
A little bit more active.
And I think we funded some stuff on the lake.
Yeah, we did.
And then just for context, we also have a tier 1 application in for trail development. The same side, the Millcreek Trail improvements.
All right. If there's nothing else on that one, we'll go to this final one on our sub list. Solid Climbers Alliance, Climbing Trail Maintenance and Education Initiative. Tom?
Yeah, so just as I think I mentioned this earlier, the Salt Lake Climbers Alliance has been a great partner for, how many years have we been doing this, Tara? 10 years? What do we have?
Well, it's gone on, the pilot was in 2015, so this would be, yeah.
We should throw a party for the record, but as,
This is.
yeah, this is the party. So they've been great partners. They've been project of the year, I think twice. And this is kind of, I would say maybe an extension to the work they've done, especially in Little Cottonwood Canyon, but they do a lot of work on trail rehabilitation, enhancements, staging areas for climbing. And then this grant, I think, hits a couple different areas, Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon. And I think worth noting, the Salt Lake Climbers Alliance made a pretty strong push about a year ago to make Little Cottonwood Canyon, the Alpenbach Loop Trail in that area, which we funded before, part of the National Historic Register, which was the first climbing area in the nation to be on the register, which was pretty phenomenal work. I think I sit on the Access Funds board too, and so we deal with a lot of groups like SLCA around the nation, and SLCA is kind of all the gold standard. They're really quite good. So Julie does a wonderful job with that group. This is one of the few that I know them well, personally, professionally, and I scored them really high. So.
This they received there was 38,000 for this project, and then received the full 30,000.
And everybody scored right. It got 3.
Yeah, 3 highs.
Record of success and like innovation, like combining stewardship and education along with what they're doing. To me, it's like, yeah, they're great to support.
Yeah, and also one of the kind of mid to lower request levels. Their ability to put money to work on the ground effectively is unmatched. All right, so that is the list that we agreed to hear about, and so now we can move on from there to either vote to recommend any of these or a block of these, or continue to hear more presentations, whatever you want to do.
We do that. 1-6. Chair, may I speak up for 2 rural counties that we haven't provided a lot of funding to, and just speak to those really quick?
Yeah.
At 34, it's the Maple Hollow Campground restoration, and to Cameron's point, this is a Forest Service project, but it's in Millard County. We have not funded many projects in Millard County. It is a restoring this campground that was damaged by some flooding. So worth it to me for Millard County. The other one I just kind of speak for, and it's ranked pretty low. It is the Marysvale Town Rodeo Ground. This is Paiute County, again, very small, very rural, very remote. But if we're going to try and hit all of our counties, that might be a good one. Rodeo, I think there at one point we were having a debate on whether we were doing rodeo grounds as part of this committee. I think we have funded some in the past.
Yeah, and I know other places who have that other states have identified rodeo as the outdoor recreation. So
that's another recreation type, equestrian, so we can say we're funded. So I'm just speaking up for those 2.
I can say it was on that rodeo grounds. You know, certainly we have not. A lot of our funding requests for rodeo grounds have come for like, you know, the gates or bleachers, lighting, and we still, you know, don't fund those. But we had a horse kind of riding arena in this area in Minden, and I think a lot of these communities have reached out and it's like, how do you fund it? What's that? You know, it's hard. A lot of these applicants try to establish like public use. You know, is this advancing equestrian riding? Is this advancing, you know, opportunities for the public to come out? Not so much for that center. So ideally, if it's coming to you for rodeo grounds, we've kind of established there's that for public access. And then just the final thing on, I did put this is the 10-year anniversary report, so we can.
After party.
There it goes.
But we do have kind of a historic funding number, you know, I think Miller was at 40,000.
Oh, that's cool.
I was at 50,000 or 55,000 whole, and then Juad, we had yet to fund Juad. But just if anyone's curious.
This is really cool. I should have brought this up, but,
Done a good job.
nice little reference. I love how you didn't just put a 0 on the first few abs that we should apply today. Might have worked. Might have worked.
Is it yellow? Love it.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a motion. Let's advance, Salt Lake Climbers Alliance, everything we've already talked about to the next round for consideration. And I will include the Paiute County and the, what was the other one?
Marysville.
Marysville, that's in Paiute County. What was the other one? you mentioned?
One Millard.
Millard, the Millard
Millard.
and Paiute County applications in my move till.
Okay, so that's a total of 12, clarifying, starting with the,
Climbers Alliance and Hub.
nope, Climbers Alliance, we included already. We've already recommended that one. Right, well, there's 2 of them. Talking about the one that scored 38. So basically, starting at the Limber Flag, Grizzly Yurts, everything we've discussed, down to Climbing Trail Maintenance Education Initiative, Solid Climbers Alliance, plus Millard and Paiute. That's what you're moving.
That's my motion.
Okay, that is in order. Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
Second by Aaron. Thank you. And any discussion? We've already discussed it, so we can go ahead with a roll call
Okay.
vote.
Here we
Take
go.
control.
Jason,
Aye.
Scott,
Aye.
Cameron.
Aye.
And is Lincoln on? Okay, Jordan.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy. Aye. Aaron.
Aye.
Jake.
Abstain.
Okay, and Russell?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, that passes unanimously, one abstaining, and thanks, Becky, for bringing up those 2. I think that's a really good observation and a good one to include both of those. Okay. What's next? Where does that put us? 1.7? So we have reached 1.7 million for RRI, which is above 1.5, obviously, and
I can pull up like, you know, for example, what we did last year with
Yeah.
that's all.
yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, it's a good
Just
idea.
a little review.
So that was last year's our.
0.9.
Very similar, but with your support as a body and the executive director of DNR, we can move forward with this amount if that's what the wishes are. We can keep going on RRI and go even more, or we can move on to another list. What do you?
I'm just curious why the Helper River or the Helper / Price River placed dead last.
Hi,
Tell us, Jake.
I'm very familiar with that project. It's a big restoration project. They're applying for a watershed restoration initiative. It's like phase 6. The RI proposal they put in was stream bank restoration. And what? Yeah,
It didn't seem like it was recreational at all.
I love the project.
Yeah.
Like there's,
No, I'm
Yeah.
all about stream restoration,
There's-
but it doesn't seem like it's recreational.
Recreation.
there's no like boardwalk.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Not even a walkway or.
No.
Was it restoration of work we already funded?
No, it's just, that's the,
In Helper?
they took out the dam.
This specific part of the the Price River restoration, project was for the stream bank, I'm pretty sure, like just downstream in town.
Okay,
It's been a very big project. It's been funded through a lot of sources.
we funded quite a bit of it that was allowing to be. It looks like with those rock barriers to slow the water down, that we can't cheat in those sections, right? I don't know, so,
I've run the upper price.
okay.
It's old.
Can I bring something up?
Yes.
Just, I was looking at these trail restoration projects. The second from the last and the third from the last are all triple or double reds X's. But the one that kind of went through is the Davis County Trail Resurfacing Project. So there's a lot of differences about the importance of resurfacing trails. I mean, one went through and the last two were the worst rated. I'm just curious about opinions about restoring trails and maybe.
Why did we like the one so much better than the other two?
Anybody want to weigh in on that? I mean, it is RRI keyword.
Yeah, Jeff, you're on the one. Did you not like it or?
The one that I'm on.
Yeah.
Only because it didn't feel, I felt like maybe some people in the room too, that if there was deferred maintenance over so many years, that wasn't the intent of this body to do that deferred maintenance work.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the question because it is similar to what Lincoln brought up earlier about the role of the local government for maintenance and where does the state come in? In my case, I evaluated Davis County trails and I had this back and forth of this would generally be the local government responsibility. The reason I voted yes on the Davis County system is that system was a regional system and is frankly facilitated by the state infrastructure, the Legacy Parkway, and it's all part of an overall system. So you've got the road, you've got the trail, so the county's responsible for it, but that project exists because of a state-local partnership in the first place. Whereas other projects are more community focused. That was the distinction I had. And yeah, I didn't evaluate these last two, but just to answer your question, that's how I evaluated Davis County.
And I was on the Jordan River one that's down at the bottom, and that one felt more like a river bank stabilization project than a recreation one.
That would, I mean, my problem with that was it was a pretty poor application. You can make
There's
the
that.
case that doing some riverbank restoration can keep it from eroding the trail away.
They said that was about it.
But the application was like, oh boy, you could do a lot better to make this.
What did
Tell the story.
others think of the Taylorsville City? We all voted red. The second from the last.
Let's see, I think it might be one I did.
Was it?
Yes, you,
Mr. Glenn, Mr. Walker. And I have it.
Yeah, I think for me on that one, it just didn't compare with the other projects
It's a much shorter distance, 1 mile versus the other one was, we got 15 miles of resurfacing and
28
or 28 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, for Davis County, it was 28.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if we're done, I'd like to bring up one other project.
Yeah. Anything else on those? And we'll hear a request from Tom. Which one?
So I'd like to just make it clear a little bit more about the Snake Hollow Bike Park Pump Track. I think I really
really tough in my scoring. This was one of the projects I voted to approve in the green. For those of you that haven't been there, it is a dirt pump track now. When it was built 5 or 6 years ago, it was the nation's #1 bike park in the country. And the use is through the roof. It's right across the street from the high school who's getting a remodeling. It's a huge school. And they're looking to, I believe, make this paved hard surface because they want it to be a long-term system. It's not having to be rebuilt every season or twice a year, whatever it is to maintain the dirt. I think this is for paving, yeah. This is a phenomenal project that I think brings a wider range of kids and rider ability levels to the park, and there's less maintenance involved.
It's a cool park too.
It's unreal. It is. It's really unreal, and it's linked in by bike paths from, I think,
Yeah,
three different directions.
we ended up from Hurricane on it.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of.
Well, it's connected to a lot of the networks.
Yeah.
I've found my way there as well.
Yeah.
I would make a motion to add it to the list.
Put it up. Yeah, I can second that.
The motion is that we take the Snake Hollow Bike Park pump track in the city of St. George and add back to the list of those we want to add. Is there a second?
I'll second it if it hasn't been.
Motion?
Motion from Aaron, and roll call vote.
Okay, I'm gonna start at the end. Russell.
Oh, trick me up. Yeah, aye. Don't do that to me.
Russell.
I said aye.
Okay, Jake.
Aye.
Eric.
Aye.
Tracy. Jeffrey.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Des.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Jordan.
Aye.
Cameron.
Aye.
Scott.
Aye.
You gotta do something to keep
Yes.
Okay. Unanimous.
That passes unanimously. We'll add
Next
that
time
one.
if you do that, you have to say our names backwards.
Oh, thanks, Des.
That here be said.
There you go. Mine's the easiest.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the group a question about a project? I'm curious about 3942 Ogden City Corporation's kayak park project.
Oh.
This is a follow-on to our 2022 project of the year that had blowouts in 2023. I think it's a very unique project in the state. Just kind of wanted to hear people's thoughts on one, big repairs to a project that we've already done, but you know, they're learning lessons. And you know, I ranked this project as high, but it is kind of an interesting dynamic with the way we use our money.
I evaluated this, and in my comments, I just said, you know, with all the money that they spend in engineering, couldn't they foresee? That was my only problem, you know. But I'm with you, Evan. It's something that we put a lot of money into, and it's an awesome project, but I don't know.
I also, yeah, and I had mixed, I'm glad you brought that up, Evan, because yeah, I think the return on investment and just how important that is as an asset to the city. I think my issues were regarding around some of the planning. It just looked to be between the bank stabilization and like the future planning of like guaranteeing that this money then will be.
Yeah, there wasn't anything in there that said, hey, this is what we're gonna do, because we know we're gonna have floods in Utah. I did put in my comments, though, this was our 2022 project of the year. So, you know, I could be swayed either way.
I mean, if there's a partial discussion, I mean, I would love to move this forward and talk about the funding itself, because this might be a great opportunity to do a partial funding to see what they can do with it to maintain the asset that has been created.
Is that a motion?
I make the motion to move Ogden City forward to future.
Because I'll second that, yeah, because I looked at it and I gave it high priority, but I was just.
I'm the low
priority, but I was just bugged at the way.
Do you want to restate your motion? Because you mumbled.
I did. I apologize. I'd like to make a motion to push forward Ogden City kayak project for consideration.
Okay. Motion is that we move the Ogden City Kayak Park flood repair project onto our list of those to recommend. Is there a second to that?
I second that.
Second. Any discussion?
Did you, I do have a question. Did you read how they're gonna do things really differently? Like, I mean,
Not have winter of 2023.
right, the problem is that we're gonna, we're in a situation where everybody talks about these once in a century floods, and we're gonna have those like, what, every 10 to 20 years now? So, yeah.
I think I already said my comments that was my question exactly, but I didn't see an answer to that.
Okay.
So, but I also didn't want to give it a low priority because we gave it the project of the year, so I'm thinking this is an awesome regional asset. And now we're saying, no, we're not going to give you.
And I
any
don't know
help
if we have the ability to really make the determination. Is this something they could have foreseen and engineered for or not? I mean, there's probably an argument to be made either way, but in case, are we penalizing them for that? This is the conversation. Do we want to fund this? I guess I don't know enough about the project itself. What were the failures and what are they planning to do?
So a quick description, the failures resulted from a lot of heavy debris coming down river, big boulders.
That's right.
And so a lot of these features are still usable and they're still heavily used daily. But what it did is it cracked things up and exposed some rebar, created some safety hazards. It blew out one of the places where people would launch and watch. So to me, the safety factor was pretty important. We still have people surfing and kayaking. I did have a little concern. They said that they were going to improve accessibility, but didn't have any description. My takeaway was, I think that they would have some serious lessons learned from looking at what failed and would do it better this time. I don't think it's going to be fail-proof.
Yeah.
In perpetuity either.
I was surprised that there wasn't, if there's that many kayaking people going on, there's not one partner that's a kayak group. And I don't know what kayak groups there are out there, but you'd think there'd be a group that would say, hey, we want to partner with you. And there's not one. So that was one of my negative comments.
And there are groups, and one thing I'd add, I mean, the groups are there, why they're not added on it. That was one of my big complaints with all the grants is like, why is industry and people not signing on to these letters? But when we look at the diversity of activities that we fund, I mean, we probably funded 3 kayaking grants in all 10 years. I think one in Grand County, this one in Ogden, and another this again. So we don't get this request from this user group very much.
Didn't we fund the bladder on the Ogden?
I think it's a hydraulic.
Yeah.
Something like that. Those are cool. Okay, well, there's definitely merit here. Any other discussion on the motion that's on the table? No, we'll do a voice vote.
Okay, starting again, Russell,
Yes.
Jake,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Tracy, Jeffrey, Lance,
Aye.
Des.
Appreciate it.
Tom,
Yes.
Jordan,
Aye.
Cameron,
Yes.
Scott,
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Last point of clarification on Ogden, are included in that motion.
Yes.
Just a motion.
Yep. So there should be a total of 8, or let's see, 19 now?
It's over 2 million.
0.15. Okay.
I'd like to highlight one more, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask about the Garfield County Government Grandview Trail Restoration. I did not evaluate that, but it's just a few notches out of the money, and I'd just like to hear from those who evaluated, see what their thoughts are on that.
Garfield County.
Well, I evaluated this. I don't remember if I scored funding priority one way or another, but I think they've been trying to do this for a while. I didn't score it low. I just didn't score it high. I think my biggest thing was the number of people impacted. It seems somewhat remote.
It's a slog getting around there. I mean, you're talking, what was it, 73 miles, something like that?
Yeah, very remote, but heavy equestrian use. A lot of horsemen use this, and Does it, I don't know, does it access in the Bryce Canyon?
It does. It goes around the kind of the lower half of Bryce Canyon, kind of the parts that not a lot of tourists go to. I guess and the reason it's in disrepair is because like nobody used it, so they didn't prioritize it. You got a bunch of new like RV parks and infrastructure that's centered around horse tourism now, and I think that's what's pushing this is that they're looking for more places to put those horses. They keep having a conflict inside Bryce Canyon National Park with the concessionaire because people want to ride in Bryce and the concessionaire doesn't want them to ride in Bryce, so there's some scheduling issues. So this is the county's answer to, okay, well, here you get to ride in the Bryce Canyon country there, and we're going to restore this trail. So, but again, I've never done it in my life because I don't have 3 days to ride my horses around there. So
I think the other thing was for me, it's a contractor and a hand crew. Contractor, trail restoration contractor, one individual, 38 miles, and then a 4-week hand crew contract, and then some heavy equipment. Well, the heavy equipment is not part of the request for RRI. 176,000 for the trail restoration contractor, and then 40,000 for an ACE crew for 4 weeks.
Does it connect to the pickleball court in Hatch though?
Actually, on the left side of that map.
Yeah, I know where it's at.
Jordan's moving on as well. It's got both the ribbons high, but I don't know if you want to. It's a great conference.
Yeah, I put it medium similarly, where I think there's a lot of potential for it, but I got the vibe that I don't know if they put clear numbers of how many people are currently using it, and so it was more of like an aspirational project, not like one that they know for sure will get used a ton.
On the they probably don't have numbers, but if I was to guess, I'd say just a couple hundred people a year probably use the entirety of the trail. It's not huge.
Yeah. It might be opposite. Maybe maybe if it's restored, tons of people start using it. It's hard to say.
It's a big commitment to get around there. Yeah, if they make it motorized, I think it'd be awesome. I mean, it'd be world class if it was motorized.
Then I'll vote for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was motorized.
But you have the comment in there that the lack of maintenance has resulted in lower usage. It's just gotten to be hard to access.
So the guy that runs the trail cat, I'll just tell you his nickname's Hazard. So
love it.
Kind of a funny nickname.
The first name Duke or something.
Hazard Brown.
Sounds
He worked
like
for the state road, and then he had a nickname as Hazard. You probably guessed why. So
That'd be a great single track motorcycle trail.
oh, it'd be awesome. Yeah.
All right.
I'm satisfied.
Okay. You've done your duty.
You guys saw that I asked about it.
I guess I'll just bring up right below the last one on the as far as rankings go is the what's it called?
Super Bowl.
So yeah, this is an ask from the BLM Park Service and Access Fund, which I'm now realizing I just scored things very low, so maybe I'm dragging this down.
I think we all did actually this year.
This one's a small ask, and it's really just for material, and it's kind of one of those unique situations where high use area is getting basically 10 structures brought up to ADA compliance, and there's not really any other kind of multi-agency RIS. I'll just put that out there.
I mean, I'd make a motion to, you said Access Fund was part of it?
Yeah, it's Access Fund, Park Service, and BLM.
If Access is being asked, they're being asked by a ton of user groups.
Yeah.
So.
I was the maybe on it, and unsurprisingly, it was my policy concern of, are we gonna use state dollars to fund federal projects? And one thing that intrigued me about it is it gave data about a nearby campground where there had been renovation and the visitation increased dramatically. So that's why I gave them a medium instead of the ball would have been like driving home my policy point, but I did a medium because I thought it was worthy of additional discussion. And like you said, it's a lower dollar amount and it's in San Juan County.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment, Cameron. I think about, the conversation we were having earlier, and where do we prioritize what we do support in terms of better land, and maybe it's a disincentive for the reliance piece if we focus on the areas that are not heaviest used.
The other thing I'll add here, this is the picture from Monticello, right? I was blown away at the number of shade structures that showed up in applications throughout the process. And again, that came back to my policy question, do we want to fund shade structures, and are all shade structures created equal? The shade structure in northern Utah is different than the shade structure on a campground in southern Utah. But from Patrick's perspective, when people are asking him next year what got funded and what didn't, you're going to see a lot more shade structures if we start funding shade structures. So we just ought to be clear, and like, we're picking this shade structure because of these other factors. It's not that we are prioritizing shade structures.
It's a public, to me, it's a public safety thing.
We are cognizant in skin cancer.
Well, but even then, I mean,
The campground's different than a shade structure in a park, and Southern Utah is different than North Utah.
exactly. I'm serious, but it's a public safety thing where there's literally no other shade around this. Then obviously it's got higher merit than something where there's natural shade nearby.
Question though, is any part of a campground?
I know exactly what it is.
Yeah, it does.
It does, okay.
Make a motion.
So if you're in a state park, yes.
Not.
If you're on BLM campground, no. Well, Forest Service does, ironically. Why is it clear marks? Huh?
Are you sure?
Yeah, Forest Service does.
Access fund goals.
I'm on BLM.
I didn't know.
But see, the Park Service doesn't either, so I wonder if that has something to do with the Department of Agriculture versus Interior. Yeah.
All right, well, we do have about 12 minutes before we've got scheduled guests.
I'll make a motion to move that one up.
I'll second that.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'll make a motion to move the Super Bowl.
A motion from Tom to move the Super Bowl campground restoration project onto the list of those we want to recommend. Is there a second?
And I second that.
Any further conversation or discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Okay, Cameron.
Aye.
Scott,
Aye.
Jason,
Aye.
Jordan.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey. Tracy. Aaron.
You stepped out.
Okay, Jake.
Aye.
Russell.
Aye.
Okay. Sounds like a unanimous. We'll add Maple Hall or Super Bowl campground restoration and Cellar Field Office on the list of those we are going to recommend. We took a break before we get started at 2. If everybody promises to get back in here right at 2 o'clock. Yes.
For another Coke.
Oh, where did you get that?
Thank you. We are off the record.
Thank you, Paul.
Tried to cut down, so I said, I'll leave it in there if I don't need it.
Yeah, go to the other.
Are you plugged in?
Yeah. If you go to the other.
Oh, now it's. It is 2:00, so we're gonna reconvene and call ourselves back into order. Paula, we got a good sound?
We are good to go. Thank you.
Hear you. And so I believe we have our first regional asset tier presentation today. Lizard Wash Park. Hand it off.
Hey, thank you. We are so grateful for you allowing us to be here today to present this awesome project here, Lizard Wash Park. And the staff that we have from St. George that's up here, we have Shane Moore and Sadie Bassett. I am Mark Goble. I'm landscape architect at the city of St. George, so I get to do a lot of fun stuff through the parks, up the trails, and deal with landscaping down there. St. George is such a great place, and we're so grateful for the partnership that we have with you guys, because we have several parks, trails, and things that we've done, and submitted applications for the grant and received those grants. And it's something that makes St. George an awesome place. So thank you for all your support for St. George. Okay, next slide. So this should show an overall view of the park. This is about 30 acres of park. So we have our core area next to the irrigation pond here. The irrigation pond exists. So this is to give you an area where this is located. This is in the desert color area of St. George. We are really close to the Arizona border, just a few hundred yards to the south of here is the Arizona border. And then I-15 is right along here. Lizard Wash, I said. So we have the core area where we have the restroom, basketball, pickleball, the parking pavilion, playground. And then we have our bike park area, will be on the other side of the wash. We also have a disc golf course that we're proposing to go along both sides of the washes as well. But we had a meeting with the neighborhood down here, and one of their top amenities they wanted was the bike park. We do have an existing bike park in St. George, which is the St. Paul Bike Park, and it has been a very popular park, and the people love it. We need more because it gets busy, and the St. Paul Bike Park is on a different end of town. So we wanted to have something down here. And again, the neighborhood really wanted that bike park. So if we go to the next slide. So this is just looking at the bike park in more detail. So we have the jump zone area, with the jump lines up here at the top. You'll have to forgive us for this, where the orange is. That is actually the dual slalom course, and the pump track is actually in the green. So over here, you can see some of the features that go along with this bike park. Here's one of the cool features that we're having on the jump lines. So we're calling this the lizard launch. So you go through the head of the lizard, and you either go down the expert course or the intermediate course. And there's kind of this shade structure looking thing to look like a lizard. So
You must have done the other one.
let's give you a little bit more detail on what that lizard launch will be. And it's 4 times, so you go expert or intermediate. We also have some images of the bicycle playground area and the bicycle skills area where people use those to hone in their skills. It's kind of an area more for the younger kids, but we have one of these at St. Paulo. It's not just for young kids, it's for everybody. But they're fun. So we'll go to the next slide. So that's going into more detail of that area. So we have our bicycle playground area down here. We have tunnels, you have ramps, and then you have your skills zone up here, the skills trail, just to hone in on some of those basic skills as you're going on trails. Keep your balance, keep your bearing straight. See if you're willing to go on some big turns or something like that. Okay, so the next slide. Now this is focusing on just the other elements of the park. So around the pond area, we've got pickleball, which is a huge, I'm pretty sure everybody knows pickleball is a huge activity that everybody wants.
What is pickleball?
Actually, the same pickleball proposal.
What is pickleball?
Pickleball, it's growing in popularity, going crazy. We got our playground. With the playground, we wanted to gear that towards kind of the all abilities, so special needs, so they can use the playground as well. We have our pavilion over here. We've got a restroom, a Now we're looking at, so we have these little ponds around the lanes that are just kind of like these picnic ponds where you have a barbecue. But the main focus of this park was a bike park. That's what the neighborhood wanted. It's a huge amenity for St. George. We have so many things in St. George that are geared toward mountain biking. Another thing with this park is this is a great connectivity point for our trail system. Desert Color has been really good at integrating trails throughout their development. And they also have an existing trail that goes right along the road here. So with us having this park here, we have connection to that trail. This trail will get us to the Southern Parkway. We're working on a project right now to have a 6-mile trail along the Southern Parkway, which will connect us to the Virgin River Trail System, Santa Clara River Trail System. So this is a huge connection to all the trails that we have throughout the city. Next slide. Are there any questions?
What are the blue and pink arrow line?
That was the disc golf course.
Oh.
So that was showing where the different holes would be on the baskets.
Gotcha.
Can you speak towards accessibility a little bit? Some of the adaptive bikes out there are super wide. The park looks awesome. Just wondering if you considered some of those riders.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up because I went to the trail conference last year and I participated in that workshop. And it was awesome to see how people who are in wheelchairs, they can get out here and do this stuff. They are amazing at doing the mountain bike stuff. So we would definitely have that also geared towards them so they can use that. It's just amazing. And maybe you crank with your hands, you can either like just do it with your feet. You have the 3-wheel, they have the 4 wheels type of thing. And it was amazing. I was actually on one of those 3-wheel. And it's a little tricky to get to work, but it's just awesome to have all those people, everyone to be included in this bike park.
Do you think you'd have some riders that are on an advisory group or reach out to other groups that do that type of work with accessibility?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I think that we should contact them just to make sure that what we're building will accommodate their guests.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions? I don't know if I have my 10-minute.
A couple minutes left. More of a side question, but where you have like a lot of, like in this area, I think it's lots of like scorpions and rattlesnakes and stuff like that. And you have kids. And so how do you, all the terrain around the trails, how do you kind of keep it so there's not critters getting on the pathways and?
You don't, and that's living in St. George. I mean,
I've been stung by scorpions because I got on my bed. It's hard to deal with that. I don't think there's any way to really control scorpions.
That big one, that big
they
lizard.
don't come out. Like they're largely nocturnal. So the reality is that you're not walking down a trail going, oops, I just got stung. So that's just what the, yeah.
Because one thing we could do is have black lights there.
And freak everybody out.
Have a black light.
Lean into the lizard concept. Like one of those owls on the building.
That's a good point.
Part of the emphasis around this particular funding stream is for regional assets. You referenced initially about Desert Color. Do you just mind giving people an update of what Desert Color is and how it fits in to St. George and just Washington County in general?
So Desert Color is a large master plan community. There's about 33,000 people once it gets built out to be able to live in that area. Desert Color is interesting to St. George in a way because there's a lot of people that visit St. George already. But Desert Color, there's a lot of tourism that people like to come and visit. They got a lagoon. There's a big lagoon, if you're not familiar with it, that's kind of in the center of the community. It's really a tourism draw. And there's a lot of commercial going on right now. It's building and expanding crazily right now. Lots of restaurants are coming in. We've got Costco is going to be coming in right there. So there's a huge draw to that area. And there's going to be a lot of people coming there. People just not from the state, but from Nevada. So Desert Color is.
This is the new road.
So you guys happen to be the first time I get a chance to ask this question because you also in your proposal, like many others, have talked about it being a facility for low-income families. And one of my comments, having served on this committee for several years now, is that anything having to do with bikes is not low income. So what kinds of organizations and things like that are around that make something like this accessible to low income families?
Right, we have the bicycle collective, which helps the low income families be able to have bikes. I feel like.
Do you know how they work? I can help you if you need it. I knew the answer to this question for you all, but it was a complaint about like this whole cycle and seeing this, oh, it's low income, but it's bikes. Yeah, we're lucky we have a bicycle collective down there where kids learn how to fix bikes and then they put in hours fixing bikes for this nonprofit and earn their bikes that way. So that this town has a ability to actually say that, but you don't document it very well here.
The bicycle collective is incredibly important in St. George. In fact, we have 2 pumps of them, right? We own the city of St. George actually owns the building, so it's a partnership that we take really serious. I know our department in the past has volunteered there. It is something we should have brought up because it's really important. I know there's a lot of the youth that go there and get their first bike and to get a quality bike. So thanks for bringing that up.
Yes, thank you. Right, any other questions?
One other question. Yeah, I saw him in the image. I think I know the answer, but before you walked in, we were talking about Snake Hollow, and Snake Hollow is trying to pave the pump course now instead of dirt. Are you going to a hard surface on this one?
Yes, this would be an asphalt surface for the pump track, and I think the Snowland course is going to be paved as well. Because there's a lot of maintenance that goes into it, as we got out with Snake Hollow with the dirt tracks.
Yep. Good job.
Do we have any paved pump tracks in the state?
Oh, yes. At Canab.
I imagine one of the things that I've seen with paved pump tracks is that is a gateway for affordable bikes. You don't have to have the bike that can handle, the left side of this to each of it.
I was just gonna say, I was at the PG pump track last weekend. There's a bunch of $700 Walmart bikes out there. Not that we're in the business of selling stuff. But.
You'll say, whoa, wait a minute.
To save a place here, Jordan. We won't fire you.
It's a gateway, right?
Gotta start somewhere.
All right. Any other questions? If not,
I guess I'll ask one last question. So we see on some other grants that we deal with needing for restoration of trails, particularly asphalt trails. Now that they're years down the road, you anticipate that is the city going to take care of that asphalt, or they can be back asking this group for maintenance dollars and resurfacing or sealing?
Yeah, the city would be taking care of the maintenance, just like all the parks, and even at Snake Hollow, we're in charge of all the maintenance there. And if there's an issue with pavement there, we'll take care of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
I can take those 4 minutes off. Right? Can't deduct this.
But for any government employees, this is like $2.20. Or totally fine. I promise. Right out of her.
It's a dino.
If I run out, know that I will be on my way back.
Oh, yes.
I think my dad could actually.
I will answer anything.
That's not
the one on the wall.
Right?
Second one's a boy. Age. Goes to everything Will. She never, she rides bikes, motorcycles and stuff, but 1 year old. So there's something about that. I don't care what they say, there's something about genetics.
Right? I know, and I can.
Boy versus girl.
My name is Cheryl Meyer. I am from Uintah County / Vernal / the Basin. I can draw you a map if you don't know how to get there. Some people don't know where it is unless you say the right keyword. But now I know in this group it's Dinah. I'm from Medina. I am here on behalf of Uintah Special Service District 1. It's our district that facilitates all recreation and parks for all of Uintah County and Vernal. Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
We're having trouble opening it because it's a little too large for us to open. We might want to pull it on your laptop.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, everyone.
But, sorry. But if I could.
Yeah, download it
Yeah, we did download it.
Yeah.
and then open it with PowerPoint.
It's just a JPEG. You could open it with preview.
Oh, because it's in.
No, it's
Oh, there's additional ones.
Yeah, if you have PowerPoint on your machine, you can open it with that in your downloads folder.
And it is going to start a little doom and gloom, so I don't want anybody to be sad or anything, but I want to paint the picture of, the dinosaur died kind of recently. I want to express to this group, you've seen the application, if you're familiar with Vernal, we're a little farther away than other areas, and we have some great amenities, but we are lacking in some areas. So where we do not have we have a functioning skate park as it is, and that's what I want to start out and show you. But to give you an idea, this is a 26-year-old skate park that was meant to have a life of 8 to 10 years. They're welded ramps together, and so 26 years later, so when you have an expiration date on something, you can go way past it, I promise. But it is definitely something that's been put on the back burner for a long time, and it's something that has been a huge interest in our community. And to touch on the low income, we have a lot of low income in our facilities in our area. So our plan is to move the current skate park, leave it where it is, and build this new skate park on our recreation property facility. And it's located right with the bus stop. We have a lot of low-income housing, low-income around this area. We have a bus stop that can get you right there. As far as our pump track or our all-wheel park is it's not designed for your mountain bikes. It's designed for more your BMX, your lower quality mountain bikes, your skateboards, your scooters, your anything with wheels. I have some adult friends that are pulling out their roller. So this is currently what we have in Uintah County. As you can see, they're old, not entirely safe, don't show our trust insurance. But this is kind of what we've had to work with. And somebody asked me, there's a gate right to the skate park, and somebody asked me, what is that? And I said, actually, those are the really old tennis courts. So that was like a gate that nobody decided to open. Another sad thing, Uintah County, I don't know if you guys know this, but the state of Utah is the last place in mental health. And that's really sad because we are last to Alaska, who's dark 6 months out of the year. Uintah County is the lowest in mental health rates in the state of Utah. The basin, we have the highest suicide rates in adolescents, and the depression rates in adult men are higher than the state average. And our mental health ratio to providers is quite high, 658 to 1 patient to mental health providers. So again, I don't want to paint this doom and gloom, but we don't have a lot to be able to get these people in our community to enjoy a lot of things. So outdoor recreation and mental health, it's a natural connection. So by getting our kids off our phones, getting adults off their phones and out to a space that they can access without their parents, without a lot of supervision is what we have a lot of. And getting them out, spending outdoors, reduces stress and anxiety, improves mood and self-esteem, improves social connection, aids trauma recovery, supports youth development, cost-effective public health tool, investing in outdoor rec. So our goal and what we have come to do to solve all that is the Uintah Allville Park. We have actually already entered into a design build contract with Parent Grant Company. And as you can see that this lower part is a learning bicycle playground. So your Strider bikes on up to your 6, 7, 8-year-olds, if that too. They have some features, just like the big kids, that they can learn and how to steady on their bikes. We have a fantastic pump track, an extreme jump line. And again, you're not going to take your really expensive mountain bike on that jump line. And it is good. And this is the cement skate park. Everything in here is rideable. Currently now, if people want to ride their skateboard, they're riding on City Hall, they're riding on the benches downtown, they're riding down all the steps. And so everybody's trying to kick them out to a place that is rusted away. So we're hoping that this will be able to be accessible. It is designed for all abilities. I have a friend who recently lost his leg in a car accident, and a friend, he's 11 years old. He's in a wheelchair. I said, when this is ready, I'm pushing you down that hole. And he's like, I don't think I can. I was just kidding. But he's super excited about it because I said, we can push you all over in this wheelchair. But by then, I think he can have his heart dedicated to be on a skateboard. The regional assets here for this, as you might be aware, we have this thing called Dinosaur National Monument, which is a huge draw already. We would love to be able to connect with the tourists and the community around to stay another day in Vernal. To add, it's also, we're the connection point to Flaming Gorge. We have Red Fleet Reservoir, mountain bike trails around. Another opportunity to have a state-of-the-art pump track to be able to gather more tourists. We expect to draw up tourists from all over the state and even more as they travel in for our dinosaur land, which then increases the support for businesses in our hotels and our gas stations, which is a huge thing for us being in a community where we are tourism. We rely heavily on that. And we compete for space when it comes to the oil and gas industry. But be able to create opportunities for our youth that can't travel, that never seen a skate park, that never seen a pump track, that never been anywhere around. And then building on our county's vision of helping families and their outdoor recreation. So this project total cost is $3 million with the outdoor rec possible request of $1 million. You can see that's a great investment of your money to be a part of this project. That's just a breakdown of an overview. This was a fun idea that we had. Picture, this is our logo, that's the skate park logo, and the DNR logo in a spray painted tagged version on the back of the hat. Would be really cool. This also is going to be a part of the Small Town Comeback series that Uintah County has started in their little documentaries. They're going to be actually broadcast all over the state of a statewide television broadcaster picking them up. So the Allville Park will be a part of that in showing what we had and what we could have with that. So we'd love to be part of that. That's just a QR code if you felt like scanning it to see what this Small Town Comeback is. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Whereabouts is this in the town?
It is right, it's almost at the half a mile from the center of town. It's out on our facility. So I guess it's like from the museum. We're a mile away. Maybe 0.8.
Is it closer to the USU campus?
No, so are you familiar with the county building or city hall? We're just a half a mile south.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So the recreation center, there that's on, Vernal Avenue and Fifth, it's currently right on that property.
Okay.
The recreation center is, we have a Dino Trails committee, which we're really trying to pick up trails. The recreation center is a hub for urban trails that haven't been built yet, but that's where they kind of want to try to funnel a lot of their pass through. We have a lot of country, but the rec center is, they want a place to be able to connect to and move on into the outskirts.
Do you want to touch on maintenance long term?
Yes, so we have a full-time maintenance crew that operate and serve the rest of the parts of the county, and they will take care of all of that.
What's their role been in the existing skate park that you had? The video?
It is actually, the existing skate park right now is currently right next to our park superintendent's shop. So, and it's been one of those, don't look, don't say anything. It should have been dismantled probably a long time ago, but taking away something from the community that has not so much already was a hard thing. So our park superintendent, he's quite the bike rider anyway, so he actually goes out there about once a week and rides them just to see if there can be, you know, a major hazard outside of your normal falls and broken bones and
Other questions? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait to do some tricks with this dyno and my BMX bike. I'll do now.
I know we got screwed, but.
What'd you get? Oh, you got a zip stick.
Yeah. With a hoverboard thing.
All right. Ranceville's here, ready to roll. Toys, pay attention.
Yeah.
With the toys.
Well, thank you for having us. I am Christy Monteiro. I'm the Public Works Director, and with me I'm Marcus Seats, the Deputy Public Works Director. And we're here to interview another all wheels park for Grantsville City and want to show you our vision for Grantsville. Where Scenic Slopes Park, this is basically Grantsville City here. As you can see here, we have it pointed out there that the city has 18 acres of undeveloped park right there. If you continue to the west, then there will be 14 more acres of that subdivision. So more to be built out there. So all of that would be able to access it along with all of this community that would be able to reach it via biking or walking. So this is our general concept right now for this park that we showed you there. And the first amenity that we want to put in is our all-wheels park. It will include a pump track and a bicycle playground and a skate plaza. And once this park is complete, as you can see, we'll have 3 more golf fields that are currently needed in Grantsville, as well as another soccer field up here. Parking, you can see we have 3 accesses, one from the subdivision up here, this subdivision this way, and then that access from what we call Northern Trail, and this would all be parking right here as well. So what we did too, we are also working with American Wrap Company. They created a survey for us to send out to the public. We put it on our Facebook page and also on our website. We had it only there for a week, but had 170 people respond. And it was very positive. Many times when you put a survey out there, you get, well, why are you spending your money this way? Or why aren't you doing that? We have very little of that. More comments about features that they would like and how the biggest responses, they wanted it for all skill levels. This is what we hope to have it look like in that space there. So our first phase will be here with this pump track right here. It will also be hard surface as the other ones. And then we want to do, this is more skill bicycle playground, a more beginner playground, and then a concrete skate park as well. Just another view, again, emphasizing all wheels. What was amazing on the survey is how many people said just scooters would use it, but little kids. Next one. They are trying to design it. Again, we are the Brownsville Cowboys, and so to have with that theme, you can see we have a covered wagon, mountains that they can ride under. This is part of our desert wheat that you see out on our side of the hill. And then you can't see it out there, but one of the berms there has a mountain feature as well. So there we go, thank you. That they're trying to put into the design. What I didn't say also is the neat thing about this park is it's up on the west bench, and so it has amazing views down into Tooele Valley. Next one. The last one is also just another full picture of what the skate park would look like. They're also trying to incorporate, I don't know if you can tell even right here, these are horseshoes that they put in to, again, try to keep with the same theme that we can do with all of the park once all of the features are able to come through. They're asking for $1 million with this grant. The All Wheels Park would cost $1,500. Again, Brownsville City is committed to put out what it would need to finish the storm drain, the grading, and get parking in there for this park. We're speaking to the choir here. Well, that's an exciting goal. Just tell you part of the need for Grantsville is Grantsville is growing very fast. We are almost 16,000 people right now. We currently have 6 parks that total 42 acres. This park will be 18 when we finish it out. That will get us to be barely compliant. We're at a 5% growth right now, so we are in the need to develop our parks, and we appreciate this opportunity to apply for this grant. Next slide. Again, as other people have already said, and as I know we're speaking to the choir, but we see the need and the benefits of having park and a different recreation amenity for people, not only ball fields, not only pickleball courts, not only basketball courts, but something that could be used for all ages, from the little scooters, from the adults that would want to use it for more BMX riders, etc. So again, next slide, I'm Christy, and this is Marcus. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Questions?
Christy, I have a question. Thanks for that, and thanks for the efforts. It looks awesome. With the community growing so fast, is there a master plan to get kids safely by scooter or bike to the park as opposed to having to get into a car and drive or have mom and dad take them there?
So the master plan is currently being developed. We're actually working in conjunction. We have meetings last week and this week, and not only with UDOT and connecting our roads, but also we've been with UDOT trying to get more trail system. Grantsville honestly doesn't have much. Tooele County, as Russ knows, doesn't have much. It's something that we are still striving to work on. So as for a master plan for that area, no. As we work with these other phases that are coming in, this is what we are showing them and asking them to help provide. But also Grantsville City needs to help to get something up on the trail that can get people there safely.
The trail's right next to it. Yeah, come on, Tooele County, we don't need that stuff.
Any other questions? Yes.
You mentioned that Grantsville really is on the front line of growth right now, and where the population is exploding. Is there any sort of facility like this anywhere in Tooele County?
There is not a hard surface pump track in Tooele County. There is a BMX track at E right now, and it is a dirt one. But this would be the first one in Tooele County.
So then it's not just serving current residents, it's serving the sports and future subdivisions and.
And anyone in Will County.
I was gonna say, one of the things that if this becomes the first one in Cool County, it'll, Lake Point, Stansbury, that whole community will come out to it.
It happened with the splash pad.
Everything, yeah, you guys
Splash pad,
did the
you know,
first
that
splash
came
pad.
through the WFRC grant, and we get residents from Tooele, Lake Point, Stansbury that all come to use our splash pad.
Are you using impact fees from Alderman growth to be the dollars for the other people?
And par tax, so yes. So this is impact fee and par tax eligible.
Anything else? If not, then, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whose vision that was a few years ago, right?
We didn't have a 245. If we want to jump early.
They're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, jump into it. Yeah.
Nancy, a year to go.
Nancy and Midway City are here. We might as well get into it.
Yeah, we'll have,
Okay. Probably skip the video. I read that I had 10 minutes and I only have 5, so I'm gonna skip through a few things. Welcome, everyone. I'm Nancy O'Toole and I'm here, which one are we doing for, okay, Midway. I'm doing Midway Ice Rink expansion for Midway City. I'm Nancy O'Toole and I work for MAG. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and skip the video. It was a nice video of the looking at the whole thing. You guys probably can see that. This is a picture of when we're doing this in the winter time. We get 87,000 visitors between November 15th and about the end of March for our ice skating rink. We thought, why not capitalize on this space? It's 100 feet by 200 feet. And let's capitalize this and let's use this in the summertime. Let's get these people to come to our town this summer. So I'd like to recap just a little bit. What we're doing is we pieced this ice skating rink together with the Olympic Committee in 2002. And we literally pieced it together. And it's been going on for about 24 years. And it's starting to have a little wear and tear and a little issues on that. And the thing that we have the problem with now is that it's a closed system and it seeps in the summertime. And so it leaks this slurry, slick, salty stuff on top of it, so you can't use it. We've had 2 people fall and break their arms. So what we do is we cover it up now. So we really do need to repair this ice skating rink. And so we can do other things in the summertime. The new we also we're going to do another concierge building that includes a warming hut, concessions, bathrooms, and rentals. And with a non-porous floor, the space can be used for recreational activities. So these are the trailers that we got in 2002 from the Olympic Committee, and we have used them. And this last year when we put them in, we wasn't sure whether they were going to hold up or not. So we decided I got funding for the Rural Grant Committee, Rural Economics Committee, the next one, to do a concierge and concession building. It's really cool. It's a Swiss building with architect. It's got 1,300 square feet. It's going to have a warming hut. It's going to have a kitchen. It's going to have bathrooms. It's going to have rentals. We're really excited about it. We're going to have decks all the way around so we can have people enjoy that space all year round. This is a simple schematics of what our drawing is going to be like now. We're right up in here. This right here is the ice skating rink. This is the concession stand. What I want you to notice is all the way around we have parking. So we don't have to worry about parking. We got parking for all year round. We also have trails that go from 4 different directions, north, south, east, and west. You can go to this area on a trail or a sidewalk anywhere in Midway, which is really nice. We do have 160 something parking spots. but it fills up fast. So it's really nice to have an alternative for that. And the reason we want to really capitalize this on the summertime is we have Deer Creek on one side of our town, and we've got Wasatch Mountain State Park on the other side of town, and they come through. Sometimes they stop and sometimes they don't. We'd really like to capture some of that and get some recreational activities in the summertime, because we're certainly busy in the wintertime. This is just another picture of it, and we're going to widen the sidewalk so we can have a little bit more room for tables and chairs and benches. Go ahead and do the next one. So what we're focusing on with this project, we've already got the ice skating rink down pat. We're busy. We're busy from the moment we open up to the moment we close. What we want to do is capture that kind of energy for April, May, June, July, August, September, and October. So this is what we decided to do. We've got the Wasatch State Club. They gather on the ice skating rink on Saturday mornings. It's a wonderful lady. Her name is Elsie. And she does this roller skating yoga and ice skating roller skating all in every Saturday morning. And she's running out of venues because everything's getting so busy in town. She would like to do it in our place, but it's unsafe. So as soon as we get that up and running, she's going to be there every Saturday morning. Our Tuesday concert nights, we wanted to include dancing with bands, but we live in Midway and we have bowls. And so it's not really good to go dancing on our grass because you can trip and fall in the holes. So we're going to wait till we get this done this year. And we've got lined up of a whole bunch of bands that are going to come in every Tuesday night. Some of them will just be sitting and listening. Others will be dancing. And we're really excited about that. We also have another lady. Her name is Danny, and she does the Midway line dancing. She can only do this every other weekend because she's, again, running out of venues to do this. And she'd like to do it outside. And what she does is about 50, 60 people come. It's $10 and you do line dancing for 2 hours. We have a space that's almost a half an acre. Could you imagine how many people we could put in there and get some recreation going there? So we're really excited about her doing that. And then the last thing is the bike events. We do that on the first Saturday of every June. We have been able to do it on the park, on the ice skating rink space, but it's getting too dangerous. So we're going to move it this year. But after that, the following year, we have a bike safety first on June. For obstacle course, the kids come through and they have a really great time. And then we leave that obstacle course out there, say like Tuesdays and Thursdays for 4 hours. Then the kids can come and practice and feel safe that they are going to learn the rules and know what they're doing and feel like they're safe riding their bikes around Midway. The last thing is the city council wants to put anchors in for pickleball, tennis courts, and volleyball nets. So we're really excited about this. We've got a really good program for the wintertime. And we'd like to spread that out all through the summer and really capture some of those people that cross through from Deer Creek and from Wasatch Mountain State Park. And thank you for listening to my presentation. I can answer any questions. That was kind of fast. I apologize, but I can answer any question you have.
Questions?
Just a logistic question. These anchors, how do these anchors work so that they're not in conflict with like roller skating or they're not tripping hazards and things?
They have a clip on them, so they come up. You have a little lever, and you open it up, you pull it up, and then you lock it, and then when you're done, you unlock it, push it down, and put a little top over.
And so it's completely flush.
It's amazing what they can do with that stuff.
There's a video of the rollerblade yoga. Everybody wants to see it.
I had one, I couldn't get it converted. It's so much fun.
Everybody wants to see it, but nobody wanted to ask.
You have to see it. It's amazing. They do the lifts and the legs and the stretches and all sorts of stuff with the rollerblades. It's actually kind of cool.
So and this is where Swiss Days is held, it's right?
You what?
Swiss Days?
Yeah. Yes.
In a formal case. So does this add to the capacity or things that Swiss Days can accommodate?
Well, hopefully what we do is we use that space we put a whole big tent up in that space. And that's where everybody can eat and have entertainment in case it rains. So that's what we do. But we have to put a whole board down because it's so slick and uncomfortable and dangerous for people to be on that. So Swiss Days is looking forward to having a nice floor. They can just put a tent up.
Any other questions? No. Okay, no, we can queue up the next one.
He went. Leave it to the YouTube.
Well, guess we'll have to go to Midway
Here, you know.
No,
on Saturdays.
no
Check
rollerblade
it out.
weather videos, so.
Maybe.
On the other one. This is my second presentation, and I'm so excited to bring this to you. I've been working with Heber City since 2021 on this project. And we finally got it, it's shovel ready, we've got everything set up, it's ready to go. So on the next slide, I'll be real quick with this one. Give you a little bit of background. This right here is the existing park. It's 15.9 acres. It has a dog park, it has playground equipment, standard stuff, grass, trees, parking lot, and bathroom. As you can see around here, and all the way around here where you can't see out in there, is townhomes, twin homes, and a lot of apartments. It's a very high density place. So we wanted to expand this park to kind of fill the north end of, so it's this piece right here that we bought, the city bought 9.6 acres in a conservation easement. And we worked with Snowland on this easement. The easement included wetland delineation, restrictions of that, Spring Creek and Sagebrush Canal. It took about a year for us to work through this management plan. There was a lot of sensitive lands, a lot of wetlands, a lot of issues on that land. It used to be an agricultural piece, and so there was a lot of cows and horses on there. And we had a lot of problems with Spring Creek and Sage Canal getting algae blooms. So once we purchased the property, then we moved the animals off there. Now we've let it sit fallow for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. And it's recovering, it's doing much better. I also went to the DWQ Sandy Winger, and we had this old beat up catch basin sitting in the middle out on the side. It was ugly, and it wasn't doing its job anyway. So I said, can we dig that up and redesign that, and then put in a pond and put a shoreline around it, and just let people just hang out in the pond? They approved that, so that was really good. And then we did a year process of public input. Go ahead, next one. So I just want to recap real quick what we're going to put in the park. This is what we have in the park right now. What we're going to put in the new park is adding soft trails. We cannot put any asphalt or anything permanent on this conservation easement. So we're doing 6 foot to 8 foot wide soft trails, and then boardwalk wherever there's any wetland. There are no wetland impacts with this project at all. We really worked hard. There's 1.63 acres of wetlands. We got bridges that go across Spring Creek and Sagebrush Canal. We got the pond, large pavilion with picnic tables, and spectacular views of the Wasatch Back. When you're sitting on the property and looking out, you see the whole scape. It's just beautiful. Go ahead and go to the next one. I'm going to do this one real quick. This was kind of a beginning concept drawing. I just wanted to show that this is the type of boardwalk that we're doing. This is the type of creek overlook that we're doing. This is the soft surface trails. And go ahead and move to the next one, and then I can do more detail. This is our simple concept drawing. As I say, the design is done and everything is ready. What we've done here is we put a small parking lot, gravel parking lot with the trail, and this is boardwalk that goes through here. And you can see we connect many places with our trails, so you can do multiple loops, up to 5 miles you can do on this. This is Spring Creek. It meanders all the way through. It's just a beautiful creek. It's really recovered well. We're going to do some riparian repair, and we're putting bridges along right here, and one right over here. What we're going to do is put bridges so people can sit and just view the area. This pond is going to have a viewing dock. As you can see, there's a viewing dock here. There's a huge pavilion here with some grass area, and we're going to have a covered pavilion with lots of picnic tables. This project is really, this is Sagebrush here. I don't want to forget Sagebrush here. There's a lot of benches. It's a passive nature park. It's for people to go reflect, walk with their dogs, enjoy the family. It's not we don't have any racing going on. We're going to have, trails that are just mellow. It's going to be a wonderful park for everyone to just enjoy. And then the next one I wanted to quickly talk about was the landscaping. Our landscaping crew spent a year trying to figure out what kind of landscaping we could do in this area. Drought tolerant trees and shrubs all the way across. As you can see, we're trying to protect sagebrush here with lots of trees. And then as this meanders around, we're putting a lot of trees along there, along with the benches. So that way you can sit, if you feel tired, you can just sit down on the bench and there's lots of trees. And this is a really, in addition to Heber City, this is the first time we've ever brought anything to you guys. When it's finally complete, it'll be 25, almost 26 acres. So it's a good sized park. And that's it. And thank you so much from Heber City. They're really excited. And I think have any questions.
I had a question. Oh, go ahead. Let the young guy go first.
I'm curious, in the proposal, you talked a lot about kind of the wetland design concept. Is there like an outside company or like, can you kind of just elaborate more on all the wetland design parts?
I'm not sure what you mean. We worked with Forks Engineering that came out and did the wetland.
Okay, so it's just an engineered wetland.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it's mostly from the flooding from Spring Creek and sagebrush. But we wanted to leave it that way. We want to keep it the way it is, you know. And it's beautiful. We've got trees or birds everywhere, all kinds of birds, sentinel cranes especially.
So you mentioned that there was conservation easement on the property. So the city acquired the property after the easement was put on?
We acquired the property at the same time. We're working with Summit Lands on conservation easement. The two homeowners said, we do not want this developed. We want it for the public. So we said, let's bring Summit Lands in with the two property owners. It was a long process of about a year to get everything cleared up. And so that's what we did. We worked with Summit Lands. Yeah, they're wonderful to work with.
So you referenced the barn. I was a little foggy on the barn because it seemed like it was a structure that was there, but you were going to replace it. Can you elaborate?
We're going to remodify it. We can't replace
That's the red part, right?
That's the red part. We can't take it away and do something back. We have to, it's very strict, this conservation easement. So we got really creative with this. So we're going to remodify the barn. It's an old barn with a stick out area. It's going to be perfect for a pavilion. We're just going to remodify that, put a roof on it, and then put picnic tables with the grass around there.
I could say, because that was an area that was already there. That had been there historically.
And either remove it and not put anything back, or remodify
Use
the
it.
one that's there. And that's what we decided to do. It's a great place to sit and have a picnic and look at the Wasatch Back. You can't beat the views.
Love this. I love it being between the two waterways. Are there any water play features built into this?
Only the pond.
Just the pond and the viewing area.
Yeah, we're trying to keep Spring Creek. It's having its troubles, and so is sagebrush because of all the runoff. So we're trying to keep. Maybe in 4 or 5 years we'll be able to do something like that. What we eventually want to do with this, and I forgot to mention this, is we're going to spend the next year and a half when we get this built is doing interpretive signs. I want to spend some time with the Hogle Zoo of the Wildlife. I can't remember what they call it, but they have great interpretive signs. We want to go through once it's done and say, let's put a sign here about wetlands. Let's put a sign here about riparian areas. Let's put a sign here and try to educate the public at the same time. Because this is not a park you're going to go take your bike and race. You're going to meander and you're going to walk and you're going to reflect and you're going to look at the beauties. And so we want people to be educated at the same time.
The pond area, is there excavation plans to alter that?
Yes, it's a catch basin. It's not quite in the right position, but it's a catch basin. It's just so old and beat up. We are going to dig the whole thing out, line it, and then fill it full. And it's still going to maintain as a catch basin. It's just going to be more functional.
Is that on
and
the
we're going to
wetland?
have a shoreline.
Is that on the wetland there where that is?
No, it's right where the catch basin has always been.
So you don't have to get a core.
No, we're not doing any impacts. They wouldn't let us do any impacts to the wetland. So that's why we're doing the boardwalk. That's why this project is a little expensive, because we're being really careful with this property. But when we get done, it'll be almost 26 acres of park. That's pretty cool. That's especially that part of town. It's really busy.
Other questions?
No.
No?
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Our next resolution that reads in between, so you have that 1 minute, one little break.
Yeah. Take a little break.
That we see this applicant, we go ahead and get started.
Patrick, can you answer a question? There's a couple of these on the paper printed that have an asterisk. Do you know what? There's no. Anyone know?
Which paper? Missing the score.
It's in the score.
It's
There's an asterisk by the score on 2 of them.
Yeah. Missing the score.
Missing a score.
We don't.
Lance?
The Houston City one's not me. The Bastion.
I better check, make sure it's not me.
I think we're working on it, so there's no reminders, but I think
What you did before, and all of a sudden I'm like,
Oh crap, you're like, oh crap.
but it wasn't 15, it was like 5 last year. Like,
That was the problem. This year was a lot. Can get rid of this part. I'm behind the screen.
He's hiding behind. Lyle Beecher is our architect over here, the beach water architect. Steve Jenkins from Inside Engineering. I've got Chris McCandless here. He's one of our great volunteers. I've got Scott Sabey, our Sabian Bangkok attorney. So we're all covered. And I've got Nate Rafferty here from Utah, which is kind of fun. So Nate just told me a few minutes ago that our ski visits have doubled since the Olympics. Whoa, right? And not many more resorts, if you've noticed. So we're going to talk a little bit about Snowland. So our whole goal, as I mentioned, is to just revive and breathe some air into this community treasure that we've got down there and up Fairview Canyon. On the next slide, if you can. So there's a great demand, as you can see. Well, there's a great demand for skiing, as I just mentioned. I'm not going to read every single one of these slides. Our objective, a few of us came together in 2024 and said, let's fix this resort. It's been around since 1967, and it's currently inoperable, but not inoperable in a sense of safety and security. If you go up there today, there's probably 10 cars probably shuttling kids in the back of pickup trucks up and down this hill. It's crazy and it's not safe. So we got together and said, let's decide, let's fix this problem. Let's revive and fix Snowland. Proximity, we just shuttle recreationalists. They shuttle recreationalists up and down Highway 31. So Highway 31 is Fairview Canyon, right? And up they go. We were down there last couple of weeks ago skiing, and we saw all kinds of, there's little kids, moms shuttling kids. It's great. We had a snowmobile up there with us. We were checking out the site, and the mom said, "Hey, keep an eye on my kids. She's shuttling. She can't be with them." So that's a crazy thing. So they're skiing down the mountain all alone without parents, and then they make it to the bottom. You can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, near the top of Fairview Canyon, located on Highway 39 in San Pete County. Started in 1967 by a gentleman by the name of Jerry Nelson, who was a school teacher. And he decided that they needed a ski hill for all these kids and recreationalists down there. Crazy thing about Jerry Nelson, he was a one-armed man. And he did all this. He started this with one little rope tow, added another one the next year, built a cabin the next year, and had his family help him. He ran it till the 1979-1980 season, at which time he got over to Wasatch Academy and one of the stewards of this property right now. It sits on a U.S. Forest Service map. It sits in the U.S. Forest Service Manti-Sa Mountains, and there's been a permit there, a special use permit since 1967 to 2039. All of this information is in that booklet that we just sent out to you, so you can skim through that if you'd like. Some of you probably already have. As mentioned, the original improvements were 2 tows and a lodge, and lots of fun, right? They ran it for a lot of years. Snowland took it over, and recently, when did you stop really operating it? How many years ago did you stop?
A year or two.
About a year or two ago. It's just without a revenue source, it just becomes a burden to survive. So we're really excited. After 58 years, let's revive Snowland Resort. I'll point out that as I looked on the map, the closest ski resort to the north is Sundance. The next closest ski resort to the south is Eagle Point. And if you go to the north, Eagle Point to the north. If you go to the east, you're probably talking Aspen, Colorado. And if you go to the west, you're probably talking Tahoe. So you think about the dearth there. It's 3.5 to 5 hour drive for anyone in San Pete County or Central Utah, that region, to get to a ski resort. Well, this isn't the most vertical hill in the world, but it's a wonderful, I call it it's kind of a entry level drug, if you will, to skiing. These are great opportunities for these families to come and spend time together. Let's go to the next slide. So as you can see here, this is a map of the area, and we have an example of the surface lip that we're proposing to put in.
This is the architectural drawings of the current lodge that's in there. Our whole goal is to renovate the lodge, put in community areas up here so they can use, if you can imagine kids going up there, or college students going up during the week and getting safety training on winter sports and outdoor training and learning how to manage avalanche equipment, avalanche beacon shovels and coats. When I go up there during the winter time, I often take groups of youth, and that's what we do. We help them study the snow, we help them study safety, we're trying to teach a generation not to get killed in the mountains because they're dangerous. So we're teaching those skills. But they would do that same thing with Wasatch Academy and Snow College are partnering with this project. And they would do the same thing. They would bring students up here and teach and use the resort and have all kinds of recreationalists. Over here is the original lodge is right in here. It's the original lodge. Original parking lot. We got this parking lot, these 2 years. We got restroom facilities, the lift, the tow road. This would be for tubing on this side. This would be for skiing and riding on the other side of the hill there. So let's see. Some of the infrastructure that's needed up there, obviously we need water source. We need restroom facilities, sewer facilities, electricity. So these are the kind of things that this grant that we're seeking today would pay for, is to help us provide a significant amount of infrastructure for this project, including the tow as is depicted here. So let's see. The other thing that I wanted to point out with this tow, as you can see, it's really simple to grab and get onto. You can ride up and it's fully, everything we're going to do here is going to be ADA compliant. So I've formerly sat on the board of Wasatch Adaptive Sports. Adaptive skiers could come up here and use this resort just like anyone else could. So that's a really great opportunity for our adaptive community. I'm excited about that. The conditional use permit, as I mentioned with the Forest Service, is good until 2039. And we have submitted it for a revision of that to allow for additional use on the property. Let's go to the next slide. As I mentioned to you, we have a lot of excitement and enthusiasm. In just a few months, we've been able to garner a significant amount of in-kind contributions. And the details for those are in your budget that you'll see. I have 10 minutes, so I'm going to have to hustle there. $220,000 for phase one and in-kind contributions. If you were to grant us this grant, we would have $435,000 remaining in phase one. I've been involved my whole life in fundraising. My whole 35-year career has been fundraising, either with the Utah Symphony or Mel Center Theater or now Thanksgiving Point. We can make that happen. Additionally, in phase two, you can see the budget here, and then we have already $170,000 committed. We think we will find a lot more than that committed at any time. The people in Sanpete County are so excited about this. From every resident to even someone named Governor Cox is pretty excited about this. You can see the total of the project, leaving a remainder of $2.3 million that we would need to raise. And I think between Snow and Wasatch Academy and people we know and excitement that's down there, we will have no problem in raising additional money to make that happen. Let me turn the time over to Paul for a minute, talk to you a little bit about some of the uses that Wasatch Academy might consider, how they'll program their uses of snow.
Yeah, so being in rural Utah for the last 150 years, Wasatch Academy certainly understands the value of partnershiping. Not only will increase infrastructure and facilities, but also the use for everybody. For the last 30 years, we've been using Snowland, ruining it for our students' use in a small little tow, those types of things. And then you see everybody else doing their own thing up there. As Brad mentioned, shuttling kids up around and those types of things. So the value of Snowland for Wasatch Academy student experience will be
be huge. As we add a couple of yurts that can be used for classroom experiences for both Wasatch and Snow and the community in general, as well as increased infrastructure with parking, which will be nice and help keep the canyon a little safer. And then, as Brad mentioned, we have a road code we can start to use for the entire community right away. And then eventually a surface lift that would be valuable for this facility. We love the idea. We've benefited from search and rescue on occasion. We love the idea of the search and rescue having a place that they can stage, there at Fairview Canyon, as well as additional bathrooms. So the student experience, the community experience, deal with that.
Great, thanks. So that's one perspective. We'll give you another perspective from Snow College, who's also completely involved with this, excited.
When I presented this to Kevin with our president, I was very excited, first of all, for the name of it. So Snowland, she's a great name for a project. But we have all kinds of classes. We have outdoor leadership program where the kids are actually off-site for weeks at a time, where this would be a great opportunity to look and use a yurt and be trained in that. So we have about 3,500 kids on campus. And a lot of those kids are going home to do all the things they do in the winter. And this would give us a chance to try and keep them on campus. There are 15 YSA boards in Snow College that are always looking for activities. And I think this would be a great opportunity to spend the night out on bikes. I'm sure some of our kids are online for most of the classes. I'm sure they've been taking most of the classes probably from up here. But the college is committed to making it work with the classes, all types of evening classes, the search and rescue, all types of things we think are really fit with what we try to do in Snow College. So it's a great thing for us. Our president is new from Richfield, really behind the whole concept. And so he has support from our president on down at Snow College.
Kevin, if you have anything to add real quick, I'm going to call you. I didn't tell you I would, but if you just tell us a little bit about the enthusiastic reception that this idea is receiving and Sandy.
So this is just a great college. Like we said, you go there on a weekend or even like a holiday weekend, and there are just tons of people up there just skiing anyways, in backcountry skiing. So this is an opportunity to turn something into something big. Outdoor recreation is growing in our part of the county, and like I said, continue to grow and continue the visitation and have something for our locals as well. So it's a good project.
We're excited to revive this project. I think we've got a completely capable team. I can't imagine how many millions of square feet these people have developed over the years. Lots of those millions. So I will just tell you, from the mayor's offices down there to the governor's office, the recreationalists, to the outdoor enthusiasts, to tourism and economic development, to campuses, to school districts, to the county and region, to tubers, to mountain bikers, to skiers and riders. This is a winner. And we've got the team that are eligible and capable to do this. And the great thing is, the whole team we're voluntary, and we're just excited to get this done and move forward. So one thing I did not mention is a little bit about summertime recreation. Take the snow off, you've got a really great downhill mountain biking track, and the lift supports mountain bikes. So other great uses. So it can be year-round uses. I can foresee dinner meetings up there. I can foresee some concert series up there. I can foresee so much fun happening up that canyon. It's really close to rivers and tributaries and waterways, and just so much recreation out of everything. Okay. Thank you for your consideration. We will be wonderful stewards of this branch and decide to send it our way. Leave it at that, and we're open for questions.
I'm sure there will be a few questions. Go ahead, Jim.
For the summertime usage, you just mentioned the mountain bike trail system. Would that be like in phase 3, or is that carving kind of trails and everything outside of the mountain? How does that help them?
We haven't determined that yet. That's a really great question. We know that the list supports it. I don't know, I didn't fill in the use permit on that. Did we have that as a permit?
Yeah, so
it would be a phase 3 approach. But it can be done in the future. I mean, considering Forest Service does that. That's great. Thanks. Others, go ahead.
I didn't follow, maybe this mentioned, is Snowland a private business? What is Snowland and who's going to run and operate the lift?
So that's a really great question. So the foundation that we've created will run and operate Snowland. We'll have a board of trustees that will run it. We have a budget in there. You'll see there are 6 to 8 employees, depending on how busy and what we need. So that's how we'll run and operate. Wasatch Academy and Snow College will help with all of that. We'll need accountants. Let's see, they have how many accounting classes going on here in colleges and universities. You know, we'll need all kinds of help, and we'll do it mostly on a volunteer basis. We will have 6 to 8 paid staff that will work, 5 days a week, or number of days, 20 days for open. Currently, we're
Nonprofit foundation.
about 5. It's a nonprofit.
So maybe 2 other questions to add on that. One, because you are going to operate, it's going to be as a business and you're going to carry liability. What does that mean for all the people, Kevin, you mentioned that their backcountry skiing, will uphill traffic be allowed still? And then what will a day pass cost for people to go?
That's a really good question. I skipped over that. I'm sorry. The day pass we anticipate being about $20. The season pass for students would be between 50 and 100. On the budget, it works with 50. So the season pass would be nothing for college. I guess $50 is something for college kids. But anyway, that's what we anticipate. And uphill skiing, currently there's uphill skiing. We're probably not going to be able to stop uphill skiing. We can certainly get electric. We'll discourage it. I'm not sure how we're going to avoid it.
So the $20 fee though, that would be for accessing the lift
Accessing the lifts
itself, accessing it. If the public wants to go on to the property, they're still able to do that without a charge. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a Forest Service property, so yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there are some situations like that where that's not allowed. So yeah.
So yeah, in your packet, there's a discussion of mountain skiing.
Yep. Yep.
In Vermont, that's kind of a loose way of how they would fish.
And I think I'd encourage you to think through that uphill traffic piece, because the liability side of running ski area, even if you're a nonprofit area, right? You want to dig down through and make sure you're not having the collisions of uphill and downhill traffic.
And I've skied this area for 4 decades. This is not an open environment just because there's not enough steepness to it. There's a lot of great backcountry skiing. This is not one of those places. Or beginner, intermediate, or people who come to learn. One of the reasons why the search and rescue component is so significant is because of the hazards outside of this area. Lack of training. This is where they begin, but they wouldn't go to those other areas and school my tracks.
So yeah, if you want uphill, you can go somewhere else. Huge vertical.
Is there support from the NANTA or the Forest Service on this?
We've met with them, they're very supportive, they've been very helpful in helping us submit our second permit. And
my second question, dealing with these permits all day, there's a lot of things that are going to happen in order for that to happen.
It's in the packet there, our submission, our packet, it has the submission for the revised.
Right. So Wasatch County has a special use permit, like Brett mentioned. And this grant we use to prove that, under that special use permit. And then we submitted a separate special use permit for snow. If we get that, then Wasatch would forfeit it, special use permit, and Snowland would take over.
And everything from the Forest Service has been positive so far.
It's very positive. I like this.
And our understanding is that they have the ability to make the decision to manage forest itself, it doesn't have to go.
There's gotta be more questions.
Well, I was wondering a little bit about just the business plan side of it and the revenue and the operating costs analysis.
We
What
do
do
have
you
an
have on that?
operating revenue, we have an operating statement or income statement in the packet. It pencils just fine. And you did well. I've run nonprofits my whole life, 501c3s, and if you don't make a profit at the end of the day, you don't have a business. So this will make a profit at the end of the day. There will summer, winter use. We don't even have summer use in the Gulf market because of this kind of event. It'll be a huge to me. These yurts will be. I don't know if you've ever tried to get up the Bear or tried to get into these yurts up in the Wasatch here. If you don't get on within 15 minutes of an opening, you don't get one for the year. There will be a huge demand for this, and just from experience. Yeah. So we penciled just fine, and like I said, the budget is right there, and it does make. And so we should be able to add improvements as we go. Maintenance of the snowcat, the snow hills, all the equipment we're gonna need to do this. We'll maintenance shed, and we'll rent sleds, or we'll rent tubes, chili corn dog, or whatever you want. There'll be concessions, it'll all work.
Who's going to underwrite the insurance?
That's the best question of the day. We're really positive about that. We're doing a lot of research on that concept. There's not a solid answer there yet. The possibility to actually have a county, city, take that on as being such a regional area, we think we'll get there one way or another. Privately, probably not. I'd honestly through applying for it. Be very expensive. Yeah, that's our biggest question now is how to underwrite the project. Would any of you disagree over here, Scott? No, that's right. That's probably accurate. Yeah.
And we've been talking also to some ski resorts and getting information. And we're doing some research.
We're doing a lot of due diligence.
We don't have the answer for that.
We don't have the answer.
Did that have anything to do with the original closure and having to stop operations initially?
What we operated for our own student body and had coverage. And then recently we did shift our coverage a little bit and to be honest with you, we're a little bit different situation because we're probably not as we'll have teachers up there growing and stuff like that, right? Some things that are underwriters don't usually love. And so we're a little bit different scenario. But yeah, we have had insurance coverage for 30 years. Did have to recently switch our coverage. Go out there and figure it out. Yeah. We haven't been operating this past year for our students. And part of it is just, our cat and all that stuff is older and whatever, getting the right piece in there and also managing liability as well. That's part of it.
Yeah, that's a great question, Tracy. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Like I said, we've got a pretty good brain trust here that it will get solved.
Any other questions? Well, it's super exciting. I love to see this gap down there potentially get filled, and hopefully the insurance and the other questions get addressed. We'll look forward to talking more.
I just want to say thank you all for being here. It's probably been a long day or the last one, I hope. So hopefully you can go home. So thank you again. Thanks for your consideration. And we're ready to get to work. So as soon as we hear what's going on, then we'll jump in and keep going.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Almost exactly on time.
So Des rated this a high priority. That's saying something right there.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to hear what you have to say about it.
I was skeptical until I read through the whole thing. Phase two is just, I guess, the way.
Take a stab at the tier one. Mr. Chairman, I say let's look at the tier one. The efficiency of time. Unless you got a different idea.
I don't have an additional idea, but you do. Yeah, if you want to move into looking at tier ones, we can definitely do that. Any objections to that? Any discussion on moving to a discussion?
How long are we here till?
Well, the agenda says 5 is adjournment, so yeah, we got.
I think we're gonna need every bit of that.
Yeah, we are.
All right, then, if there aren't any objections to that, then we'll move into the tier one discussion. And,
Tier one. You waited till the end of the day to bring that one in.
Just a morsel, Russ, just a morsel. We gotta take a little nibble at the thing.
To start somewhere, right?
Calendar invite says for us.
I know it does.
I know it's that,
but
that's the old bait and switch.
That's the old bait and switch. Once you get them here, then you tell them they're not leaving.
Oh, by the way, we're open 7. I my bait switch.
Feel like I'm gonna.
Yeah, you could just leave.
All right, well, for tier one, we have 12.5 million in requests. And the average score, 35.3, which is, wow, really high. That way, if we, yeah, so, that accurate?
That's what I have in that.
Yeah. If we went off of the average, then there would only be 2 or 3 projects we could award. But that is a little bit of inconsequential minutia. I'd be open to any action. We'll see. Sure. Send off my spreadsheet.
Oh, you're just a page off. There's rankings going all the way up to 44.
Yeah, I think we're one.
Yeah.
I'm missing a page.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's one, the highest ranking for this category is 44.24.
That's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to advance everything 40 and above for the next round for consideration of funding. Save the access fund in Lehigh City because those have 2, well, I think we've decided that the score is more important. I'm just gonna say anything 40 and above, let's advance it to the next round of funding.
And we're okay with Santralo with its low one?
Yeah, because it's got 2 highs, 1 low.
Right.
That comes out the score, if you ask me. I think the score.
I would like to put an addendum to go to the 3909,
3909.
just because it's got 3.
Highs.
Well, maybe we should look at, maybe we should, I don't know. We got 2, 3. They're all high priority, but then you drop down to 37.
Right there.
Maybe we move those in afterwards.
I'll amend my motion and say, let's go 39.09. Everything above that, advance until next round of consideration.
Patrick, have we seen Wild Willow in previous years? Is this sort of a resubmission of things we've seen in the past? So this extra one that we just included, I want to know if this one that's getting sort of automatically this 39.09 is this one that we have seen in the past and maybe not funded. So I'd like to talk about it instead of automatically advancing it. Okay.
I showed 24 and last year we did.
Did we?
Yeah.
Like the name is just ringing a bell, that's why.
Take your motion.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna second his motion so we can have a debate about it.
Sure, thanks.
And whether or not there's a substitute.
Yeah, I'm a little lost with my papers here, so I've lost what's going on. But
We got a motion and a second and
And now we're
some
talking.
discussion possible.
tell me again what the threshold score was, Lance.
So I'm looking at the
39.
score sheet, so I'm saying everything 39.09 and above advance to, next round.
Oh, yeah. 39.09. And your motion is that we recommend those for our final list of approvals, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and Deb, you seconded that? Yeah. All right, then let's go ahead and have a voice vote. Or a roll call.
We actually have a little discussion.
Sure,
So-
sorry, yeah, let's
Yeah.
have some questions, discussion on that motion.
And I'm just, again, I'm wondering if this Wild Willow Park that is being included by going down to 39.09 is something that we've seen before and turned down, and it is not.
I don't think so.
We did phase 2 last year, correct me, from what I'm seeing, and we funded them.
Okay.
I did receive.
Okay, then I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion through the motion? If not, then we'll go ahead and do a voice roll call vote.
I'm sorry, Chair, was Lava included or not?
It is.
It is.
Yes,
That's the bottom.
correct. Yep. So 12, the top 12. Sarah, are you able to do a roll
I
call?
am able to do the roll call.
Thank you.
Jason,
Aye.
Scott,
Aye.
Cameron, Jordan,
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Yes,
Aye.
Lance,
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Aye.
Tracy. Eric. Aye. Jake,
Aye.
Russell,
Aye.
and,
That rules unanimous. So. Good chunk. What does that put us at?
3.27.
3.27. And overall, where are we?
And this is new this year, I'm really excited about it, it's my progress bar, you can see that.
I like it.
Love it.
Does it go a certain color as it gets higher?
Once we get above, we can go back.
Oh, love it. So we're green, baby, green.
So we're at about 8 million overall. So still healthy. But, what's the will of the body? What do you next?
So I'm just making sure I'm remembering. You said that our target is about the 18 million.
18, 19 million?
and that could be millions or, the highest aspirational asset here. That would go quick.
Yeah, that will take a sizable chunk when we start looking at regional assets here.
Oh, yeah.
Patrick, am I the only one seeing these JR?
No, we all are.
Little things, okay, what do those mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
There's one next to Tammy's name on the Revenant Trail System Phase 3. There's one next to Landing City as the applicant. It's in our spreadsheet, but not on what was printed out.
Oh, I see that.
Yep, and then we've got another one next to Scott's name, next to the Summit County proposal.
Yeah, as you go down, there's
Yeah.
our student. Junior, Jordan River, I don't know.
JR 357.
6. JR from Dallas.
That's not anything we put on the spreadsheet. So
Nope. Somebody just made some of them disappear, so.
one of y'all,
I have no idea what
okay, so disregard it.
Okay, so we've done 39.09 and up.
Yep.
So my feeling is, I'm not sure I want to commit to anything down there until we figure out what's going on with the regional asset tiers with the big dollar amounts that are there. Not that we can't review down below that 39.09, but actually advancing, because I don't think we want to have motions in the past, we have not wanted to have motions to remove somebody.
Once we put them there.
Correct. So I think once they're on the list, like, not that we couldn't take somebody off, but I know we've tried to avoid having a negative motion.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of finalized like and left the bottom few off sometimes, but that's about it.
I don't know if that means go talk and have some discussion about what we just heard with the 5 regional asset tiers, the 5.
We just got 5, and we'll have another 7 in the morning.
Yeah, but seeing if any of the group wants to discuss
Move
something. I
them.
want to keep things moving forward for Plymouth because we're gonna have a longer day tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's a little uncomfortable for me to start going. We could go a little bit further down, but we've got to hold a fair amount of money in case these regional asset tiers are really. I think that's what we've tried to get to is a bigger, bolder.
Correct.
Projects.
I would like to move that we discuss the regional asset tiers that we've seen today, because I have questions about some of them.
Okay, motion's in order. Okay.
I'll second it or whatever. I know this is the informal motion.
Just make sure there's not any objections or we're going in the right direction as a group. Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, well, then let's launch into it. What are your thoughts? You want to go 1 by 1? You want to talk about your favorites?
I'll start the conversation. I'd like to understand Midway City. We've already seen the presentation about the ice rink. It's ranked dead last at the bottom. And so those who reviewed it, I'd like to know why, just out of curiosity. It's like Evan, you're the presenter. Jordan, did you?
Read it as well.
Yeah.
My 2 cents. I thought it was good. Candidly, it kind of lost me when you were talking about like the people that will come on Saturdays to do the yoga, and then the classes or whatever, like that seemed like it was a good featured sale, and they're making a lot of their business running by like local people. But I don't know, I didn't feel like that the most convincing revenue source or you like use case for the rate that they were pitching. Like they're riding on the backs of like 3 small organizations. Should be good, but
Yeah, I got confused on what we were funding because there's pictures here of the building, nice big Midway Activity Center. I know the spirit of the thing is, yeah, we fund buildings in conjunction with outdoor recreation, but it seems like we're funding a building. That's the project. Yeah, which is not outdoor recreation. Yes, me.
Yeah,
Indoor.
I ranked that project low.
Right? But this is something.
Because of that, like with the regional aspect, got that regional aspect add on, and I want to be loud.
Right.
And it's a great project. It felt like a development of a city. To me, that's what the project feels like. It's outdoor recreation feature. I think it would be a lovely facility for the community, but it just felt like a city park development project. And I didn't really get that regional pull. Like, I think it would serve the region, but I don't think it would be a regional. To be wrong, I was surprised today. I felt better about the project today. The presentation and the numbers of the skaters. And I wasn't clear when somebody else, is their skate track going to continue to be cool
In the
in the winter?
In the summer, I thought it was roller skating.
But in the winter, it's
Ice rink.
It's an ice rink.
Cooled. It's got a cooled ice rink.
I talked about coolers in the proposal.
And that's, I missed that in my review of what the current situation was. And in the current climate, I'm very skeptical of uncooled ice rinks. So that was, I probably just missed that in the many reviews. I think that's correct. I was surprised when she said coolers are causing problems, because I didn't understand.
In their budget, they haven't installed chiller tubing in the concrete pad. So, and there's a chiller header modifier upgrade.
And that definitely makes me feel better. It's where I came.
Oh, a new ice rink.
I was another evaluator on that and I just looked through and I don't know why I meant to click medium, but I did click this high, so if I could formally change my. That's what I had saved it.
Now it's down even lower, so it's now -1.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like, they brought a lot of money to the table and it seems like, compared to the other projects, it was the lowest one that I had as far as scoring.
I think play devil's advocate a little bit, and maybe contrary to what Lance said. I think we have paid for buildings in the past, so didn't we pay for the Cedar Breaks Visitor Center? So I mean, to me, this is kind of a wintry visitor center, so not that I love the project, we're gonna have to kind of speak to
Fill
history,
that out.
right? We've done it before.
The
I
other
really
ones
wanna-
are asking for the highest amount. They're not asking for, we could have asked for $1 million, but they're not. So I'm gonna be with you on that other side of the coin.
Has anybody ever been up there in the winter for this?
I live in Midway.
Do you use the state park or?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a community-based location, like I have not seen the rollerblading yoga. But I mean, it's free community yoga, there's a small little farmer's market. It is definitely a location that more and more people, they've started doing their own concerts there. I had no idea about this project, but it's definitely a growing area.
But do they make Hallmark Christmas films then?
Yes.
They should.
So their budget is a little confusing with regards to the building. I mean, they talked about funding it through another grant when they did their presentation. And then if you look at the budget, they've got 2 items. So we've got Watts construction of the concierge, and it's coming in at a little over $1 million. And that's not coming from us. It's applicant and partner funds. And then they have the 2,600 square foot with bathrooms warming, and there's no dollar amounts on that line. So we're not really being asked to fund the building, but it's part of the overall project.
So is it the skating rink really that what they're asking for?
They are asking us for funding to clear the area, to prepare, not to install a new ice rink.
Well, the new slab.
Okay, yeah, road base, concrete pad, and the killer tubing. Yeah,
So basically it is for
Yeah.
the ice rink itself.
yeah.
Which sounds like a foundation that will be appropriate for all the other activities, concerts.
Right, including the summer stuff that they can't really use that for now because of the sludge.
Mhm.
I guess the only thing else I'd say here is, and we've had this discussion about Summit County, is does Summit County really need the funds, right? She came with 2 projects that you might love or hate. Wasatch County, thank you. You might love or hate, and so I guess we're not talking about bulk, but I would definitely lean to just funding one, if we did one.
Would you fund Muirfield Park or?
Well, and I
ice
looked at
rink.
Muirfield and I mean, it's a great park, but I had a lot of questions about that one.
I don't
as
see
well.
that one as a regional draw.
No,
I
that's
can,
one of the things I
see
put.
the ability of this ice rink. I mean, we got one down there, Bryce, and it is a regional draw. I can see the ability of that over the other park.
I think Muirfield Park's gonna happen regardless.
It didn't wow me at all. As far as $1 million investment, it didn't wow. They were asking for 250 or even 500 maybe, but $1 million in Muirfield, I don't think so.
And most of it being towards the boardwalk.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of felt the same way. I mean, Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, but Midway is awesome for the open space and the walkability and the bike paths. We have a print time up there, and Wasatch State Park is not too far away, and the golf course is there. There's a lot of beautiful open space. Not that this park isn't needed, but I think in terms of economic draw and drive for the community, as well as maybe winter tourism, the one that scored the least seems to be the most appealing. To me,
It is the center hub to be able to hit a bunch of different mountain bike trails, hiking trails, fishing at the state park, and golf, like, yes.
Yeah.
Muirfield is a community where people take their personal dogs and
Right.
hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over to Snowland. I mean, Wasatch Academy is a very expensive private school. And if that is the only group that is going to be able to use it until they get insurance, I feel like the lack of insurance is a huge concern.
Yeah. So I don't know. I didn't hear that they were the only ones that were going to be able to use it. They're not using it now,
Right.
but I think I heard.
Yeah,
this.
they've been able to insure it for their use. It isn't, they have not been able to secure insurance for the use beyond that.
And I think that's what they're trying to find together is it being broader than what their use is. And because of the regional draw with getting kids or kind of beginning skiers to that central part of the state, I think that's why they created the foundation to say, we can't rely on Wasatch Academy to be doing anything more than what they've been doing in the past. And they probably have too much liability on it but they don't want to assume it for other people showing up.
Right.
And other people are showing up. And how are you going to differentiate who you're going to go sue if they groomed it or they did something? And they probably got some liability by people in their trucks showing up and dropping kids off and skiing down in that area. But
There's a lot of lawsuits right now around public lands and ski resorts in Washington, Oregon, and they're the real deal. And the plaintiff's bar is crushing the owners of these facilities.
Levin, this is a regional asset here, and I was one of the scorers on Snowland. It was far and away the best application that I reviewed because of its connection to a regional asset. Like the scale of it is unlike anything else we're considering this week. And to me, this is the type of project that you could put it on the front of the brochure next year to say, here's what we've invested in, with the caveat that
you don't spend the money, right? They've got to answer that question before you start spending the money.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the whole thing, because if we spend this money and they are unable to get insurance, functionally, we have just then subsidized an incredibly expensive private school to improve a ski thing that is for their students, which I'm not comfortable doing. If the broader one, 100%, especially given the price points they're talking about, those are all great things. But if they can't actually operate it because they can't get it insured, it just, that scares me. I feel like we're about to give them $1 million and it won't benefit anybody.
Yeah. I think if it was a weaker applicant and a weaker application, that would be a significant concern to me right now. It feels like a concern, but I feel very confident that they are going to be able to solve this problem.
Don't we have a new compliance person over here? So he's gonna. Right?
Yeah, we don't need to worry about it.
Well, and then is it a chicken and egg thing, meaning that if they don't spend the money and they don't create it, then, I mean, it becomes harder to get the insurance until you have made that development investment.
What?
Is there a way to do a conditional funding? Like, we'll give this and they can use that to support their applications for insurance if they're going to be able to do these things, but they don't get the money unless they get the insurance. I don't know if that helps them get the insurance or not.
Well, Marines are.
In the contract, yeah, but it's contingent upon them having insurance. And it's
So just because in my professional life, I go through these all day. I mean, the $1 million insurance requirement they have under their special use permit is like a kind of a joke.
It's always a joke.
We carry like a 15. And then like there's, I don't know, the thing that was like a weird red flag for me was that there was no support letter from the Forest Service, whether it was Manhattan.
No, it's in, hold on, they do have something.
other conditional.
The conditional use permit is in there with the signature, but there's no force letter. Yeah.
Hey, we're not on the hills a little bit, but we'll go ahead and develop housing, and that might not be as easy to lift for our service as they anticipate. However, the Vancouver South doesn't have a lot of facilities and will be able to support this or the, let's say, loss at.
Heber, have you been up there? Have you been up there yet? Yeah, you have. Is there, I mean, Chris made it sound like it's pretty small. Is there room to have tubing separated from skiers?
I think for what they're doing.
Okay.
If you guys haven't been up Fairview Canyon, go. I took a friend up there 3 weeks ago and he's like, I've been in the state my whole life. And that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a cool project. They do have, I mean, they've got their letters of support, doesn't include the Forest Service. I don't know that the Forest Service is in the habit of issuing letters of support for projects like this anyway. So I don't know even if they, in a best case scenario, if they would be able to get something like that. So I don't know that I would view that as a deficiency at all. I think, like I said, I'm fairly confident that with their backing, with the folks that are on their board, that they're going to be able to. I think the insurance thing is only just a matter of time. It is solving a public safety issue, I guess, is the other thing we haven't really hit on. There have been some crashes with vehicles on the road and vehicles off. EMS and search and rescue has to go up there from time to time on those types of things. Not that this would eliminate that, but we're putting as part of that a total analysis on it.
It could eliminate that if they require you to have a permit for use of those lines. That's something they can do, like Beaver Mountain, switch to that this year. For your regard, if you're not using their lift, you buy lift pass to access the area. So they're allowing for other travel, but you have to have a permit. Because I thought the same thing. They groomed this. And if you don't want to pay $20, why don't you just drive around and shuttle your buddies and have fun? Right. I think there are some workarounds that don't have to work.
They will.
I didn't look at this one. Does the conditional use permit allow for the developments that they discussed? Like putting in the infrastructure, that will be the biggest lift for them on the plan is that high level of infrastructure development. Not just being allowed to operate.
They do mention in section 9 that they would be required to then submit another supplemental on a special use permit specifically to address that.
So they don't have a permit yet for it?
They have a permit for the rope line that, according to current permit, needs to be taken down every night. So it's technically a temporary rope line. And then, but they do mention, because they got a very well put together proposal. They have met with the Forest Service and they are going to be submitting a secondary.
Yeah, the existing special use permit would probably not be adequate for what they've presented here today, but it sounds like they have plans to pursue something else.
If insurance is, if our funding is contingent on insurance, I think that it's a pretty cool project.
Yeah, that's the only
No brainer. Let's just.
Yeah, that's
discuss
that as well.
Some
As well as a Forest Service, the permit will allow what they want to do.
These today until you see them all anyway. Discussing.
Yeah, Jason. Mr. Chair, sorry. And I just get questions of you, that's really more for your staff. In years past, we funded a bunch of all those parks and several. We've heard from today and then we'll hear from tomorrow. Do we have any sort of report back from past applicants on how much they've been used or if they've generated economic development opportunities? Because that comes up very regularly around that. Because I think we've heard some really good applications today. We're gonna have more tomorrow, and just be interested to know what the ROI has been thus far. Are they regional assets or are they more tier 1 assets?
Now, that's a good question, because I think that's, well, there's two parts to it, first of all, but as far as the use goes, the folks that I've heard from and witnessed firsthand, there's heavy use on these Aldous parks. Sarah's not here. She and I visited one, and it was West Jordan or South Jordan, one of the Jordans. And very, very busy, even on kind of a chilly day, and the mayor and his staff were giving us a few stats, and it seemed like that was heavily used. The reality though, when we are asking questions about economic development, they're doing their best to answer those questions and admittedly, in some cases, they have to contrive it somewhat. It's not, I don't think from a realistic perspective that adding an all-wheels park to a city or town is going to draw people. It's just a nice amenity to have, more incidental, and for the local population. So I think it's just a reality of the applications and of course, the regional asset here and contribution to the economy.
I would say depending on the region as well, we've got some today that we've seen that are not in this big metropolitan area. In certain regions, when they get one, so from my standpoint, that's more of a regional asset.
Yeah, it certainly isn't zero. I think a lot of it is just a value add for what's already there.
Yeah.
So if there is big sports fields and they're drawing tournaments, the fact that they have that for the kids that aren't involved in the tournaments is that additional value prospect.
Yeah, I'm mentioned quietly that Desert Color actually is geared towards tourism. They have a site permit for short-term rentals, and if you look it up, they've got 30 plus in just one site alone. So they are kind of geared up. That's what their lagoon is set up for, is to be an attraction. So I think that whatever lizard launch, which I did not know they were proposing. Yeah, it's that would probably actually be more of an asset on a broader scale even than the snake one, because I live right down the street from the other one, and I don't let my daughter go there because it's too crowded. Let them all go to the south side of town, please.
Sunday mornings, no one's there.
Well, if you love the lizard launch, wait until you see the moose.
Moose is loose?
Tomorrow. Anything else on Snowland? I feel like, I think you said it very well, Tom, that, yeah, there is a hang up with the insurance. I think if we made it contingent, I think that would be anything that they would object to, and probably good due diligence on our part. Other than that, what are the concerns? It's the third highest scoring regional asset tier budget.
I guess I don't want to go back and reevaluate all these things on what their risk management is and whether or not they cut insurance as well.
Right.
It's probably not a bad thing to think, right, particularly on this one since it was brought up. But there are probably other things that might be hung up with insurability that we've worked on or will put some money in. Some risk there for the state for sure.
Downhill skiing is certainly one of those that comes up as an insurance thing. And they're nonprofits, and they're brand new nonprofits. So it's not like it's a city that's got some liability coverage for all of their facilities. So they're a little different in that regard too. That's why I asked about it.
Well, as far as usually looking for big deep pockets to go after, and they're looking for settlement versus so going after a nonprofit foundation probably wouldn't have a bunch of deep pockets for them to go after.
And part of their play could be to be underinsured, right? If you're underinsured, you're underinsured, right? Then they have to get creative in where they go get the next verse.
Good point.
What about these two from Tooele County, Russ? We gonna send $2 million out there, or we?
Haven't heard from the second one yet.
Oh, we haven't.
But my quick answer is no. I liked the Grantsville one. I wasn't on this one. I'm sure there's a reason why they didn't put me on the two Tooele ones. It looks to me like it's a good thing. I know that the growth's out there, but again, I said it earlier, it is a region that's gonna take in 4 or 5 communities. But kids pedal bike to it, because there was a question about how they're gonna get to it. They pedal bike to them and they drive on the street. Because we don't have St. George money and we don't have all the paths and all the infrastructure we ride on the streets and on the sidewalks, unfortunately.
Well, and all the statements you just made also apply to the Uintah County proposal, and half of our regional assets are all Wills Parks of some form or fashion. So that's why I asked the question before.
Those two are why I keep referring to those, Grantsville and Uintah.
Because the impact regionally with Project Invernal is different than the impact regional if you want St. George.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, merits. So I think after we hear all the presentations tomorrow, I'd even be fine to just say, here are the 7 bike facilities. Are we gonna fund them all? Are we gonna fund half of them? And so why?
Yeah.
Guess what? It was still 4.
My mic's gonna be so.
Whoops. Oh, this is what?
It's just the first thing.
We gotta get out.
For the next thing.
So we're not here tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
We're only till 4.
Okay.
Somebody knock on the door and say leave.
We were informed.
So anyway.
Need a motion to adjourn?
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, now available, say aye.
I mean, we need to come in an hour early.
We have about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
All in favor of adjourn, say aye. And
Aye.
It's almost.
Yeah.
we're good.
Thank you, Director Curry. We are off the record. Have a great night, everyone.